At Vo Chao's top high school seniors were hard at work on a practice test for the upcoming exams. The quiet classroom was suddenly filled with the sound of Tranmak snoring. He shot up and yelled, "Junior sister!" Tranmak looked around bewildered by the change of scenery. He was just on a date with his sweet and beautiful junior sister in the Cosmic Eye universe. A pen suddenly jabbed him in the butt. Triu Kwang, the guy behind him, shouted, "Sit down! We're in the middle of a test. Did you sleep your brain away?" Tranmak felt everyone's eyes on him in confusion, and a second later, the whole class burst out laughing like crazy. Junior sister what? Haha, Tranmak really slept himself stupid this time. And Kaduye at the campus bell shot Tranmak a look of disgust, even though her parents were always trying to set them up. In her eyes, he was just a spoiled rich kid who couldn't hold a candle to Nguyen Hao. Meanwhile, Trin Nguyen Hao smirked, enjoying the sight of Tranmak making a complete fool of himself in class. He felt that Tranmak wasn't worthy of Kaduye, and certainly not worthy of being his rival. The exam proctor got the class back under control after the commotion Tranmak had just caused, and the homeroom teacher called him out directly. "Tranmak, it's one thing if you don't want to improve your grades, but sleeping during an exam is another. At least don't disturb your classmates or I'll have to ask you to leave the room." Basically, Tranmak had been reincarnated into this body in a different world. The surging spiritual energy and powerful soul he once had were now completely gone. In his past life, Tranmak was born into a life of luxury, filthy rich. Because of that, he was framed by the Wan family, but his life was saved by the Tonghua Immortal Emperor, who then set him on the path of cultivation. Along that journey, Tranmak met his junior sister, and they roamed the world without a care. Maybe his junior sister was also wandering somewhere on this earth right now. Tranmak had to quickly increase his strength, regain his cultivation level, and find his junior sister. The teacher, seeing Tranmak just standing there like a statue, turned red with anger. "Hey Tranmak, what are you standing there for? If you don't want to take the test, then get out." Tranmak smirked, since conveniently he didn't have a clue about any of this stuff anyway. Confidently, Tranmak walked out of the classroom, leaving his classmates completely baffled. Is he crazy? Is he really just quitting the test? Tranmak wasn't crazy. He was just obsessed with cultivation now. There are 8 realms: Chi Condensation, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Soul Formation, Tao Fusion, Mahayana, Tribulation, Transcendence, and Immortal Venerable. In his past life, Tranmak had reached the mighty Soul Formation realm, but now his goal was to quickly enter the Chi Condensation realm. He had to use the lessons from his past life to speed things up, making sure every step was solid. The first task in cultivation is choosing a good technique to build a strong foundation. Tranmak chose the Mystic Heaven Dragon Ascension method. This was the most suitable method for beginners on the path of cultivation, and for people like Tranmak, who were starting over from scratch. The very first step of cultivation is absorbing Qi into the body. Tranmak closed his eyes and meditated for half an hour, and just like that, he successfully absorbed Qi into his body. Choosing the Mystic Heaven Dragon Ascension method was definitely the right call. Suddenly, a group of people approached Tranmak, led by Ka Duyet and Nguyen Hao. She gave Tranmak a complicated look, wondering what on earth he was doing behind the school. Well, did our classmate Tranmak use his superior intellect to finish the test early? Nguyen Hao's sarcastic comment made the whole group snicker at Tranmak. Trailing behind Ka Duyet was a girl who looked gentle and sweet. Tranmak immediately recognized her as Tuang Zhao. She came from a normal merchant family, and in his past life she had never left his side, even though he never appreciated her. Ka Duyet spoke up, repeating her question. "I asked what you are doing." But Tranmak completely ignored her and walked right up to Tuang Zhao to chat. "Zhao, how did you do on the test?" Tuang Zhao was so surprised she blushed, never expecting the day Tranmak would ignore Ka Duyet to talk to her. It went well," Tuang Zhao answered shyly. Tranmak gently patted her head, promising that if she placed in the top 10 of the class, he would give her a special gift. Tuang Zhao's eyes lit up as if they contained the whole galaxy. "Really?" But a second later, her face turned bright red like a tomato. "I'll do my best." Tranmak smiled, waved goodbye to Tuang Zhao, and told her he'd see her again in 3 days. Meanwhile, Ka Duyet watched Tranmak walk away feeling strangely lonely. Her brows knitted together, thinking he was just putting on an act and giving her the cold shoulder to get her attention. According to Tranmak's memories, Tuang Zhao would soon face a terrible disaster. Now that he was reincarnated, he couldn't let that happen again. As Tranmak was heading home, he suddenly remembered that he was currently staying at Ka Duyet's house because their parents had forced him. Who knew that right after giving Ka Duyet the cold shoulder, he'd have to go back to her place to sleep? Tranmak would rather die than go. He wanted to rent a room, but his pockets were completely empty without a single cent. So Tranmak just wandered through the streets when he suddenly had a brilliant idea. That night, he set up a small stall on a pedestrian street to sell talismans, looking just like a beggar. A few elderly people walked by and sighed. Society is out of control these days. Even students are out here running scams. Who do they think they can fool? Tranmak swallowed his pride, telling himself that in this huge crowd, there had to be at least 1 or 2 people who knew what was what. And finally, that person appeared. "What can these talismans of yours do?" a beautiful girl with an impossibly cold aura asked. This was Kim Boy Van. Tran Mac wasn't fazed by her beauty and immediately launched into a sales pitch. This one helps clear the mind. This one wards off evil spirits. This one brings good fortune, and this one promotes good health. The phrase clear the mind made Boyvon exclaim with joy. What if someone's mind is in chaos? And they're spouting nonsense, unable to even recognize their own family. Can your talisman cure them? Tran Mac was taken aback by her sudden intensity. Just from hearing the symptoms, he knew it was caused by an imbalance of yin and yang, a case of an unsettled earth soul. Modern medicine calls it a mental illness, so the mind-calming talisman is the most suitable. Pei Yun held the talisman and asked for the price. Chenmo warned her beforehand that the talisman wouldn't work if she didn't believe in it. Pei Yun nodded and said, "I believe you, I'll buy it." Chenmo then held up 3 fingers. The mind-calming talisman is 30,000, the mind-clearing is 20,000, and the rest are 10,000 each. 30,000, why don't you just go rob a bank? A girl suddenly jumped out of nowhere to stop Pei Yun. It turned out to be Li Shengyan, a member of Pei Yun's board of directors. "Xiao Yun, how can you believe this stuff? These kinds of lies are basically just a scam." Pei Yun sighed. Her grandmother's condition was getting worse, and even the hospital was helpless, so this was just a last resort. "Shengyan, I've made up my mind. Even if it's a scam, I have to try for my grandma's sake." Pei Yun then asked for Chenmo's account number to transfer the money. Seeing Pei Yun's devotion to her grandmother, Chenmo gave her all the remaining talismans for free. He told her that after she got back, all she had to do was stick the talisman on her grandma's forehead and shout, "Activate." Pei Yun happily headed home. Before leaving, Shengyan threatened Chenmo one last time. "If these worthless talismans don't work, I don't care where you run and hide, I will make you pay." After selling just one talisman, Chenmo was able to rent a house. From then on, he locked himself in his room to focus on his cultivation. Meanwhile, Pei Yun worriedly asked her grandfather about her grandmother's condition. He said she'd had an episode an hour ago, and Dr. Lin Xian had already given her a sedative. The episodes had been getting more frequent lately, and he was afraid she wouldn't last much longer. Pei Yun then took out the talismans she bought from Chenmo and showed them to him, saying that she met the benefactor on the street today who sold her some talismans, and she hoped he'd let her try them on her grandma. Her grandfather frowned and sighed, not understanding why Pei Yun would believe in such things, saying it would only torment her grandmother further. Pei Yun knelt and begged him, saying that even if there was only a slim chance, she wanted to try it for her grandma's sake. Her grandfather had no choice but to nod, figuring it was just one talisman, so there was no harm in trying. Pei Yun placed the talisman on her grandmother's forehead and then shouted, "Activate!" Her grandmother remained motionless on the bed, and her grandfather just mumbled, not blaming Pei Yun. Even the best experts in Yanjing couldn't cure his wife's illness, so how could a single talisman possibly work? Suddenly, the talisman on her grandmother's forehead seemed to burst into flames and a stream of energy flowed into her head. "Zhongrun!" Her grandmother's weak voice called out, leaving both Pei Yun and her grandfather completely stunned. Her grandmother shakily sat up, and Pei Yun leaned in close, asking with tears in her eyes, "Grandma, do you recognize me?" Her grandmother smiled gently. "My dear granddaughter, how could I not recognize you?" Her grandfather frantically called for Dr. Lin. A moment later, after running several tests, the doctor exclaimed, "A miracle! It's truly a miracle, the matriarch has recovered." Pei Yun was overjoyed, and her grandfather felt like a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. After Dr. Lin left, her grandfather told Pei Yun to recount every single detail of how she bought the talisman, making sure she didn't miss a thing. After hearing the story, her grandfather immediately mobilized his people to carefully investigate Chenmo's background. He wanted to pay him a personal visit. At that moment, however, Chenmo had just exhausted his vital energy from his activities. It was also because the spiritual energy on Earth was too barren, so he still needed 3 days to reach the qi condensation stage. Chenmo subconsciously picked up his phone, thinking his mother would definitely be calling soon. Just as he thought that, Li Sufeng, Chenmo's mother, called, "Xiao Mo, come to Hanyang Airport immediately, and go with me to Yanjing for your grandmother's funeral." Chenmo felt completely overwhelmed. It had been 600 years since he'd last heard his mother's voice. Chenmo suppressed his emotions and told his mother to wait for him at the airport. His mother was born into the Li family, one of the 6 major families in Yanjing. Because she married Chenmo's father, who was just a commoner, she had been kicked out of the family. Chenmo's parents were self-reliant and worked tirelessly in their own fields. In the eyes of the Li family, Chenmo was just an outsider who could be looked down upon and trampled by anyone. Moreover, Chenmo was seen as a tool for a marriage alliance with the Yan family. Although the Yan family insisted on breaking the engagement, Yan Qingcheng had been secretly protecting him all this time. Now that Chenmo was reborn, he would slowly settle all the old debts from the past. At the airport, Chenmo's mother was already waiting. When he saw her, he told himself not to cry before calling out to her. "It's been a few months, Mom. You've gotten even more beautiful." Chenmo's mother waved her hand. "Since when did you become such a sweet talker?" Chenmo joked around a bit more, and his mother seemed to relax, telling him to make sure he paid his respects to his grandmother in Yanjing. The mother and son finally arrived on the outskirts of Yanjing. The entire area was the Li family's territory. They were there for a funeral, but the lineup of supercars outside made it look more like a party. The Lee family's butler Fubo saw Chenmo and his mother and asked, "Fourth miss, why have you come here?" "How could I not come to see my own mother off one last time?" Chenmo's mother was very firm, but he could tell from Fubo's face that the Lee family did not welcome them. Butler Fubo whispered in Chenmo's mother's ear, "This old servant doesn't dare say much, but I'm afraid you'll face many obstacles paying your respects this time." Chenmo's mother frowned. It was perfectly natural for a daughter to see her mother off, and she'd like to see who dared to stop them. The moment they stepped inside, a barrage of scornful gazes locked onto them. In his past life, Chenmo would have been terrified by these stares, only daring to nod and obey. But the Chenmo of now was different. Having lived another lifetime, the Lee family was nothing more than ants to him. Lee Dongyang, the current head of the Lee family, sat solemnly before the coffin, his face stern and expressionless as he observed his surroundings. The eldest son Li Liwen raised an eyebrow. "Fourth sister, why are you here?" Chenmo's mother retorted sharply, "If you're still going to call me fourth sister, then don't ask such a question." Li Wen was left speechless. The second son Li Liwu stared at them so hard, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Unable to argue, the eldest son had to let Chenmo's mother pass. But when it was Chenmo's turn, he ordered him to stop. Tranmak's mother spoke up indignantly. "He's my son, your eldest grandson. How can he be an outsider? Our second brother's 3 sons and 1 daughter also outsiders." Getting called out by Tranmak's mother, the second uncle Lapvo growled, "Anyone not in the family registry is an outsider. As long as I'm here, he won't even dream of taking half a step into the mourning hall." Tranmak's mother's face darkened, and his aunt Li Lapangan stepped in to mediate. After all, today was their grandmother's funeral rite. If they caused a scene, they'd be branded as unfilial. The eldest uncle nodded, then glanced over at Li Dongduang, who was sitting there observing everything. If the old man was displeased, they'd all be kicked out. Tranmak's mother was out of argument, so she had to leave Tranmak outside. She told him to stay at the entrance of the mourning hall to see his grandmother off one last time. Tranmak nodded, stood before the hall and kowtowed to bid his grandmother farewell. After the ceremony, a cousin came over and invited Tranmak and his mother to stay, saying special arrangements would be made for Tranmak. Tranmak's mother wanted him to go with her, saying it was no trouble. But it seemed the young man wasn't going to let Tranmak leave so easily. "Auntie, my dad said the younger generation has its own place to stay. We can't mess up the etiquette." Tranmak told his mom not to worry, that nothing would happen. He knew they were going to take him to the warehouse and beat him to a pulp. Sure enough, the guy led Tranmak to a warehouse. Tranmak frowned. "Is the Lai family so poor that you make guests stay in a warehouse? Letting you stay in the warehouse is already showing you respect." He tossed Tranmak a key and left. Tranmak infused a bit of spiritual energy into the key with a mysterious look on his face. In the middle of the night, they showed up at the warehouse as expected. The guy who gave him the key ordered the door to be opened, and each of them stormed in holding an iron rod. They thought Tranmak was asleep, but to their surprise, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room looking completely at ease. "What do you guys want?" The young master sneered. "Do we need a reason to mess with you, Tranmak? We do it because we feel like it." He turned and ordered his lackeys just as long as they didn't beat Tranmak to death. 2 guys rushed forward, but were kicked so hard they coughed up blood in less than 3 seconds. He dusted off his clothes, looking as unbothered as if he had just swatted 2 mosquitoes. The young master was a little surprised, but he didn't panic. The guy powered up like he was about to go Super Saiyan. "I'll show you what real power is." The spiritual force radiating from him even surprised Tranmak for a moment, but this spiritual force was too weak, barely qualifying as spiritual energy. The important thing was, were there really cultivators on this earth? The 2 guys who got their faces smashed in Lonkan crawled up to fulfill his duty of hyping up his boss. "I can't believe Brother Viet is a martial powerhouse. Look at that form, he must be at the peak of the outer realm." Tranmak noted that the terms martial powerhouse and peak of the outer realm were a bit different from his own cultivation system's ranks. The guy named Viet charged forward like a thug full of imposing momentum, but it all fizzled out when he reached Tranmak. He used one hand to stop the punch, leaving the guy stunned. In less than 3 seconds, Tranmak slammed him straight to the ground. For a second, Viet felt like he couldn't breathe. "Is this what you call real strength?" Seeing Tranmak press his foot on their boss, the other 2 goons yelled.
"Tranmak, let Brother Viet go." "Let him go, sure," Tranmak said lightly, then pressed down hard on Viet's chest. He spat out blood, his face turning pale. You dare to destroy my Dantian, I'll haunt you even as a ghost."
Tranmak just looked at him with a smirk. "Don't be in such a hurry, the fun is just getting started." At the crack of dawn, the eldest uncle and his wife were sitting in front of the house, crying their eyes out. Li Dongduang came out with a dark expression and asked, "What's wrong?" The couple cried painfully as they tattled. "Father, that bastard from the 4th sister's family destroyed Viet's Dantian. Destroying his Dantian is like ruining his entire life, especially for someone from the Li family." Li Dongduang's eyes blazed with fury. "That beast! How dare he be so vicious! Lapvo, bring Tranmak and the 4th sister here now!" Just then Tranmak strode in confidently. "No need, I'm already here." The whole clan gathered around to watch the drama. Every single one of them scowled and sneered. He really doesn't know his place, what a filthy half-breed. Even the youngest aunt was shocked by Tranmak's courage showing up here all by himself. The eldest uncle's wife shrieked in outrage. Viet is your cousin, how could you be so cruel to him? Li Dongduang ordered Tranmak to kneel, but he just smirked without reacting, making the old man's face turn black with rage. Tranmak lived up to his name, completely indifferent to the world. I've lived my whole life with my head held high. What did I do wrong? The other relatives kept cursing Tranmak for being uneducated while the eldest uncle cried and flew into a rage. You animal! As a member of the Li family, how could you attack your own cousin so heavily? And still refuse to admit you're wrong. Tranmak's eyes drooped, feigning sadness. So now you consider me part of the Li family, but I don't care. The eldest uncle was speechless. He turned to cry and complained to Li Dongduang, begging him to deliver justice. Li Dongduang said only one thing: bring out the family discipline. The eldest uncle and his wife were overjoyed, thinking to themselves that this time, Tranmak would definitely not survive. Just then, Tranmak's mother appeared. Eldest brother Xiaomak isn't a malicious person. There must be a misunderstanding here. The eldest uncle pointed at Viet, who was covered in blood. Looking like this, what's there to misunderstand? Tranmak's mother turned to ask him what happened, but Tranmak felt that even if he explained, they wouldn't believe him. I know what you mean, son, but justice lies in the heart. Tell everyone here what happened, and let them be the judge. Tranmak awkwardly scratched his head, seeing that his mother was still naive about the Li family's character, but he still had to be a good son and listen to his mom. He turned and grabbed a nearby goon by the collar, making him panic. Let him speak for me, he saw everything clearly. Li Dongduang gritted his teeth so hard that veins popped on his forehead. Seeing Tranmak approach, the guy was so scared his hands and feet were trembling. Tell them everything you know, don't you dare leave out a single detail. The guy recited the events clearly, like a machine, starting with how Lai Viet wanted to teach Tranmak a lesson, then slapped Li Tapuang so they wouldn't dare come to the Li family's home. Li Viet arranged for Tranmak to be in the warehouse, then brought two goons along, figuring as long as they didn't kill him, it would be fine. We never expected Tranmak to be such a good fighter. Li Viet went all out but ended up getting crippled. Tranmak's mother's lips trembled, but she was no longer going to be weak and submissive in front of her siblings. Is this the well-behaved son you raised? But that couple still thought Tranmak was way too vicious, claiming Li Viet just had a little slip of the tongue. Besides, what did Viet even say that was wrong? If you did something like that back in the day, why would you be scared of people talking about it? Tranmak's mother's blood pressure shot up after her sister-in-law's comment, and Tranmak had to quickly hold her back. Tranmak's mom just wanted to know one thing. What if the person lying on the ground right now wasn't Lai Viet but Tranmak father? Would you enforce the family law? Then Tranmak stood by watching the drama unfold, realizing he didn't even need to say a word to back up his mom. She had asked a question that silenced everyone. But Li Dongduang answered decisively. Of course not, he's not a member of our Li family. Why would the life or death of an outsider be worthy of the Li family's law? Tranmak's mother suppressed her rage until her face twitched. It was so heartless, it was ridiculous. So how does the head of the Li family plan to handle today's matter? Li Dongduang didn't hesitate. He said a blood debt must be paid in blood. He ordered Tranmak to be locked up to be dealt with after Li Viet regained consciousness. Of course, Tranmak's mother refused, and for her son's sake, she raised her voice against Li Dongduang. What wouldn't I dare, you rebellious daughter? Li Dongduang raised his hand to slap Tu Huang. Tranmak immediately shot out an arm and grabbed him. The onlookers were horrified, cursing him for his audacity. Meanwhile, the second young master, Lap Vo, had been waiting for this day for a long time, a chance to righteously pull a piece on Tranmak. Terrified, Tranmak's mother said, let go of him now. But at that moment, Tranmak also sensed two presences behind old Li Dongduang, two sources of energy that could actually threaten him. As expected, the Li family didn't become one of the 6 great families for nothing. However, the dignity of a great cultivator at the spirit transformation realm is not to be trifled with. In his past life, Tranmak was useless, but in this life, if he had power and still let his mother suffer humiliation, he wouldn't deserve to be called a man. Tranmak turned to warn Li Dongduang. I was the one who beat Lai Viet, so if you want to deal with someone, come at me. With me here today, no one will touch a single hair on my mother's head, or else I wouldn't mind seeing the Li family get a new master. As Tranmak spoke, he'd unleashed a powerful spiritual energy. The whole Li family froze when they realized he was an internal energy martial artist, not daring to make a sound, and Duong's face turned grim. At such a close distance, if Tranmak made a move, the old man would really be meeting his maker. But Tranmak's mother didn't understand any of this, confused as to why everyone around them was trembling. His youngest aunt, Lapangon, also gently tried to talk Tranmak down. After all, Li Dongduang was his grandfather. Tranmak used that to question her back. He's my so-called grandfather. But when I was born and had to endure the world's scorn and humiliation, where was he? When Lai Viet locked me in the warehouse and brought people to beat me up, where was my grandfather then? The title grandfather, I Tranmak don't acknowledge it. With that, Tranmak shoved Li Dongduang's hand away while the old man was still in shock. Even if you have 1,000 reasons and 10,000 excuses, seriously injuring your own cousin is inhumane. Lai Trak Lilap Van's eldest son stepped forward to defend his foolish little brother. He used the excuse of shaming the Lee family to call Tran Mak disloyal, rebellious, and unfilial, throwing every accusation he could at him. Then he delivered the final blow with one sentence. You're always running your mouth about how the Lee family treats you unfairly. But you're just an inhumane, unrighteous, disloyal, and unfilial brat. Tran Mak burst out laughing. Have you forgotten my last name is Tran, not Lee? Those words sounded so reasonable, but they were totally meaningless. Lee Trak raised an eyebrow, acting as if he was sparing the Manhwa group and the Tran family in Ngu Duong out of respect for Tran Mak's mother. Otherwise, he would have already wiped them out root and stem. Tran Mak's contempt was written all over his face, because in his eyes, the Lee family was nothing more than an ant. The two sides kept trading verbal blows. Whoever gets tilted first is the loser. And Lee Trak was already seeing red. You have no idea what the Lee family is really like on the inside. Seeing your extraordinary talent, if you kneel and admit you're wrong right now, Grandfather might add you to the family registry because he values your abilities. Otherwise, in 5 years, the entire Tran family of Ngu Duong will be wiped out. Tran Mak looked at Lee Trak with disdain. Who did this guy think he was telling him to kowtow and apologize? If Lee Trak said 5 years, then Tran Mak only needed 3 years to make the Lee family willingly kneel at his feet and beg for forgiveness. All right, that's enough for today. Lee Dongduong spoke up, cutting off the two young men's argument. But he declared that from this day forward, the Manhwa group and the Tran family of Ngu Duong would be the Lee family's biggest rivals. Tran Mak's mother's face went pale, thinking to herself that they were truly finished this time. Tran Mak pulled his mother away. They couldn't stay in this heartless and disgusting place any longer. His mother closed her eyes tightly, worrying about the future. There was no longer any room for negotiation. First, she had to pour all her efforts into protecting the Manhwa group. The mother and son left under the watchful eyes of their Lee family relatives. A few days later, Tran Mak returned to Saitang and went to an antique market to buy a few jade stones to set up a spirit-gathering formation. He didn't need any special appraisal. He just needed the jade to release enough heaven and earth energy for his divine sense to detect. But unfortunately, Tran Mak spent half the day and couldn't find a single stone containing heaven and earth energy, let alone one that was actively releasing it. Suddenly, a stall on the sidewalk run by an old man with a long white beard caught Tran Mak's eye. He immediately asked for the price of the pair of jade lions. The old man quoted 1,000. Tran Mak then asked about a Dongho painting of a maiden. It was priced at 2,000. After asking about a few things, Tran Mak's eyes landed on a shimmering stone in the corner. The old man's eyes flickered, but he quickly hid it, feigning ignorance. That's something I just picked up off the street. If you want it, I can give it to you, but you have to tell me what it does. Tran Mak's face fell. He had been so careful, yet the old man still picked up on his interest. Although the stone looked ordinary on the outside, it contained a vast amount of primal energy from the heavens and earth. Tran Mak couldn't let it go. He agreed to tell the old man what the stone was for, but in return, the old man had to reveal where he found it. Deal. The old man handed the stone to Tran Mak and gestured for him to follow, since this wasn't the place to discuss such matters. Tran Mak looked at the stone in his hand, completely satisfied. Just one piece was enough for him to set up a spirit-gathering array. The rest could be used to craft a few simple protective jade talismans after he reached the second level of chi condensation. Next, Tran Mak followed the old man to an antique-looking place, but you could tell it reeked of money. All right. And now tell me, what exactly does this stone do? Tran Mak explained briefly that the stone contained the primal energy of heaven and earth, which wasn't very useful for ordinary people. But for martial arts cultivators, it had miraculous effects. The old man's eyes lit up. Could it be that you're a martial arts cultivator? That's right, I am. The moment Tran Mak confirmed it, the old man shot up from his seat, ecstatic. His master had worshipped martial artists his whole life, but sadly never got to meet one. As for him, he used to think martial artists were a load of crap. Probably just a scam to trick old folks. But who would have thought he'd meet Tran Mak today? So he told him the story of how he found the stone on the edge of the Blackwater Swamp at Lin Vo Mountain. There were many more stones like this one around the swamp, but he never dared to go in too deep, because legend says there are monsters inside. Although he'd never seen one, every time he tried to venture deeper, a chilling sensation would wash over him, making him turn back. Just hearing this much. Tran Mak immediately guessed that the Blackwater Swamp held something he needed. So Tran Mak asked the old vendor if he wanted to become a martial artist. The old man asked doubtfully, "Is that even possible for me?" Don't they say you need a certain aptitude and have to start cultivating before you're 16? Tran Mak scoffed. As long as I say you can, even a dead man could be brought back to life to cultivate. The old man immediately knelt and called Tran Mak's senior brother. Please recommend me, senior brother. If I can join the sect, I will be forever in your debt. Tran Mak smirked. Senior brother, you've got it all wrong. With that, Tran Mak waved his hand. A corner of the wooden table was sliced off, as if a blade had just passed through it, and a powerful spiritual energy emanated from his body. To Tran Mak, the path of cultivation was about defying the heavens. Status and age meant nothing. Only strength mattered. The old man realized Tran Mak was an inner-strength martial artist, whose palm strikes were like blades that could slice through gold and jade. I was blind not to recognize a true master. How shameful. Master. Please accept this disciple's bow. Although the old man bowed deeply to become his disciple, Tranmac only accepted him as an in-name disciple. After all, who would accept someone with one foot in the grave as a formal disciple? Before leaving, Tranmac said he would return in a few days to teach the old man a cultivation technique. Being his disciple didn't come with many restrictions. The old man could continue his work here as he pleased. On the way back, Tranmac realized he forgot to ask for his first in-name disciple's name. Oh well, he'd ask next time. Once he got home, Tranmac broke the stone into several pieces and began to set up a formation. The stone fragments floated in the air. After circling once, they embedded themselves into the floor, then released primal energy that gathered in a single point on the ceiling. This was why it was called a spirit gathering array. From now on, Tranmac's cultivation speed would increase dramatically while inside the spirit gathering array. Elsewhere, a beautiful woman in an evening gown stood all alone. A servant came to report that the family meeting had just ended, with the decision to break off the engagement with the Tran family, specifically with Tranmac. The purple-haired girl turned around, her elegant hair flowing with her every step. My future Yen Queen Than's future is in my own hands. No one else has the right to decide it. Queen Than ordered Tang Tang, who was standing behind her, to prepare for a trip to Sai Tang. Tang Tang immediately warned her to be careful, as countless dangers would await them the moment they left the Yen family estate. Queen Than frowned. It's always the same annoying excuse. Don't you know martial arts, Tang Tang? Besides, they have an inner strength martial artist guarding us, so what's there to worry about? But will he even help us? By then you and he will have already broken off the engagement? Tang Tang said worriedly. But Queen Than was completely calm. As long as they go find him, whether he helps or not is his choice. That night, all the spiritual energy in the city was being drawn in one direction towards Tranmac's house. Thanks to the spirit gathering array absorbing all the spiritual energy from the surrounding area, Tranmac reached the Chi refinement stage 2 days ahead of schedule. At this rate, in another 10 days, Tranmac would definitely be able to reach the second level of Chi refinement and materialize a sword from his spiritual energy. From now on, Tranmac had to consolidate his power every day, building a solid foundation. However, that's just the cultivation side of things. Tranmac still had to deal with school. Report cards were coming out tomorrow, but he couldn't care less. The thing on his mind was the Yen family coming to break off the engagement. In his past life, Tranmac was always the fool. But in this life, he was going to be the ringmaster. Just then, his phone rang. It was Tuang Zhao. Tranmac was curious why she would take the initiative to call him so early in the morning. On the other end of the line, Tuang Zhao answered shyly. My family's restaurant is having its grand opening today, and my parents told me to invite a few classmates to be our first customers and eat for free. Tuang Zhao's family only owned a small ordinary restaurant, so she didn't dare to invite Yuan Hao and Kei Yue, only daring to call Tranmac. Tranmac accepted immediately, saying he'd be there at 11:30. Right on time, Tuang Zhao ran out excitedly to greet Tranmac. You're finally here. I was just waiting for you. Tuang Zhao's mom also came out to greet the guest. Zhao Zhao, is this Tranmac? I heard you chirping his name in my ear all morning like a little bird. Tranmac politely wished her a prosperous business, and that money would flow like water. Tuang Zhao's mom chuckled. You're quite the smooth talker. No wonder my Zhao Zhao mentions you all the time. Tuang Zhao blushed and pushed her mom inside to get things ready, not even giving Tranmac a chance to hand over his gift. He had prepared a red envelope with cash, but he knew Tuang Zhao would never accept it if he gave it to her directly. So Tranmac quietly left it on a table before following Tuang Zhao inside. Seeing her arm resting on Tranmac, the whole crew of fanboys' eyes nearly popped out of their heads, instantly marking him as their #1 rival. Trio Kwang pulled Tranmac to sit next to him, just as Tuang Zhao was about to turn back to check on the food.
Vuong Loi immediately called out, Stop rushing around and find a seat, everyone's waiting to talk to you.
Tuang Zhao nodded, and Tria Kwang intentionally offered to switch seats with her, then gave Tranmac a suggestive nudge.
You owe me one for this, little Mac. But this favor from Trio Kwang only made the whole group of backup options openly furious. 2 of the spoiled rich kids exchanged a look and started scheming. One guy set his best friend up. Chu Hao, today is the grand opening of Tuang Zhao's family restaurant. What kind of gift did you prepare? Chu Hao smugly announced that he had given Tuang Zhao's family a money tree. Then he turned to Tranmac. You didn't come empty-handed, did you? Or did you just slip her a 1 yuan red envelope? The whole group howled with laughter, seeing Tranmac being turned into a joke. Trio Kwang got anxious seeing Tranmac stay silent, just letting them walk all over him. Finally, Tuang Zhao had to step in. She wanted the class to have a fun get-together, but she never expected them to turn it into a contest to show off their wealth. I'm thankful to those who spent money on gifts, and I'm also thankful to those who came to support me without gifts. Let's just drop this now. Even though Tuang Zhao spoke up, those guys still had it out for Tranmac. At this moment, Tranmac finished a glass of water to recharge, then started to roast Chu Hao and his crew. Are you provoking me because you think I'm an easy target? Chu Hao's face was full of arrogance. But he claimed Tranmac wasn't even worthy of his provocation. Tuang Zhao got mad seeing her crush being ridiculed, so she told Chu Hao to take his gift and leave immediately. Chu Hao, afraid of upsetting Tuang Zhao, quickly waved his hands and said he wouldn't say another word. But deep down, he was secretly holding a grudge against Tranmac. Meanwhile, Tranmac, who didn't like to act openly, secretly cast a spell to make that Chu Hao guy die silently. Just then, Tuang Zhao's mom ran in holding the red envelope, asking who it belonged to. When Tuang Zhao opened it, she was shocked because the wad of cash was thicker than the layer of makeup on her face. The whole group started buzzing, wondering who had so much money. Tuang Zhao turned to Tranmac and asked, "Was this you?" Tranmac, who was in the middle of casting his spell, had to stop midway, just brushing it off as a small token of his appreciation. Tuang Zhao's mom kept one bill. She gave the rest back to Tranmac, saying she couldn't possibly accept so much. Tuang Zhao returned the remaining money to him. "I appreciate the thought, but please listen to my mom and take it back." With that settled, Tuang Zhao's mom cheerfully started bringing out the food. During the meal, Trio Kwang spoke up for Tranmac. "Ahem, who was it just now that said Tranmac didn't bring a gift?" The whole group looked away and started whistling, but Chu Hao, who had attacked him directly, was the most embarrassed one there. He was certain Tranmac had planned this to show him up, so he stood up and went to the restroom to think of a plan. After Chu Hao left, the group started whispering, "Is Chu Hao not taking this well? We're all classmates. It's not that big of a deal." Tranmac, still eating, knew exactly where Chu Hao had gone. He could only be calling for backup to save face. The atmosphere in the room became much cozier thanks to the amazing cooking of Tuang Zhao's mom. Suddenly, a group of wannabe gangsters stormed in, shattering the pleasant atmosphere. "Where's the boss?" Seeing the smirk on Chu Hao's face, it was obvious he was the one behind these thugs. Tuang Zhao spoke softly. "We're not open to the public today. Please try another restaurant." Who knew the three guys would lunge at Tuang Zhao like hungry tigers? "Well, hello, pretty girl. Come over here and have a little chat with us." Tuang Zhao's mom ran out just in time to block them, asking if she could help them with anything. The thugs laughed until they cried. "Brothers, you tell me, what could this old lady possibly do for us?" The blonde guy spoke for the three, introducing the bald one as Brother Hu. "He runs the protection racket on this street. If you want to do business here, you have to follow my rules. Truong Ho's rules." "Got it." Tuang Zhao's dad rushed out to see what they wanted. Truong Ho made a sign with his fingers. "My rule is 100,000 a year, and I guarantee your peace and quiet." Tuang Zhao's mom yelled indignantly, "How is this any different from daylight robbery? Besides, the Tuang family runs a legal business. We're protected by the law." A henchman brought a chair and lit a cigarette for Truong Ho. He arrogantly crossed his legs, showing off. "So you're not planning to pay up?" Tuang Zhao's mom, boiling with anger, threatened to turn them over to the police. Her dad quickly stopped her. "It's not that we won't pay, it's just that it's too much money, we don't have it on us right now." Truong Ho frowned and asked again, "Are you paying or not?" This time, no one could stop Tuang Zhao's mom. She charged forward to fight. "Pay my foot! You want protection fees! You think you're in a TV drama or something?" Truong Ho's face darkened at being cursed out, and he ordered his lackeys to call for more men. Meanwhile, the Michelin boys who were acting all tough earlier now made excuses and all bailed. Tuang Zhao didn't blame them. After all, they were just guests today. "You guys should head home first. Be safe on your way." What a bunch of cowards. Zhao's family is in trouble, and they all run faster than rabbits. "If you leave now, don't you ever say you know me, Chu Hao." Chu Hao suddenly stepped up and said some incredibly righteous things, surprising Zhang Zhao and her friends. He went up to her and said he knew those guys, so he'd try to talk to them, so they wouldn't give Zhang Zhao's family any more trouble. Zhang Zhao was incredibly grateful to Chu Hao. But as Chu Hao walked past, Chenmo threw a jab at him. "Chu Hao, I'm not like those people who give gifts and then purposely put on a show just so everyone knows about it. Say one more word and I'll slap you silly," Chenmo said coldly, and released a bit of his spiritual energy, which was enough to make the whole group's faces turn pale. That Chu Hao guy was trembling before the killing intent radiating from Chenmo. If he wanted to run, now was his chance. Just then, Zhang Hu's tattooed dyed hair lackeys arrived, and seeing that his side had more people, he kept his attitude. "I'm your daddy. Someone doesn't want to play by the rules. What do you think we should do?" The blonde pierced guy grinned wickedly. "Isn't that just too simple?" Before they could make a move, Chu Hao immediately went to talk to Zhang Hu. "Brother Hu, this restaurant was opened by my classmate's family. I hope you can give me some face." Zhang Hu stood up and patted Chu Hao's face a few times, asking if Chu Hao was the son of the Chu family that owned the pork factory. "Yes, I hope Brother Hu will go easy on us," Chu Hao replied, feeling completely bewildered inside as the script wasn't going as he'd planned. Suddenly, Zhang Hu threw a punch straight at Chu Hao's face, sending him to the ground. "Give you face. Even your old man wouldn't dare tell me to give him face." Jiang Zhao's mom rushed forward, yelling at Zhang Hu that there was nothing impressive about hitting a kid. "If you're so tough, come after me instead!" Chu Hao, who was knocked silly, accidentally blurted out, "What do you mean? Didn't we agree that if I showed up, you'd take your men and leave?" The whole crowd, being held back, started murmuring amongst themselves, after hearing that everyone guessed that Chu Hao and Zhang Hu had colluded from the start. Just a second ago, Zhang Zhao was grateful to Chu Hao, but now all she felt was disgust at how despicable he was. Chu Hao broke out in a sweat, cursing himself for being so stupid and blurting everything out. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu gloated smugly. That's right, I did agree with you, but now I don't feel like leaving anymore. What can you do about it? Chu Hao's face went pale as he admitted his mistake. Then he just tucked his tail and left. As he walked away, Chu Hao looked back bitterly. He messed up this time, but he was determined to see how things ended for them. With nothing holding him back anymore, Zhang Hu ordered his boys to wreck the restaurant. With iron bats wrapped in barbed wire, every swing smashed the wooden tables and chairs to bits. The Jiang couple could only hug each other helplessly, while Jiang Zhao just stood there completely stunned. This restaurant was her dream, the thing that would help Jiang Zhao change so she could stand proudly next to An Keye. I'll take you all on. Pushed to her limit, Jiang Zhao was about to rush in and fight them. Luckily, Chen Mo managed to hold her back in time. Just let them smash it. Whatever they break today, I'll make them pay you back 10 times over. Trust me. For some reason, Jiang Zhao felt completely at ease leaving everything to Chen Mo. Chen Mo patted her head. In his previous life, when he was at his most heartbroken and alone, Jiang Zhao was the only one who didn't abandon him. In this life, Chen Mo would protect her. Are you guys about done? Seeing Chen Mo step forward, Zhang Hu frowned. Who the hell are you? Got a death wish meddling in my business. Who is Chen Mo? Obviously he's your great-granddaddy. Zhang Hu cracked up at Chen Mo's response, and his lackeys laughed along. A high school kid, is he insane trying to play the hero has fried his brain, huh? Chen Mo ignored their taunts and demanded that Zhang Hu's gang compensate for all the damages here 10 times over. And also apologize to the Jiang family in front of everyone, then he would let them go. Zhao Gang whispered for Chen Mo to stop playing the hero and come back to them. But Jiang's mom, seeing Chen Mo dare to stand up for her family, couldn't just stand by and do nothing. So she told Jiang's dad to go get some money. Chu Hao, standing in the crowd despite just getting clocked, looked thrilled to see Chen Mo about to get beaten to a pulp. Zhang Hu asked who Chen Mo's backer was, saying he might spare him if he talked otherwise. There was no way he was walking out of this restaurant today. Chen Mo arrogantly replied, "My only backer is myself." Zhang Hu had never been talked back to like this before. He was determined to chop off at least one of Chen Mo's arms and legs today. Chen Mo just smiled. It had been so long since he'd heard someone threaten to chop off his limbs, right? So nostalgic. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu's crew was fired up so much so that he even refused when Jiang's mom tried to give him money. It's too late for that, just stand there and watch. Chen Mo leaped up, weaving through the air. He got to each guy and delivered a vicious kick to their family jewels, leaving the whole group rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. Everyone present was gaping, unable to believe their eyes. Zhao Gong cheered wildly, never expecting his best friend to be such a good fighter. The whole group was overjoyed, except for Chu Hao, whose face was completely pale. The plan he had so carefully crafted in the bathroom was completely shattered by Chen Mo's insane skills. Zhang Hu dusted off his shirt, still looking totally calm. You're a pretty good fighter, but can you dodge a bullet? His question made Chen Mo pause and think. Even though he had reached the first level of chi condensation, dodging a bullet was still a tough ask. Chen Mo stood still and watched. The moment he saw Zhang Hu about to pull out a gun, he instantly rushed forward and landed a powerful uppercut. Zhang Hu was sent flying to the ground. He scrambled back up. Son of a... You dare hit me! Before he could finish, Chen Mo kicked him into the air. Zhang Hu coughed up blood as Chen Mo pinned him under his foot. You dare pull a gun on me, I'll smash your head in right now! Zhang Hu begged Chen Mo to spare his life, saying he didn't have a gun in his pocket and was just trying to scare him. Chen Mo coldly changed the subject, reminding Zhang Hu to pay 10 times the damages and apologize to the Jiang family. Zhang Hu agreed, so Chen Mo lifted his foot and turned to leave. Now crawl over there and apologize. Zhang Hu was now groveling on the ground, crawling towards Jiang Zhao. Sis, please have mercy and spare me. I'm willing to compensate your family for the damages. Tuang Zhao ordered Truong Ho to apologize to her parents and to never come and harass the Tuang family again. Truong Ho raised both hands and slammed his head on the ground like he was praying to his ancestors. I, Truong Ho, was blind. I apologize to you both and beg for your forgiveness. I guarantee that my men will never come to your restaurant to cause trouble again, and I'll guarantee the restaurant's safety from now on. Tuang Zhao's mom tentatively accepted, but she said she didn't need 10 times the compensation, just the market price for the damages. Truong Ho was ecstatic, but before leaving he still had to look to Tuang Zhao for her approval. Tuang Zhao nodded and Truong Ho scrambled to get his goons and get the heck out of there. Tran Mak also left, telling Tuang Zhao to just give him a call if she ever got into trouble again. Meanwhile, Tran Mak arrived at the Kim family estate, where Kim Boyvan's grandfather came out to greet him personally. The old man, Kim Trung Nguyen, welcomed Grandmaster Tran, acting super polite even though he was the elder. Tran Mak kept his trademark ice-cold expression. Old Master Kim, you don't need to be so formal, just say what's on your mind. Boyvan was visibly annoyed by Tran Mak's attitude. Even though her grandfather had invited him, Tran Mak just brazenly sat down in the main seat of honor. Old Master Kim offered Tran Mak some high-grade Dahong Pao tea. He just ignored it and repeated his question about why he had been called over. Boyvan was fuming Tran Mak had already taken the host's seat. And now he was refusing to even drink the tea, basically showing he was superior to Old Master Kim. Seeing this, old Master Kim dropped the formalities and got straight to the point, wanting to thank Tran Mak for the talismans that had cured his wife's long-standing incurable illness. Tran Mak cut him off, saying it was a fair transaction, and there was nothing to be thankful for, they were even. Seeing Tran Mak say this, old Master Kim then asked if he could cure his illness as well. Tran Mak finally cracked a smirk. So this is the real reason you brought me here, huh? He got right down to business, telling old Master Kim to attack him with a full-powered punch. Old Master Kim looked surprised, but did as he was told. He took a deep breath and launched a palm strike. Tran Mak's brows furrowed, realizing the old man was an internal realm martial artist. With just one look, Tran Mak had already diagnosed old Master Kim's condition, saying that a single essence-replenishing pill could cure him. Old Master Kim was ecstatic. This illness had plagued him for decades, and every flare-up was agonizingly painful, something even renowned doctors couldn't fix. If Tran Mak could cure him, the old man would give him half of the Kim family's fortune. Boyvan rushed to stop her grandfather. Grandpa, don't be so impulsive. Tran Mak hadn't even given him a proper examination. How could he diagnose him with just one look? That was just way too sloppy. This was the perfect opening for Tran Mak, who immediately laid out his detailed diagnosis. Old Master Kim wasn't sick. He had just been practicing an incomplete cultivation method which caused his meridians to become blocked over time. On top of that, an internal injury from his youth had never properly healed, which is why old Master Kim was in so much pain now. Old Master Kim had never mentioned the internal injury, but Tran Mak knew about it, which made the old man trust him completely. Grandmaster Tran was right on the money, not a single detail was wrong. But here's the catch. If old Master Kim wanted a complete cure, he would have to give up his martial arts cultivation, otherwise it would just come back. The real question was whether he was willing to do it. Trung Nuan was shocked to hear this condition from Tran Mak. Give up the martial path. That was practically a death sentence. However, he then lowered his head in sorrow, saying, "But I can't bear the torment of this illness any longer." He could understand Kim Trung Nuan's feelings. Closing his eyes, he thought to himself, once someone has witnessed the wonders of the martial and immortal paths, who would ever be willing to become an ordinary person again? A worried Boyvan went to support him. Grandpa? After thinking for a moment, Trung Nuan let out a sigh and said, I am already 72 years old this year. I don't have many years left to live, and our family has already built a sizable fortune. I only came across that incomplete cultivation method by chance, and yet it's what allowed me to build the great Kim family we have today. Perhaps this old man should learn to be content. And having made up his mind, Trung Nuan cupped his fists and bowed to Tran Mak, saying, Grandmaster Tran, I am willing to give up the martial path. I only ask that you please cure me. Seeing that the old man had made his decision, he agreed. All right, but I don't need your family fortune. I just need 3 billion, consider it the fee for crafting the spirit pill. You can send someone to pick it up in a few days. Boyvan was confused again. Why did they have to wait a few days? Couldn't he just make it now? The old man beside her quickly stopped her. Van, a miraculous pill like this surely requires time for Grandmaster Tran to prepare. Tran Mak quickly cooked up an excuse to explain. The essence replenishing pill isn't that rare. It's just that I need to go and prepare the ingredients. On the other hand, what he was really thinking was, the important thing is that I'm completely broke. Hearing this, Trung Nuan's face lit up, and he eagerly asked, Sir, I wonder what ingredients Grandmaster Tran needs. I will send my men to find them at once. Tran Mak replied enthusiastically, Okay, then let me write a list for you. After writing the list, he handed it to the old man. Here are the items. In his head, he had another plan. I've written down double the required quantity. I have my own use for the leftovers. However, when he looked at the list, the old man seemed a bit puzzled and said, These herbs are valuable, but they aren't impossible to find. Just give me 2 days. Tran Mak didn't push Kim Trung Nuan. Call me after you've gathered everything and I'll immediately refine the essence replenishing pill. Then he asked the old man another question. Mr. Kim, how much do you know about the martial arts world? Hearing this, a surprised look appeared on Trung Nuan's old face as he answered honestly, I don't know all that much. After all, my ability to cultivate martial arts is all thanks to that one manual. So I can't compare to those from the established ancient martial arts sects. Tran Mak looked confused and replied, There are still ancient martial arts sects in the Daili nation today. You're not from a martial sect. So he just told him everything he knew, explaining that although he didn't know the exact location of their sect, it definitely existed and had a long history. The more he listened, the more his curiosity grew. Then tell me about the martial arts world first. Meanwhile, Chen Mo secretly guessed that the Li family might be connected to those ancient martial arts sects. With his decades of knowledge, the old man began to explain everything bit by bit. The martial arts world has 4 major realms known as the 4 martial realms: the external realm, the internal realm, the transformation realm, and the divine realm. Each of the first 3 realms is further divided into 3 minor stages: lesser completion, greater completion, and peak. Once someone reaches the transformation realm, they are respectfully called a martial arts grandmaster. Martial arts grandmasters are incredibly rare. Each one is a powerhouse who dominates a region, establishes powerful families, and stands at the forefront of the modern martial arts world. As for the divine realm, no one has reached it in nearly 100 years. Then Chen Mo grew curious about Zhang Run's own strength, so he asked bluntly, What realm are you in? The old man happily replied, I'm a martial artist at the greater completion of the internal realm. And in all my years of one-on-one fights, I've never met my match. At that moment, Chenmo started thinking to himself, so I'm probably at the peak of the internal realm right now, just a little bit away from the transformation realm. However, these are just power level classifications. They don't represent actual combat strength, so I'm not afraid of a transformation realm grandmaster. But if I run into a legendary divine realm expert, it could get a little dangerous for me. I need to get stronger and fast. The scene shifts, and Chenmo is back at Chaitang First High School. His mind was still preoccupied with his academic performance. Today was the day to receive report cards, and also the day the Yan family was coming to break off the engagement. Yan family, if you dare to treat me today like you did in my past life, I'll make sure you won't even be able to crawl back to where you came from. Currently in Class 6, the air was filled with the laughter and chatter of students discussing their grades. I wonder how I did. Let's hang out during winter break. Okay, Chenmo was also a student in this class. So upon seeing him, Lin Tao, the rich kid Zheng Wenhao's loyal lackey, started mocking him. Chenmo, you didn't even take the exam yet. You have the gall to show up for your report card. Chenmo paid him no mind, just walking to his desk and sitting down in silence. But this quiet attitude of his unintentionally caught the eye of Jiang Zhao. She glanced over at Chenmo and thought to herself, Chenmo suddenly seems so calm and kinda handsome. Kei Yue was also watching him quietly. Seeing her interest in Chenmo Yuanhao's jealousy flared up as he thought, only Kei Yue is worthy of my attention. Chenmo is nothing but a loser. As class began, the homeroom teacher Li Ying walked in and loudly called for order. Okay, settle down everyone. I'm handing out the report cards now. She distributed the grade reports to each student. Yang Song, you did great on the exam. Good improvement. Zhao Gang, you dropped 5 places, you need to try harder. When it was Keiu's turn, Li Ying said with a smile as she handed over the report card. Kei, you're second in our class and 9th in the whole school, 1 rank higher than last year. Great job. Right after her was Wenhao. Yuanhao, you're first in our class and 3rd in the entire school. Hopefully you can clinch 1st place in both before you graduate. Hearing this, the other students were astonished, with some looking on in admiration, whispering about how smart he was. However, when it was Chenmo's turn, her smile completely disappeared, replaced by a furious expression. Chenmo, you're ranked 1st from the bottom. That goes for both the class and the entire school. You're the 1st student to turn in a blank exam since Chaitang High was established. The entire classroom fell silent for a few seconds. That silence was then broken by loud laughter and jeers. He got 2 first-place ranks, both from the bottom. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang felt confused. He turned to ask Yang Song, but what about how Chenmo acted at Zhang Zhao's family restaurant yesterday? And he replied, for someone as powerful as him, do grades even matter? But the one who overreacted the most was probably the class president Xu Li. Completely fed up, she stood up, pointed at Chenmo, and snapped. Chenmo is the disgrace of our class. He's going to drag down our entire class average. Being pointed at like that, Chenmo angrily shot back. You talk too much. Are you going to shut your mouth or not? Not one to back down, Xu Li challenged him. What did you just say? Say it again if you dare. He calmly repeated each word, his eyes filled with rage. You talk too much. She burst into tears and ran to tattle to their teacher Li Ying. Miss Li, Chenmo is bullying me. The teacher sided with Xu Li and yelled at Chenmo. Chenmo, apologize to your class president immediately. But Chenmo didn't just refuse to apologize. He acted as if he was the one in the right. Miss Li, I don't think I did anything wrong. I admit skipping the exam was my mistake, but I had my reasons. If you just give me another chance, I don't believe my score would be any lower than the class president's. Hearing this, Lin Tao burst out laughing and mocked Chenmo. He said he could score better than the class president. Am I hearing things? In addition, the teacher didn't believe in Chenmo's abilities either. Nevertheless, Li Ying made a different proposal. Chenmo, we obviously can't make everyone retake the midterm just for you. However, I currently have a mock exam from Huanggang High School. You and Xu Li will take it right now in front of the entire class. Whoever loses has to apologize to the other person. No more arguing. Understood? Upon hearing this suggestion, the entire class was completely stunned and started whispering non-stop. Huanggang High School. Their mock exams are like 10 times harder than the actual college entrance exam. There's no way Chenmo can do it. Now that she had a chance to show off, Tulei said arrogantly, Chenmo, do you dare to compete? If not, then apologize to me right now and don't be a laughingstock. He replied without a hint of fear. There's nothing in this world that I, Chenmo, don't dare to do. And so Li Ying had the 2 of them sit at the front desk and announce to the class, okay, the rest of you step back and keep order, to get the results quickly. The time limit will be 1 hour, and in the end we'll see who gets the higher score. You may begin. After she spoke, both of them quickly started on their tests. While the 2 were focused, the rest of the class watched their expressions and whispered among themselves. Even Tulei had to bite her pen, and frown. It seemed the test was truly difficult. But looking at Chenmo, why did he seem so relaxed? It was as if the test was super easy, even though his grades were way worse than the class president's. Lin Tao looked visibly annoyed seeing how calm Chenmo was and thought to himself, he's just putting on an act. That loser Chenmo is definitely just guessing. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhao looked worried for him, but she also had some faith in him and told herself, There's no way Chenmo is just guessing he's actually smart. As for Kei, she watched him in silence with a very tense expression. Among those who bet on him to lose was of course Yuan Hao. He casually thought to himself, Chenmo is definitely going to lose this match. Half an hour later, Chenmo put down his pen. He walked up to hand his paper to Li Ying. Miss Wang, how many days is winter break this year? She quickly replied, it starts tomorrow and lasts until the 16th of next month. Hearing that, Chenmo turned to leave and replied, got it! Seeing him leave too late, thought Chenmo was running away because he was scared of losing. So she angrily shouted, stop right there, you just scribbled nonsense and now you're trying to apologize to me now? Chenmo didn't get angry at all. He just calmly said one sentence, I'm already finished, you all can take a look. Li Ying couldn't believe her ears when she heard Chenmo say he was done, and she replied in shock, you're finished already. The next second she quickly checked Chenmo's paper and then Li Ying shouted in astonishment, correct, they're all correct. All 100 questions have been answered, not a single one is wrong. How is this possible? Lin Tao was so horrified his face turned pale. How is that possible? But Zhang Zhao was overjoyed and said, I told you so, Chenmo is the best. Tulei quickly grabbed Chenmo's test from the homeroom teacher's hands, checking it herself while muttering in confusion, no, this is impossible. She widened her eyes and carefully checked it, starting from question 1. After confirming that every single answer was correct, Tulei sank into her chair with a defeated look, lowering her head sadly. If Chenmo is a loser, then I'm even worse than a loser. Hearing this, Chenmo let out a faint smug smile. He said in a mocking tone, my abilities are not something mere mortals like you can comprehend. As Chenmo walked out to the schoolyard, he was startled to hear, Chenmo, we want to call off the engagement. 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 In front of him, a group of girls were dancing and chanting non-stop, leaving Chenmo completely confused. He then muttered to himself in annoyance, if I had a choice, I'd rather face more than 20 grandmasters than deal with this crowd of nosy women. Just then, someone shouted at them, stop! As soon as he saw this person, Chenmo quickly asked, who are you? The newcomer was Yanfei. He arrogantly pointed a finger in Chenmo's face. My father's grandfather is the cousin of the grandson of the grandfather of the father of my cousin Ching Chung. I, on behalf of the Yan family and my cousin Ching Ching, am officially calling off the engagement with you. He never expected things to change this much. With a panicked look, he thought, this didn't happen in my past life. Could it be that because I was reborn, history has been changed? Since he didn't know the guy's name, he asked again, who are you? Are you sure you can represent the Yan family? Yanfei confidently introduced himself. I am Yanfei, you can call me Young Master Fei. Alright, I've delivered the message. And this young master has places to be, so don't even try to hold me back. Farewell. The guy came and went so abruptly that Chenmo couldn't even react in time. On top of that, he threw some money at the girls and ordered them, let's go, let's go. After getting the money, they happily said to the casually departing Yanfei, hey little man, if you have another easy gig like this in the future, be sure to hit us up. At that moment, he let out a sigh and mumbled, so the Yan family actually has a spoiled brat like this. Chenmo suddenly realized something and thought to himself, so this was the Yan family's plan all along. Just as Chenmo was about to leave Kei, Yue came running up breathlessly saying, wait! Hearing her voice, he slowly turned back and replied, classmate Anne, is something wrong? Seeing Chenmo's sudden change in attitude, Kei, Yue sadly thought to herself, Chenmo never treated me like this before. Why is he suddenly so cold? However, she still slowly walked up to him and said in a quiet voice, my mom wanted me to ask where you've been the past few days. Why haven't you come back to our house? She's really worried about you. Chenmo immediately turned away, then glanced back at her and said in a cold tone, I've rented a place so I won't be bothering your family anymore. Bye-bye. After saying that, he left. Seeing him act like this, Kei Yue angrily yelled, what is that supposed to mean? Chenmo paid her no mind, and just left her standing there alone. His actions unintentionally hurt her, and Kei Yue said with disappointment, Chenmo, why have you changed so much? Nearby, Yuan Hao was secretly watching her, and when he realized Kei Yue had feelings for Chenmo, he grew jealous and thought to himself, Chenmo, you've become a threat to me, so don't blame me for what comes next. Yanfei returned home to discuss canceling the engagement with the Yan family. After hearing this, the man asked in confusion, Young Master Fei, I really don't get it, what's the point of all this? However, he didn't seem to think it was a big deal, so he casually sipped his tea and arrogantly replied, I don't know what the Yan family sees in Chenmo, they don't actually want to break off the engagement. This whole messy breakup is just a show for the Li family. Besides, Chenmo will get the Yan family's message. Cut to Chenmo, who understood the Yan family's intentions perfectly. The Yan family is only interested in my status as an inner force martial artist, but they don't want to go against the Li family. The Li family aren't fools, so what will they do now? Elsewhere at the Li family mansion, after finding out what Yanfei did, Li Wen went to find Dong Yang. He frowned and said, Father, that's the Yan family's move. The old man didn't reply, lost in thought. If I had shown a little more family affection back then, our Li family would have had an outstanding talent like Li Zi. The Li family could have become that leader of the 6 great superfamilies. But now it's too late. Chenmo has become a rival with immense potential. The The Yan family's attitude proves this. After thinking everything through, Dongyang turned to his son and said, "Let's put the Yan family's matter aside for now. No matter what, they are still publicly on our side. But we absolutely cannot give Chenmo time to grow. The Li family's prestige cannot be challenged by anyone." Dongyang then gave an order. Go after the Manhwa group and the Chen family of Yuyang first. While the Chen family's allies are still weak, destroy all of his sources of support. Li Wen quickly understood and replied, "Yes, I'll get on it right away." Cutting back to his house, Chen Mo was meditating in his room. Shortly after, Su Fang called him. Seeing it was his mom, Chen Mo quickly answered, "Hello mom, what's up?" The moment she heard her son's voice, she immediately started scolding him for moving out. "You little rascal, Auntie Mai told me you rented a place outside. Since when? Where did you get the money? What are you planning?" Chen Mo explained. "Mom, you know your son, there's nothing for you to worry about." But Su Fang didn't agree and ordered her son, "Move back home immediately. I can't rest easy with you living out there alone." Quickly came up with a reason. Mom, I'm learning kung fu from a mysterious old master, and it's really inconvenient to live at the An family's house." Besides that, Chen Mo was thinking to himself, "Sorry, non-existent mysterious old master." In the end, even though she was worried, she gave in to her son. "All right, fine. But you absolutely must promise to stay safe." He happily told his mom not to worry. "I promise." Su Fang, being a reasonable person, told her son, "Also, you need to go and talk to the An family. Auntie Mai thinks she did something wrong and she's really worried." Hearing this, he grumbled to himself, "Auntie Mai's mouth is really annoying, but Uncle An is always taking great care of me. I need to repay his kindness." On the other hand, to put his mom's mind at ease, Chen Mo promised, "Okay, don't worry, Mom, I know what to do." Meanwhile, in the Yangai Lake Villa district in the western suburbs of Chaisang, following his mother's advice, he went and rang the An family's doorbell. Soon, Kei Yue opened the door. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Kei Yue said in surprise, "You're here?" He replied softly, "Hello, she asked me to come for dinner." Hearing that, she happily invited Chen Mo inside. "Come in." When Auntie Mai heard he had arrived, she greeted him warmly. "Little Mo is here. Wei Yue, go talk to Little Mo for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon." Kei Yue was momentarily flustered, not knowing what to say, so she just looked at Chen Mo in silence. While observing him, she secretly compared him. Even though he seems to have changed a lot, he's still so uncultured. Compared to Yuan Hao, he's so much less classy. A moment later, Uncle An looked excited to see Chen Mo. "Little Mo, you're here." He had a very good impression of the man, so when he saw him, Chen Mo stood up and bowed politely. "Hello, Uncle An." Seeing his attitude towards Auntie Mai was completely different from his attitude towards Uncle An Ke. Yue felt confused, thinking to herself, "Why do I feel like Chen Mo's attitude towards my dad is so different from how he treats me and my mom?" Uncle An asked about Chen Mo's father. "How has your dad been lately?" He replied politely, "Thank you for asking, Uncle An. My dad really wants to come visit and catch up with you, but he's been too busy with work to find the time." Then Uncle An praised Chen Mo's father. "Your dad is such a hard worker. If he had accepted the family's help, he would have become a key figure in the estate long ago." He didn't say anything more, just obediently replied, "Yes, sir." A while later, many delicious dishes were served on the table. At this point, Auntie Mai asked Chen Mo, "Little Mo, why did you rent a place on your own?" Since Uncle An didn't know about this, he asked her in surprise. "Little Mo moved out." Auntie Mai, with an annoyed look, turned to blame her husband. "You're always busy outside from morning till night. You never care about what's happening at home." So he just gave a bitter, awkward laugh, but Chen Mo quickly spoke up for him. "Auntie, I've already made up my mind about this. Let's not talk about it anymore." She was so flustered she couldn't even speak. Seeing this, Kei Yue thought Chen Mo's tone with her mother was out of line. So she spoke up to correct him. "Chen Mo, watch your attitude." Seeing that he and her daughter didn't seem to get along, Auntie Mai looked unhappy and thought to herself, "This can't go on, I have to find a way to smooth things over between Little Mo and Yue. Just then the doorbell rang again. Kei Yue stood up and said happily to her parents, "That must be Yaner here for me. We already planned to go to our classmate's birthday party." After saying that, she hurried to get the door. Ka Duye was visibly overjoyed. "Tian Tian Na Ni." They both greeted her in return. "Hello? Hey." Seeing them both show up at her house, Ka Duye was a little confused and asked them, "Didn't we say we were meeting at the coffee shop? Why'd you guys suddenly come find me here? Does everyone else know?" She quickly explained. "Everyone's waiting in the car. We changed the plan, we're going camping first, and then to karaoke." Ka Duye turned around and replied, "Is that so?" "Okay, wait for me a sec, I'll go get my jacket." Tian Tian urged her on. "All right, hurry up." While putting on her jacket, Ka Duye told Miss Mai, "Mom, I'm going out with my friends. I won't be home for dinner tonight." Her mom quickly stood up and said to her daughter, "Wait, have Tranmak go with you. I'm worried about you going out alone." Uncle An then turned to ask Tranmak, "Tumak, please go with Duyet." Miss Mai chimed in cheerfully. "That's right, Tumak, just consider it helping me out by hanging out with Duyet for a while." Even though he didn't want to, Tranmak had to reluctantly agree. "Yeah, I'll go with her." Hearing this, she rushed him. "Let's go then." And just like that, Tranmak followed Kaduyet outside. However, Tian Tian turned to her annoyed and asked, "Who's that guy?" Kaduyet quickly replied, "He's my dad's friend's son, he's here for school." Meanwhile, even though he said nothing, Tranmak knew exactly who these two were. Tien Thien was a rich kid, who always looked down on people, and was the girlfriend of Truong Hien, the captain of the school's basketball team, who constantly gave me a hard time in my past life. Nan Nai, on the other hand, seemed cold on the surface, but was actually kind-hearted. After graduation, I never heard anything about her again. If Kaduyet is just going to leave me behind, then I'll have more free time anyway. After they met up with the rest of the group, Truong Hien was completely shocked to see Tranmak. And then he mocked him. Well, who's this, isn't it, Tranmak, the infamous loser who skipped his exam? Hearing this, he got annoyed and thought to himself that was something that happened in my class 6. How would their class 2 know about it so fast? Unless someone deliberately spread it to humiliate me. Plus Kaduyet just stood there silently and didn't stick up for him. But it didn't stop there. Truong Hien kept insulting Tranmak. You think you can go after the school beauty? You should take a look in the mirror and see if you're even worthy. Tien Thien quickly walked over, grabbed Kaduyet's arm and backed up her boyfriend. Yeah, that's right. Duyet is meant for Nguyen Hao. He's a young master from the Fo Chi Chao family. And what the hell are you? How dare you cling to Duyet, finally having had enough? Tranmak finally retorted. In my eyes, who the hell do you think you are? You dare talk to me like that? Do you think you're worthy? His eyes were now filled with rage. Tien Thien quickly ran to her boyfriend and played the victim saying, Truong Hien, he's bullying me. He immediately acted like the protective boyfriend and said, You little punk. Apologize to Tien Thien right now and I might consider letting you off the hook. Tranmak shot back without a trace of fear. You little punk, you get on your knees and apologize to me right now, and I'll consider letting you off the hook. At this point, Truong Hien got so mad he started cursing. You son of a gun, pretty arrogant, aren't you? Well, today I'm gonna teach you some manners. Kaduyet finally stepped in to stop them. Okay, that's enough. Stop fighting. It's Tien Thien's birthday today. She then walked over to him and advised, Can you just back down a little for Truong Hien? With your small frame, he could knock you out with just one punch. Nearby, Nan Nai remained completely silent. Her quietness was what caught Tranmak's attention. At that exact moment, Nan Ni happened to catch him looking at her, and Nan Nai felt a bit awkward, and thought to herself, the way he's looking at me is so strange. It's like he's known me for years. A moment later, Truong Hien, pretending to be the bigger person, said, Fine, whatever, I'll let it slide for the school beauty's sake. I'll let you off the hook this one time. He turned away and said in an annoyed voice, Only problem is my car's a little small, not enough room for a big shot like you. So you'll have to ride in another car. Everyone immediately backed up Truong Hien. Yeah, this car's full, my car is packed too. Oh no, don't tell us you're gonna have to walk. However, Nan Ni suddenly offered, Tranmak, we can squeeze 3 people in the back, it'll just be a little tight. But Kaduyet immediately protested, Nan Ni, why would you let him cram in with us? Tien Thien also disagreed. Little Nana, you've got a crush on him or something. She snapped back angrily. What are you talking about? We're all classmates, I just don't want him to lose face completely. To keep Nan Nai from getting upset, Kaduyet had to suggest something else. Okay, forget it. We know you're just being nice. I'll go talk to Thach Duong in the car behind us and have him ride with them. And with that, the group started their trip. Thach Duong was a speed demon, so he drove extremely fast. Instead of stopping him, Kaduyet's friend just cheered him on. Thach Duong, you're the best, this is so thrilling. Just then, a car appeared up ahead, blocking their way. Thach Duong got pissed off and gritted his teeth. This piece of junk is totally in the way, did they run out of gas or something? You damn slowpoke, if you can't drive, then get off the road. She chimed in, backing up Thach Duong. It's just a crappy old Passat, how dare it get in our Duong's way? Immediately after that, unable to control his speed, Thach Duong's car started getting dangerously close to the car ahead. He started screaming in a panic. In the blink of an eye, Thach Duong's car slammed into the one in front of it. The very next second, he got out of the car crying and shouting, My baby, my car! The driver in front also got out angrily and yelled, Do you even know how to drive? That's called an illegal stop, you get it? Shi Yang was being totally unreasonable, so he blamed him instead. Look, you crashed into this young master's car. Having no other choice, Daozi went to ask Van Hung what to do. Master, so some kid just rear-ended me and is now blaming me for an illegal stop. Before he could answer, Shi Yang walked over and yelled, Who are you talking to? However, since they were in a hurry, they didn't want to get held up. So Van Hung ordered, Daozi, drop it forth. Master Kim needs me for something urgent. Let's not waste any more time. He quickly replied, Yes, Master So. Before he left, Daozi made sure to give him a contemptuous look. Being treated like that, Shi Yang yelled, Stop. You think you can just run off without paying for my car? Dream on? Seeing the car in front stop. Truong Hien and the others got out of the car and asked, Shi Yang, what's wrong? He quickly blamed Daozi. This dude slammed on his brakes and made me rear-end him and now he's trying to bail. Truong Hien, defending his friend, said sternly, Then we can't let him get away. Let's go block them off. Hearing this, everyone shouted, Okay. As soon as they said it, the group of friends spread out to surround them, which took Daozi by surprise. On top of that, they blocked the way around Shi Yang's car. Meanwhile, Van Hung was still sitting calmly inside his car, smoking a cigarette. A second later, he muttered to himself with a self-mocking tone. I never thought I, Van Hung, would see the day I get pushed around by a bunch of brats. So Van Hung ordered Daozi get out. He immediately ran to open the door for him. Chuang Hian hesitated. You're... Suddenly he exclaimed, Mad dog, so Van Hung. Van Hung asked arrogantly. A little punk like you has heard of my nickname, whose kid are you? Chuang Hian bowed and replied, My father is Chuang Kui. Hearing that, Van Hung said, Oh, so you're Chuang Kui's son. Out of respect for your old man, you can get lost. Chuang Hian immediately bowed and thanked him profusely. Thank you for your immense kindness, Boss Hung. Chuang Hian then looked at Shi Yang and said, Hurry up and thank Boss Hung for letting us juniors off the hook. He immediately growled. I said you could leave. I never said he could. Chuang Hian and Shi Yang were terrified. Chuang Hian quickly pleaded, Boss Hung, you're a legendary figure in Saitang. Please don't bother with kids like us. But he didn't care and replied, Too late. Daozi, call for backup. Chuang Hian clasped his hands, begging, Boss Hung, please, on my father's account, let him go. Van Hung shot back. You little punk, go ask your dad if he even dares to ask me to give him face. Chuang Hian was sweating profusely. He thought to himself, so Van Hung is basically the king of Saitang. They say that behind him is an even greater power backing him up. Compared to him, my family is nothing. What should I do? The man suddenly flashed a sly grin and said, Fine, he can go. Just tell those two girls over there to come have a drink with me. Hearing this, Ka Duyet and Nan Ni fearfully grabbed each other's hands. Master So's men all got out of their cars. They said, Master So. Shi Yang dropped to his knees and wailed, Boss Hung, I was wrong. I'll pay for all the damages, I beg you, please let me go. Van Hung didn't yield, instead becoming even more arrogant. Pay up fine, 1 minute of my time costs 3 billion. You can calculate how much you need to compensate me. Hearing that, he panicked and grabbed Chuang Hian's arm for help. Hian, you gotta save me. The boss ordered his men. Grab this brat and those two girls, get them in the car. As for the rest, give them a good beating so they remember this. Seeing the goons rush forward, Chuang Hian and his crew panicked and yelled, Stay away from us. Suddenly something zipped past, blocking the thugs. Tranmak said coldly, These two are under my protection. Van Hung immediately asked, And who the hell are you? Tranmak smirked and said, I'm someone you can't afford to touch. The boss raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Ka Duye was doubtful. Why does this guy always have to show off like this? It's not like him stepping in will do any good. Nanni also wondered, how is he going to resolve this? Van Hung pointed a finger at him and asked again, I can tell you're not bluffing, so who are you really? He calmly replied, Didn't I already tell you I'm someone you can't afford to mess with? Are you deaf or something? The moment he said that, Chuang Hian and Shi Yang's faces turned pale as they thought, Does this guy have a death wish? How dare he talk to so Van Hung like that? He's going to get himself killed. Van Hung's face contorted with rage as he ordered sternly, Take care of him. His men charged forward all at once, but Tranmak just swung his hand, slapping them across the face. So Van Hung was stunned. How can he be this ridiculously strong? All of you get on him! The men rushed forward again, screaming, Go to hell! Tranmak instantly moved like a blur, unleashing a rapid succession of attacks. The thugs went down scattered all over the ground. Ow, my sternum, my arm, oh the misery! The boss was stunned. His men were no slouches. Yet they were all defeated in less than a minute. He stared at Tranmak, who didn't even break a sweat. He wasn't even breathing heavily. It was as if he hadn't lifted a finger. The group of friends was also completely shocked. Tranmak is that strong, he just took on over 10 guys by himself. Daozi stepped forward aggressively and announced, Master, so let me handle him. Van Hung replied, Just don't kill him. He stepped forward, threatening, You little brat, I'm going to make you regret crossing me. Tranmak asked coldly, Are you finished with your last words? Daozi's eyes went wide with fury. You're looking for death. Instantly, his aura flared intensely. From behind, the boss smirked to himself. Daozi's power has grown quite a bit. He threw a fist. He threw a punch, but it was blocked. Chen Mo was unfazed while Daozi spat out blood. He fell backward. Wen Xiong exclaimed in shock, Daozi is a special forces soldier I spent a fortune to recruit, and now he just got sent flying. What is going on? The crowd around them started cheering. How is he so awesome? He's such a good fighter. Zhang Xian, on the other hand, was sweating bullets, thinking, I was just about to teach Chen Mo a lesson. I must have a death wish. Kei Yue thought to herself, So this is your real trump card. That kind of martial strength is certainly something to be proud of. But in this day and age, money and resources are what truly matter, and compared to Cheng Yuanhao, you're still far behind. Meanwhile, Yan Nui thought, a man like this is the kind of person I want to marry. Wen Xiong asked Daozi, how are you? He clutched his arm and replied, Boss, my arm is broken. He might be one of those legendary martial arts cultivators. Hearing this, the man was stunned once again. The martial artist Wen Xiong suddenly made an offer. Kid, you're pretty good. How about you come work as my bodyguard? The salary is 350 million a month, and we'll forget about what happened today. What do you say? Everyone around thought that a salary of 350 million was secondary. The prestige of being one of Wen Xiong's men was the real prize. But Chen Mo casually replied, You want me to be your bodyguard? Are you trying to insult me? The man pulled out a gun to threaten him. You little punk, I'm giving you an out, so don't push it. You think you can fight a gun? The crowd immediately panicked. He's got a gun. Oh crap, this is bad. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained silent, showing no reaction. He suddenly frowned, his eyes flaring with killing intent as he said, I'll give you one chance. Put the gun down, then get on your knees and beg for your life, and I'll consider sparing you. Wen Xiang aimed the weapon at him and sneered, You little brat, I'm really curious, where do you get all this confidence? Yan Ni whispered worriedly, Chen Mo, can't you just back down a little? Saving your life is what's important, Chen Mo thought to himself. Although I can't block bullets yet, I have plenty of ways to kill him before he can pull the trigger. Suddenly a phone started ringing. The 18th of January is a lucky day. The 18th of January is a lucky day. He pulled out his phone and said, Hold on, I gotta take this call. Hearing that, Wen Xiang taunted him, Sure, go ahead and say your last words. On the other end of the line, a voice said, Master Chen, the herbs you needed last time are all prepared. It was Pei Yun. She asked him, When can you come and treat my grandfather? He answered casually, I'm free right now, but I won't be able to leave for another hour and a half. Pei Yun quickly replied, Master Chen, are you in some kind of trouble? Maybe I can help you resolve it? Chen Mo then said, Well, there's this guy named Wen Xiang pointing a weapon at me. I have to deal with him before I can come over. Suddenly, Pei Yun said something and Chen Mo went, Huh. He handed the phone to the man and said, Here. Wen Xiang was confused, saying, Let's see who you managed to call for help. From the phone, Pei Yun shouted, Wen Xiang, are you trying to cause a scene? How dare you offend my grandfather's esteemed guest? Hearing this, the man's face turned pale as he hurriedly explained, Second miss, what are you talking about, second miss? I would never dare to offend the old master's esteemed guest. Pei Yun said angrily, The high school student standing in front of you is my grandfather's esteemed guest, Master Chen. Even I wouldn't dare to speak loudly in front of him, the man asked, trembling. What old Master Jin's esteemed guest, Master Chen? Chen Mo gave a slight smile and asked, Can I have my phone back now? Wen Xiang replied fearfully, Yes. He respectfully handed it back with both hands, saying, So it was Master Chen all along. I truly had eyes, but failed to see Mount Tai. Please find it in your heart to forgive me. On the phone, Pei Yun said, Master Chen, I've already given Wen Xiang a piece of my mind. Please spare his life. Send me your location and I'll have someone pick you up immediately. He replied, All right. Chen Mo looked at Wen Xiang's smug face and said coldly, Okay, we'll stop here, and wipe that look off your face. It's making me sick. The man laughed and replied, Yes, of course, thank you, Master Chen. His henchmen were immediately bewildered, wondering how just one phone call could make Wen Xiang admit he was wrong and apologize to a high school kid. Is this really Wen Xiang? Zhang Xian and Shi Yang were just as shocked, thinking, What in the world just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Why can't my brain process this? Chen Mo said to Yan Nai and Kei Yue, I have something to do, you guys go on ahead. Yan Ni hesitated, but Kei Yue urged her. Let's go! The group quickly ran towards the car. Hurry up! The scene changes to Jin Zhongren's house, where the old man clasped his hands. Master Chen. Pei Yun bowed. Hello, Master Chen. As he walked in, he noticed something on the table. He looked at it and said, The quality of these herbs is pretty decent. Pei Yun asked him, Master Chen, do you need any other equipment like a pill furnace? Who told you that you need a pill furnace for alchemy? Pei Yun answered innocently. Isn't that how it's written in novels? The better the furnace, the more effective the refined pill, right? He smiled and said, When I refine pills... Then he picked up the plate of herbs and continued, I only need these 2 hands. Chen Mo said to himself, A true immortal cultivator doesn't need a furnace to refine pills. He formed a seal for a spirit-gathering formation, then pointed 2 fingers to control the herbs, commanding go. The herbs swirled together and formed into pills. He then manifested a talisman, and shouted, Pei Yuan Dan! As he spoke the words, the talisman transformed into a pill. Chen Mo let out a breath, thinking to himself, If it weren't for my vast experience in pill refining this foundation, even though this was the most basic elixir with his first level of qi condensation, it was unlikely he could have succeeded. Zhang Ruan immediately asked, Master Chen, how did it go? He held out the pill and said, Take it, just swallow it whole. The old man took it with trembling hands, his eyes welling up with tears. Bei Yun watched her grandfather swallow the pill and asked, Grandpa, how do you feel? Old man Kim sat in a meditative posture. His body seemed to be enveloped by a surge of life force. Bei Yun worriedly asked Chen Mo, Is this pill actually going to work? He replied, Don't disturb him, just wait. Suddenly, Zhang Ruan's eyes shot open. He looked at his body joyfully and thought, Not only has the terrible illness inside me been cured, but my martial arts cultivation has also advanced a level reaching the peak of the inner realm. Old man Kim clasped his hands and bowed his head. Master Chen, you have given me a new life. Please accept this bow from me. Chen Mo replied, I gave you the pill, you pay me for it? This is a transaction, no thanks are necessary. He handed Zhang Ruan a piece of paper and said, Since Kim Bei Yun trusted my talisman in the beginning, I will help you complete your missing cultivation technique, so you can continue your martial arts cultivation in the future. With teary eyes, the old man opened the paper and read, muttering, This is it, oh my god, this is really it, this is freaking amazing. Old man Kim knelt and kowtowed hastily, thanking Chen Mo. Master Chen's kindness? This old man doesn't know how I can ever repay it. Please accept this bow from me. Bei Yun was completely shocked to see this. Grandpa. Zheng Ruan looked at Bei Yun and said, Bei Yun, hurry and kneel to thank Master Chen. Following his words, Bei Yun knelt down as well and thanked Chen Mo. Kim Bei Yun of the Kim family kneels to thank Master Chen. Tears fell from old man Kim's eyes as he thought to himself, this complete cultivation manual can be passed down to the descendants of the Kim family, becoming the Kim family's legacy. Chen Mo thought to himself, with the technique in this manual, in less than 3 years, Kim Jong-ruan can definitely become a grandmaster of the transformation realm. Forget kneeling, even if the Kim family built a shrine to worship me, it wouldn't be too much. He started to walk away and said, all right, just transfer the money to my account. I have other things to do. I'll be leaving now. Jong-ruan bowed respectfully to see Master Chen off. Watching Chen Mo walk away into the distance, Bei Yun asked her grandfather doubtfully, Grandpa, he just took one look at you and was able to complete your missing cultivation technique. Isn't that a bit too unbelievable? Old man Kim replied, Bei Yun, you're not a martial artist, so you don't know how terrifying that Master Chen is, he continued. Bei Yun, warn everyone in our Kim family to never offend Mr. Chen. If anyone intentionally goes against this, kick them out of the Kim family immediately. Zheng Ruan emphasized especially tell that troublemaking father of yours to manage his subordinates properly. If something like today happens one more time, don't blame me for not saving his face. Old man Kim added another instruction for Bei Yun also. Transfer the money to Mr. Chen. Remember to add an extra 0, she replied respectfully. Yes, Grandpa, I'll go do it right now. Night had fallen and Chen Mo was walking down the street talking on the phone. He said, yeah, don't worry, I'm fine. As soon as he hung up, he thought, I can't believe Murong Yanran actually called to check up on me. He opened the door to his house, thinking to himself that he still needed to make the most of his time to cultivate. Outside, the scene was quiet. Chen Mo sighed and thought, in 5 days at most, I'll be able to enter the 2nd level of qi condensation. Suddenly, his phone rang. Who's calling at this hour? Chen Mo asked. Who is this? The other side replied, Yan Qingcheng. Chen Mo was stunned. Yan Qingcheng. She continued, I've arrived in Chaisang, come pick me up. He was completely confused, a series of questions running through his mind. How did Yan Qingcheng get my number? She's already in Chaisang and she's telling me to pick her up. What on earth is the Yan family planning? At the airport, Qingcheng walked by, dressed gorgeously. Following behind her was Tang Tang. Tang Tang thought cautiously back at the Yan family home. We had inner realm martial artists for protection, but now that we've left, it won't be as safe anymore. She sighed gloomily. I'm starting to regret doing this crazy thing with the young miss. Chen Mo waved and greeted Miss Yan. Qingcheng looked at Chen Mo and thought to herself, although I, Yan Qingcheng, am not someone who only cares about looks, this fiancé of mine looks so incredibly ordinary. She continued to think, but he has the air of someone who has been through a lot. Is he really just an ignorant and incompetent rich kid? She ordered, take me to your place. Chen Mo immediately replied, okay. Scene changed to Chen Mo's house. He was pulling Qingcheng's suitcase and asked her, are you planning to stay here, not getting a hotel? Tang Tang scowled and said the young miss has to stay with you. Qingcheng's face turned red, and Tang Tang also suddenly got embarrassed and quickly corrected herself. I mean, it's not safe at a hotel. She pointed at Chen Mo and continued, since the young miss has come to Chaisang, you must bear the great responsibility of protecting her safety. Chen Mo averted his gaze and replied, fine, you two can sleep in here, I'll sleep outside. Tang Tang scowled and thought to herself, how dare he just send us into the room? This guy is so ungrateful. Meanwhile, Qingcheng gently said, sorry to trouble you, Chen Mo said to himself as he tidied up. Good thing I chose a 1-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment back then, otherwise I'd have to be sleeping in the yard right now. Tang Tang suddenly said, I'm going out to buy a few things. I'm warning you, keep your paws to yourself. If I find out you've been messing with the young miss, I'll deal with you. He quickly replied, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. She added another warning. Also, before I get back, you are absolutely not to leave the young miss's side. There are a lot of people who want something bad to happen to her. Qingcheng then told Tang Tang, you can go. I trust his character. Tranmak's face darkened. It seemed his peaceful life was over now. In the living room, Tranmak asked Queen Than if she wanted something to drink. She replied, I already had something on the high-speed train. Oh. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and they both fell silent. Queen Than secretly glanced at Tranmak, thinking he was an arrogant, spoiled rich kid, who ditched his exams completely different from the Tranmak in front of her now. Tranmak crossed his arms, thinking to himself that the spiritual energy in the jade stones of his spirit-gathering formation was almost used up. I need to find new jade stones soon. He thought of Trantung too, and figured, but finding suitable jade stones is difficult. It seems I'll have to go ask that nominal disciple of mine. While I'm at it, I'll teach him a few Taoist techniques since his cultivation is so weak. Tranmak glanced at Queen Than and continued his thoughts. And then there's this young miss from the Yen family. He mused, it seems that because I was reborn, fate has undergone some small changes, and not being able to predict the future feels a little dangerous. Suddenly, Queen Than spoke up. Aren't you curious why I suddenly came to find you? Tranmak replied, why? She hesitated. To be honest, I don't really know, I just don't want my fate controlled by someone else, he calmly said. I see. Quinthan's face flushed, and the two were once again plunged into an awkward atmosphere. She turned and stomped off, thinking he really doesn't know how to hold a conversation. The scene shifts to late at night. Tang Tang was sneaking around looking into the room. She saw Tranmac meditating, huffed, and then slammed the door. Tranmac's brow furrowed slightly as the wind howled outside. Tranmac stepped outside and said calmly, "Since you're here, show yourselves." Suddenly, a group of about 5 ninjas landed out of nowhere. They said, "You're a pretty sharp kid." Tang Tang rushed out and said, "Protect the young miss, I'll handle them." She angrily asked them, "Who sent you here?" They sneered. "Let's make this quick, take out this girl first, and then the guy after that will get to have some fun with the #1 beauty of the Xia capital." Tang Tang swung her arm and shouted, "In your dreams." The ninja looked at Tang Tang and remarked, "Not bad, your cultivation is quite impressive for your age, you'll be even stronger in the future." They suddenly leapt high into the air and continued, "But unfortunately for you, you don't have a future." They attacked simultaneously, forcing her on the defensive, and Tang Tang was pushed back. She broke out in a sweat and asked, "5 peak external realm martial artists who could possibly have this much power, who sent you?" The ninja raised his hand. "You can ask the king of hell when you get to the underworld." Tang Tang yelled, "Tranmac, take the young miss and run get her back to the Yen family while I hold them off." But suddenly Tranmac used a flash step, leaving Tang Tang stunned. He appeared in front of Tang Tang, instantly blocking the ninja's punch to her complete amazement. Tranmac and the ninja clashed, creating a massive shockwave. The bones in the ninja's hand shattered, and Tranmac's punch sent him flying backward. He said in fear, "He's at the great completion of the internal realm, this is bad, let's get out of here." They asked each other in panic, "But he's just a teenager, how can he be a great completion internal realm expert?" They went to help up their fallen comrade, who ordered a retreat. Tranmac suddenly used his flash step again, saying coldly, "Since you've come, don't even think about leaving." He launched a kick at them, hitting 2 of the ninjas, who were knocked unconscious, immediately leaving the other 2 terrified. Tranmac appeared behind those 2, sending them flying with a single blow. The leader trembled as he pushed himself up, struggling to ask, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in the Yen family's business?" Tranmac replied coldly, "What I do, why would I have to explain anything to you?" He asked him, "Who sent you?" The man collapsed without saying a word. Tranmac frowned slightly. "So he took poison to commit suicide." He turned to Tang Tang and asked, "Who on earth would want to kill you 2? They even spent a fortune to hire these suicide assassins." She answered, "I don't know either, there are too many people who want to harm the young miss." She then asked him, "What should we do with these bodies?" He started walking away and replied, "Don't worry, someone will come and clean this up." He explained, "The mastermind behind this won't let their identities be revealed." The scene changes to the early morning. The sun was already high in the sky, shining its bright rays into Tranmac's courtyard. Tang Tang quietly walked into the room. Queen Than rubbed her eyes. "Tang Tang, why do you look so pale? Did you not sleep well?" She quickly replied, "It's nothing. I think I just caught a cold. I'll be fine in a couple of days." Out in the living room, Tranmac was already waiting. He said, "I brought breakfast, come and eat." He handed Tang Tang a pill and told her to take this essence replenishing pill, saying it would be good for her. She replied softly, "Thank you." Putting the food on the table, Tranmac said, "I have to go out for something. You 2 make yourselves at home." Tang Tang called out worriedly, "Wait, please let the young miss go with you." Queen Than was confused. "Why do I have to go with him?" Tang Tang quickly replied, "Because I'm feeling a little unwell. I'm afraid I won't be strong enough to protect you. Just let Tranmac keep you safe." Queen Than was skeptical. "Huh, are you really saying that?" Tang Tang forced a smile and said, "Yes, young miss, please listen to me." Queen Than reluctantly gave in. "All right, fine, I'll go with him." Meanwhile, Tranmac's face fell. He thought to himself that he had errands to run. If she tagged along, she'll definitely be a huge pain. The scene changes to a living room with 2 steaming cups of tea on the table. Tung Tu asked Tranmac, "Master, forgive my boldness, but is this your wife?" Hearing that, Chen Mo couldn't help but do a spit take. He blushed a little and said, "Don't say weird stuff, she's a friend of mine." Ching Cheng frowned, thinking, "Just friends." The old man asked again, "I was wondering why you were looking for me, master." He said bluntly, "I left in such a hurry last time that I forgot to go over a few things, like, for instance, I forgot to ask your name." The old man cupped his hands respectfully. "I am ready to receive my master's teachings." Ching Cheng saw this and was shocked, thinking to herself, an old man bowing to a young man that looks so awkward. She said to Chen Mo, "You 2 go ahead and talk. I'm going to walk around for a bit." Chen Mo asked the old man, "What's your name?" Songzi replied, "Master, I joined the Taoist temple when I was 11 years old. My Taoist name is Chen Songzi." Chen Mo said, "Chen Songzi, all right, I'll call you that from now on." He handed over a technique manual and said, "This is a basic cultivation technique that I specially prepared for you. If you can reach the first level of Qi induction within 3 days, I might consider officially taking you as my disciple." The old man immediately knelt down and replied, "Understood." Chen Songzi, "Thank you, master." Chen Mo released his aura and ordered, "My technique must not be revealed. Otherwise, I will make sure your soul is obliterated." Songzi's face turned pale. Yes, from this day forward, my life belongs to you, Master. If there is anything you need, this disciple will absolutely obey. He said, get up. He asked, I've already used up the jade stone from last time. Do you have any more? Songzi quickly replied, if Master needs more, you'll have to find it at the Black Water Swamp on Spirit Marshal Mountain. But there's a vicious monster there, making it extremely dangerous. The old man continued, I think Master could try searching the stone quarry first. You might find what you're looking for. Chenmo thought to himself, the monster at the Black Water Swamp is just a wild beast that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and gained sentience. But with my current power, it'd be tough to kill it. I can only wait until I reach the second level of chi condensation to deal with it, he said in a low voice. All right, then arrange the time and route to the stone quarry, the sooner the better. Songzi cupped his hand. As you command. Chenmo continued, all right, I'm leaving now. You just focus on your cultivation. On Saturday, I'll come check on your progress. The old man suddenly asked him, Master, this disciple has a request. Speak, Songzi said. From this day on, I wish to follow by your side, Master, to serve as your attendant and devote myself to you. I hope you will grant my wish. Hearing this, he thought, it's fine if you want to get closer to me, but my one-bedroom apartment already has 2 troublesome vixens living in it. He started walking away and said, we'll talk after we go to the stone quarry. Songzi cupped his hands and bowed again. Thank you for agreeing, Master. Night fell and a thunderstorm raged outside. Rain poured down in Chenmo's yard. An old man with white hair opened the gate and walked in, his eyes bloodshot and a wicked smile on his face. The man standing in the rain was Peng Shiyuan. His internal energy formed a barrier that kept the rain from touching him. Inside the room, Chenmo was lying down with his eyes closed. He sensed a relentless presence. He opened the door and stepped outside, and Tang Tang quickly followed. She said, let me go first. If I can't handle him, then you can step in. The two of them went out and were stunned. Tang Tang thought to herself, the rain isn't touching him. He's at the peak of the internal realm. She cupped her hands in greeting. Senior, with your cultivation level, you could break into the transformation realm at any moment. Why have you come here? He replied. I could break through at any moment, and yet I can't. In the end, it all just turns to dust. This old man doesn't have many years left. Only by reaching the transformation realm can I extend my life. He continued. This old man must borrow something from the young lady of the Yan family to make a deal. Tang Tang asked worriedly. I wonder what Senior wishes to borrow if my young miss has it. She would certainly offer it with both hands. Shiyuan said coldly. Oh, she definitely has it because the thing I want to borrow is her life. Tang Tang frowned and asked, who sent you here? He answered. The terms they offered were too tempting, so I can only swallow my pride and come here to deal with a mere little girl. Tang Tang said worriedly to Chenmo. We're no match for him. You need to get the young miss and run. Chenmo finally spoke up. I'm a little curious. I wonder what kind of offer could get you so excited. Shiyuan said with a laugh. A chance to enter Void Mountain. As long as I can make it out alive, I'm guaranteed to become a Grandmaster. Tang Tang exclaimed in shock. Void Mountain guaranteed to become a Grandmaster. Chenmo asked again. So where is this Void Mountain? Shiyuan replied. I don't know. They'll tell me after I complete the mission. His face grew serious. They, who are they? He suddenly flashed forward and said, why should I tell you? All right, time to go to hell. A brilliant blue flame erupted from his body. Shiyuan lunged forward and grabbed Tang Tang by the throat. She trembled, thinking to herself. Until just a moment ago, I always thought that even though there's a huge gap between me and the peak of the internal realm, I could still put up a fight if I went all out. He raised his hand about to strike her directly in the face. Tang Tang could only give up thinking, but in reality, I don't even have the strength to fight back. She squeezed her eyes shut. Young miss, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Shiyuan vanished, and Tang Tang opened her eyes. He had been sent flying. He said, I can't believe you were able to stop me. You're really good at hiding your strength. Chenmo released an aura that also kept the rain from touching him. He replied calmly, tell me who they are and I'll let you live. Shiyuan burst out laughing. He said, Kid, since the day I began my journey, no one has ever dared to talk to me like that. You're the first. But then he unleashed his power and growled, and you'll be the last. The fierce officer lunged right at him. Chenmo calmly lowered his stance, swinging his hand back into a fist. The moment their fists collided, a loud explosion erupted, and the surrounding space shook with a brilliant flash of light. Chenmo steadily pulled his hand back, but the officer was not okay at all. He stumbled back several steps in shock, completely off balance. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, Peak of the inner realm impossible, not even if you started cultivating in your mother's womb. Then he suddenly let out a sinister laugh. However, if I defeat you and uncover your secret, then I too can become a Grandmaster. Facing him, Chenmo replied coolly, I'm afraid you don't have what it takes, you old trash. The officer's hands moved with incredible skill as a powerful, colorful energy radiated all around. Cloud Push, countless hands appeared around him as he growled and raised his palms. Seeing this technique, Tang Tang screamed in terror, The Cloud Pushing Hand! He's Peng Shiyuan, the famous master of the Cloud Pushing Hand from the Northwest 10 years ago. Chenmo remained perfectly calm, watching the countless hands rushing toward him. For every palm that came, he threw a punch countering all of them just like that. The renowned ultimate cloud-pushing hand was easily neutralized by him. The officer cried out in shock. "You actually managed to block my cloud-pushing hand, just how did you do it?" Chenmo smirked, thinking to himself, test complete. He looked at the officer, assessing, based on the amount of spiritual energy alone, my first level of chi condensation cultivation is at most equivalent to a lesser inner realm, martial artist. But in terms of quality, my spiritual power is on par with a martial artist at the peak of the inner realm. He scoffed, and softly uttered 2 words, "It's over." Chenmo brought his hands together in front of his chest, and amidst the swirling energy, he could still be heard shouting clearly, "Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist, first form." His eyes narrowed as he growled, "Mountain Sundering Axe," and a massive axe appeared in Chenmo's hands. He launched himself high into the air. The officer was clearly scared stiff. "What kind of power is this? What martial art is this? I've never seen it before." Even so, he braced himself and yelled, "I'll risk it all against you." With that, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. The world suddenly went dead silent. The officer's cry was cut short. His face had been split in 2. His eyes rolled back as he died without a chance to say a final word. Chenmo hadn't held back, slashing straight down as blood splattered all over him. Tang Tang's face went pale with fear as she covered her mouth. Whoops, it seems our man Chenmo had a bit of an accident. He thought to himself, it's still a bit difficult to use the Heavenly Mystic Divine Fist with only the first level of chi condensation. I can't control the power well, and I didn't actually mean to kill him. I still had things to ask him. Scene change to the Liu family's estate, one of the 6 great superfamilies. Meng Zhao frowned in annoyance and asked, "Uncle Wu, are you saying that witch from the Yan family has a transformation realm grandmaster by her side?" Liu Mengzhao, granddaughter of the current head of the Liu family. Uncle Wu's face was full of worry. He slowly explained, 10 years ago, Pang Shiyuan was already at the peak of the inner realm, so to be able to kill him in a single move, it could only be a grandmaster. Meng Zhao gritted her teeth in anger and said, "I originally thought that witch was digging her own grave by sneaking away from the Yan family. I never expected she'd have a grandmaster protecting her. Does that mean it's almost impossible to kill her now?" Uncle Wu replied awkwardly, "Yes, because we simply can't hire a grandmaster." He clasped his hands, calculating, to kill Yan Qingcheng, we could either bribe the mysterious grandmaster by her side, or arrange an assassination for when he's not with her. Meng Zhao slammed her hand on the table and said decisively, "Uncle Wu, you have to help me. I can't let Yan Qingcheng return to Xiadu alive." Scene changed to Xiadu, the Nangong family grandson of the family head, Nangong Yunlu. Yunlu rushed in anxiously and announced, "Grandpa, the men you sent all failed. They were too weak." The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Wang. Hearing this, Nangong Wang frowned. Yan Qingcheng must have a powerful expert protecting her, otherwise, why would the Yan family let her run around outside on her own? Yunlu was still unwilling to give up, his face darkening as he said, "If an outer realm expert doesn't work, we'll find an inner realm expert. If an inner realm expert doesn't work, we'll find a grandmaster." Nangong Wang scolded him with a stern face. "Nonsense, do you think they're so easy to hire? Martial artists have their own pride." Having been scolded, Yunlu started acting spoiled. He threw himself at his grandfather, crying and begging, "Grandpa, I don't care, I have to have Yan Qingcheng or I'll run away from home." Nangong Wang could only pat his head to comfort him, saying nothing out loud, but his mind was clearly still scheming. "I hope so too if you can get Yan Qingcheng. The position of our Nangong family will be secured." Scene changed to the Yan family. Manchuan entered the living room and said seriously, "Father, people in Xiadu have already started making moves against Qingcheng. We should bring her back." Yan Qingcheng's grandfather, Yan Ansong, replied. Ansong smiled gently. "It's all right, all of them were killed by a mysterious grandmaster. Qingcheng is perfectly safe." Only then did Manchuan begin to understand. "Are you saying Chen Mo has a martial arts grandmaster with him?" Yan Qingcheng's father, Yan Manchuan. Ansong stroked his beard and said calmly, "Who else could it be but a martial arts grandmaster? It seems Chen Mo's potential is far greater than I anticipated. Let Qingcheng continue to build her relationship with him." Scene changed to the largest stone gambling den in Chaisang. At the True Treasure Hall, Chen Mo led the way inside. Qingcheng asked confusedly, "Why do we have to follow Chen Mo? Can't we just browse on our own?" Tang Tang replied softly, "Miss, just trust me on this." Songzi followed behind, sucking up, "Master, I've sold my house and all my belongings. From now on, I'll stay by your side and dedicate myself to serving you," Chen Mo said casually. "All right, you're certainly determined." He looked at the old man with praise. "Not bad, you managed to achieve chi induction in just 3 days." Songzi pointed to himself and replied respectfully, "Yes, I succeeded on the evening of the 2nd day. I didn't let down your teachings, master." The title made Chen Mo a bit uncomfortable, so he instructed, "Oh right, from now on, just call me young master in public." Songzi obediently replied, "Yes, young master." As they walked, he explained, "Young master, this True Treasure Hall is the biggest stone gambling house in the district, and all the participants are big shots." Chen Mo glanced around, thinking to himself that the items on display were actually quite impressive. Jiang Qian ran into the hall excitedly. "The stone gambling event is about to start," while Keiyu, in contrast, seemed a little hesitant. "This is a rich person's game, we can't afford it." Lin Tao put on a gentlemanly smile and said, It's okay, looking is free. Let's just browse. Maybe you girls will get to meet someone from my Lin family today. Sure enough, upon hearing this, her eyes lit up. You mean the Lin family? The #1 family in the world? Lin Tao, basking in the glory, replied proudly. Of course. But suddenly someone pointed to a corner and said, Hey, look, isn't that Chen Mo? What's he doing here? Lin Tao shot a disdainful glance. This punk must be here to try his luck at stone gambling. But this isn't a game a country bumpkin like him can afford. Keiyu frowned to herself. What's Chen Mo doing at a stone gambling house? Yanni had spotted him too. She quickly ran over and called out loudly, Chen Mo! Hearing the familiar voice, he looked over. Yanni. She blushed and explained. Keiyu and I were bored, so Chen Qian dragged us here to see what's going on. Are you just here to watch too? Chen Mo smiled and replied. Not really, I'm thinking of buying a couple of stones to give my dad for the new year. From a distance, Lin Tao shouted over, It's you. He sneered, You want to buy stones? You even have the money for that. Yanni frowned unhappily and told him off. Lin Tao, have some manners. But he just brushed it off, retorting, I'm just speaking the truth. Ching Cheng, who had been listening from the side this whole time, elegantly lifted a hand to take off her sunglasses and said, Chen Mo, are these your classmates? They seem a bit overly enthusiastic. The men in the hall only noticed her when she spoke. All of them blushed in unison, thinking, What a beauty, a total goddess. Chen Qian's group couldn't help but be amazed when they saw her. She's so beautiful, Yanni was stunned. But she secretly wondered, how does Chen Mo know such a beautiful girl? Chen Mo was speechless. This Yan Qingcheng, her whole personality was the type that just loved to stir up chaos. Yanni was the first to break the silence. Who are you? Qingcheng smirked. He. She bounced over, linked her arm with Chen Mo's, and replied with a radiant smile, I'm his future fiancé. Hasn't he mentioned me to you guys? The guys in the hall were bug-eyed. What future fiancé? This time Yanni and Keiyu's group were also completely dumbfounded. Huh, what? Yanai tremblingly pointed at the culprit and asked, Chen Mo, is she really your future fiancé? Chen Mo deadpanned. The engagement was called off. Hearing that, the color returned to Yanni's face. Oh, it was called off. But then Ching Ching's smile grew even more captivating. Who says it was called off? Nobody makes decisions about my Yan Ching Cheng's engagement except for me. Just that one sentence was enough to make the entire hall explode. Lin Tao couldn't help but shout, Yan Ching Cheng, you're the #1 beauty of Hadu Yan Ching Cheng. He scowled and pointed at Chen Mo. A country bumpkin, actually, dares to mess with Hadu's #1 beauty. Chen Mo, I'm gonna enjoy watching you die. Ching Cheng's eyes narrowed as she casually dropped another bombshell. And why wouldn't he dare? Chen Mo and I are already living together. The entire hall fell dead silent. Everyone's jaws dropped, but no one could say a word. Even Tang Tang was shocked, covering her mouth and thinking, how could the miss say something so bold? Chen Mo, on the other hand, was suffering beyond words, gritting his teeth in frustration. Yan Qingcheng definitely isn't saying this because she likes me. This time Yanni still didn't forget to confirm with him, Chen Mo. Is what she's saying true? Qingcheng, still clinging to Chen Mo's arm, beat him to the punch. Why would I need to lie to you? Chen Mo finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just temporarily renting a room from me. He turned to Qingcheng, his expression hardening as he warned, If you keep causing trouble, don't blame me for sending you back to Hadu. She immediately retorted in a loud voice. You dare! Annoyed, Chen Mo turned to leave. Well, you guys carry on, I'm out of here. Songzi hurried after him and asked worriedly, Young master, those 3 kids were just insulting you. Should I teach them a lesson? Without looking back, Chen Mo replied, No need. Songzi immediately praised him. You are so magnanimous, young master. As the two were walking, they suddenly heard someone call out, Mr. Chen. Wen Xiong smiled and clasped his hands. I never expected to run into you here, Mr. Chen. What an honor. Chen Mo replied politely. What a coincidence. The man was all smiles on the outside, but his mind was secretly scheming. This Chen Mo actually cured old Master Jin's illness. He's definitely not someone to be trifled with. I've gotten on his bad side before, so I have to use this opportunity to fix things. Wen Xiong rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile, as he tried to start a conversation. Could it be that Mr. Tran also studies stone gambling? How about I help you pick one? I'll be sure to reward you handsomely. Tran Mak finally looked pleased. He replied, Then it would be rude of me to refuse. He thought to himself, who would turn down free money? Welcome everyone to the Zhen Bao Hall's Stone Gambling Convention. The convention will begin now. Van Hung gestured for him to proceed. Mr. Tran, the Stone Gambling Convention is starting. Let's head over. From a corner, Ka Duyet saw him and was puzzled. Isn't that Chu Van Hung? She looked a little wary. Is he here for the Stone Gambling Convention too? NHA Nai gently reassured her. Don't be scared with Tran Mak here. He wouldn't dare do anything. The scene shifts inside the hall where the guests have filled all the seats. The owner of Zhen Bao Hall, Ko Tin An, was smiling with his eyes narrowed. And he began to explain the auction rules. The stone gambling auction begins now. Each bid must increase by at least 10,000. Tran Mak was led by Van Hung to the VIP seating area, where he could easily observe the entire auction. The group of gorgeous girls stood below watching. Van Hung started a conversation. The owner of this Gen Bao Hall is a bit more powerful than me. He's probably ranked in the top 10 in all of Kin Yip. On the auction floor, two burly men carried out a large stone, a raw stone, with a starting price of 500,000. Phuong Bat Dong, the richest man in Kan Duong, bid 550,000 without even a close look. Lam Thien Nai from the top family in Lam Chao scoffed and called out 600,000. Tran Mak, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Is this Lam family very rich? Van Hung was a bit surprised, but quickly replied. In terms of financial assets, everyone is actually pretty close, but the Lam family has a mysterious background that makes everyone wary of them. Next to Tien Hein Go Back was sitting with his eyes closed, meditating. Tran Mak's eyes scanned the scene as he thought to himself, minor mastery of inner energy? This terrifying figure must be the Lam family's secret weapon. The auction continued heatedly when suddenly Dong Han crossed his arms and said loudly, That stone is all for show, there's nothing inside. Lao Nu Havan Pu's Tu Dong Han. Even Van Hung frowned upon seeing him, saying, This Tu Dong Han is a local powerhouse, very strong, and a rival to both Zhen Baojai and me. Tran Mak remained silent. He looked at Vin Sun sitting next to Dong Han, and guessed he's probably a cultivator from the Yin Corp's sect. On stage, Tinian angrily shouted, Boss 2, it's as if you've grown a pair of see-through eyes or something. If you're here to sabotage this stone gambling convention, my Zhen Bao Hall does not welcome you. In response, Dong Han just smirked. If you don't believe me, that's fine, just wait until the stone is cut open and you'll see. Tian Nai crossed his arms and said provocatively, Is Boss 2 saying that my Lam family has no judgment? It's only 600,000. I can just buy it for fun. Lam Dao, standing with Tian Tian's group, grinned widely upon hearing that See My Lam family is so baller. His voice was apparently very loud. Tian Nai and Go Back heard him and glanced over at Lam Dao, who considered himself part of the Lam family. But the Lam family basically didn't acknowledge him at all. The fact that the real Lam family members were sitting inside while he was standing outside was the clearest proof. Van Hung turned to ask, Mr. Tran, what do you think of this raw stone? Tran Mak replied without hesitation. It's nothing special. Hearing this, he decided, then let's leave it for the Lam family. Tian Nai crossed his legs and raised his hand to signal Boss Ko if no one else is bidding, then cut it open. Tian Nan swallowed his anger. If it weren't for Tu Dong Han's meddling, how could this raw stone have sold for only 600,000? Damn it! The raw stone was cut open, shattering into pieces, and everyone started to gossip. Just as expected, not a speck of green. What's green? It means a gemstone. Tian Nai's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. There's really nothing inside. Dong Han raised an eyebrow cheerfully. You'll suffer if you don't listen to your elders. Tin Tan brought out the second auction item. The starting price for the second raw stone is 1 million. Dong Han maintained his arrogant demeanor. He held up 2 fingers and declared, Inside this raw stone is a turquoise gemstone of decent purity, but its highest value is only 2 million, so I'll bid 2 million! The guests heard this and whispered to each other, should we bid? He's so confident, let's not compete. Let's just watch for now. Tian Nai was clearly provoked. He growled, I don't believe. In this nonsense, I bid 2,010,000. Dong Han didn't argue and happily replied, Okay, it's yours. Tin An stood on stage and ordered it to be cut open. The raw stone was split, revealing the gemstone inside, and sure enough, there was one. And its market price was indeed around 2 million. Tian Nai finally dropped his arrogant act and began to look over warily Boss 2. It seems you've brought an expert with you this time. Dong Han remained calm with his arms crossed, replying politely. Not at all, I'm just lucky. Van Hung said cautiously. Tu Dong Han came prepared. Tin An, trembling with suppressed anger, introduced the 5th raw stone. Starting price. Before he could finish, Dong Han interrupted. Inside is a piece of jade. 800,000 is the highest it's worth, so I'll bid 800,000. Tin An rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth and cursing internally. Damn it, if murder wasn't illegal, I'd definitely shoot him dead for 3 days and 3 nights. Just then, Tran Mak suddenly shouted 1 million. Everyone in the hall was stunned, their jaws dropping. Lam Dao couldn't believe it either. Am I hearing things? That loser Tran Mak actually bid 1 million. Where did he get that much money? Nan He frowned unhappily and reminded him Tran Mak already said that if he wanted to buy 2 stones, he would definitely have the money for them. But Lam Dao was still resentful and pushed his way to the front. He's definitely a scammer, I have to expose him. Meanwhile, Van Hung curiously looked at Tran Mak and asked, Mr. Tran, are you interested in this raw stone? He answered decisively, I have to have it. Dong Han, sitting nearby, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Then he cheerfully extended his hand and said with a smile, Kid, inside this raw stone is just ordinary jade. It's not worth 1 million. You shouldn't waste your money like that. Why don't you do me a favor and let me have it? Tran Mak closed his eyes and didn't answer, causing everyone around to start whispering. Who is this teenager anyway to show such blatant disrespect to Zedong Han? Relying on Tran Mak's backing, Van Hung shouted, You scumbag Z, if you want to buy it, raise the price. If not, then get lost. Stop wasting our time. Dong Han's face darkened, but he couldn't vent his anger, so he could only grit his teeth and say, Out of respect for you, Chu Van Hung, I'll let him have it. Vin Sun whispered something in his ear, and only then did his expression soften. Tin Tan on the auction stage smiled happily, starting the final count. Going once for 1 million. Going twice for 1 million, going 3 times for 1 million. Just then Dong Han frantically shouted, Wait, I can't let this raw stone go. I'll bid 1.5 million. Without even looking, Tranmac said, 2 million. Donghan angrily shot up from his seat and yelled, Kid, do you really want to go against me? Van Hung also stood up and retorted, You scumbag Z, who are you trying to threaten? I'm the one who wants to go against you. I bid 3 million. Driven mad by the taunt, Donghan shot back, You old mutt chew, you think I'm afraid of you. 4 million? Everyone watching was dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Is a piece of jade really worth 4 million? Someone boldly guessed that maybe it wasn't jade at all, but a high-grade gemstone. Tranmac calmly raised his hand to signal. 5 million. Tinhan's face flushed with excitement, his mustache bristling. He rubbed his hands together, muttering 5 million. Donghan gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. This little brother is truly loaded. 5 million, are there any other bids? Tinhan excitedly spread his arms and asked. 5 million, anyone else? Just then, Tian Nai suddenly shouted, Wait! Tian Nai spoke with contempt. He just looks like a dirt-poor student. How could he have that much money? Hearing this, Tinan looked a bit hesitant and scratched his face. Little brother, they suspect you don't have the funds. Before Tranmac could even respond, Van Hung stepped forward. Old Co, he's a guest of mine, Chu Van Hung, would I ever shortchange you? He pulled out a sleek card and handed it to a nearby staff member. There's 10 million in this card, the pin is 6 zeros. The guests in the hall were all shocked. 10 million? And he even announced the pin code that's incredibly bold. Although Tung Tu was a bit surprised, he rationalized it to himself perhaps in the young master's eyes. Worldly wealth is something he doesn't even bother with, Tinan said cheerfully. All right, I'll just do a quick check to prove our little brother's financial standing. Lam Nai frowned. Are you sure he doesn't have the money? Lam Dao was still confidently assuring him. Young master, don't worry. I was his classmate for 3 years, don't you think I know what he's worth? Tinan returned with a wide grin and announced, I've checked, and there is indeed 10 million in the card. Tian Nai angrily stood up and shoved Lam Dao to the ground. This bastard dared to mess with me. He couldn't believe it either. How was that possible? The group of girls was just as surprised, and Tian asked curiously, Tranmac, how did you suddenly get so much money? NHA Nai, on the other hand, was happy to see someone else's misfortune, thinking Lam Dao, who always hated seeing others do better than him, got what he deserved. Ka Duyet, however, seemed thoughtful. Why do I feel like Tranmac is hiding a lot of secrets? Queen Than raised an eyebrow and started calculating. I can't believe this kid Tranmac is so loaded. I'll definitely have to make him get a bigger room when we get back. Tinchin smiled and asked, Little brother, should we cut this raw stone open right here on the spot? Tranmac nodded, telling him to cut it. The loud sound of the stone cracking echoed as everyone waited in buzzing anticipation. Green rind, it's a green rind. The moment the crystal was revealed, someone with a sharp eye recognized it and shouted, That's a ruby crystal, and inside there's a cat's eye red diamond. Congratulations, little brother! The hall practically exploded. What, a red diamond that big has to be worth over 200 million, right? This kid is way too lucky. Van Hung sidled up with a flattering smile. Congratulations, Mr. Tran. Next, please help me pick one out. Tranmac rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. It's just a gemstone containing some fire attribute origin energy, that's all, Tin An said sharply. Everyone, I'm afraid someone intentionally claimed these raw stones were worthless to gain your trust, then schemed to buy a valuable stone at a low price. People started gathering and pointing fingers at Dong Han. Boss Z, you're so devious, we were all tricked by that Z guy. Boss Z, what you did was completely unethical. Tian Nai also gritted his teeth in hatred and warned, Boss Z, my lamb family will remember this debt. Tin Yan respectfully brought the item over himself. Mr. Tran, thank you for exposing Z Donghan's true colors. After the stone gambling convention is over, I have a gift to thank you. He replied politely. Then thank you, boss company. Van Hung teased from the side. Old Co, don't be stingy with your thank you gift now. Tin Han replied unhappily. Don't worry, I am not that kind of cheapskate. Tranmac casually tossed the crystal to Tung Tu, who was standing behind him. Hold this for me. The old man fumbled to catch it and said, As you command. The onlookers were endlessly shocked that was a priceless blood-red diamond, and he just casually let someone else hold it for him. NHA Nai thought to herself, now Tranmac is a real man. Queen Than rubbed her chin, calculating, if we made that diamond into a ring, wouldn't it be gorgeous? Tin An returned to the auction stage and announced loudly, All right, next, let's bring out the 6th raw stone. After that, nobody believed a word Yu Donghan said. Chu Wenhong consulted Chen Mo multiple times, spending a ton of money. Jing An, all smiles, announced, Next up is the 17th raw stone. Without even looking, Chen Mo raised his hand and bid 500,000. Someone in the crowd gasped, That kid is just shouting out prices. But another person, still a believer, said, Let's bid 2, it might be a top-tier jade. It had been a long time since Jing An had smiled this much. He couldn't even hide his grin with both hands. The price of the raw stone just kept climbing higher. 6 million, 7 million, 10 million. 11 million! Donghan shot up to his feet and screamed 30 million. When the stone was cut open, the crowd started murmuring again. Sure enough, it showed green, but its value was absolutely no more than 10 million. Yu Donghan looked like he was about to cry from the huge loss. Donghan was shaking with rage, completely speechless. Chenmo rested his chin on his hand and let out a breath, thinking to himself, "That's a wood spirit jade, it's not even about the money." After all the raw stones had been auctioned, Jing'an happily announced, "The stone gambling convention has concluded successfully. Thank you all for attending." Just as Chenmo was about to leave, the man rushed over with an inviting gesture. "Master Chen, please come backstage with me." Hearing that, Wenhong guessed, "Old Gu, are you taking Master Chen to the Zhenbao Hall warehouse?" Jing'an raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course. Like I said, I have to properly thank Master Chen." Inside the Zhenbao Hall warehouse, countless valuable raw stones were displayed on shelves. Wenhong couldn't help but gasp. "Holy cow, look at all this." Jing'an looked at Chenmo happily. "Master Chen, to show my gratitude, please pick any 3 stones you like from here. They're my gift to you." Chenmo said politely, "Boss Gu, this gift is a little too generous." Wenhong was also in disbelief. "Old Gu, are you really going to let Master Chen pick whatever he wants? He could easily pick the 3 most expensive ones." Jing'an truly didn't seem to care, waving his hand dismissively. "Haha, Master Chen can pick freely. I won't go back on my word." Chenmo lowered his gaze slightly. "Boss Gu, just tell me, what do you need my help with?" Jing'an chuckled awkwardly. "So Master Chen has already figured it out? Well, I won't beat around the bush then." He clasped his hands and explained, "In a few days I have a transaction with some friends, and I was hoping to bring Master Chen along for your expertise." Surprisingly, Chenmo was very easygoing this time. "Since Boss Gu is being so generous, I suppose I'll have to agree." Jing'an nodded eagerly. "Thank you so much, Master Chen." Chenmo took a lap around the warehouse to make his choices. Ching Cheng wondered curiously, "With so many raw stones, can this guy really pick out the most valuable items in here?" Jing'an also watched intently, thinking to himself, "I'm getting more and more curious, which stones will he actually pick?" After sizing everything up, Chenmo made his decision. "I'll take these 3. Please cut them open, Boss Gu." Jing'an opened the 3 stones and placed them on the table, secretly celebrating. Even though all 3 stones had gems, their value isn't very high. Looks like Chenmo misjudged this time. But even though he thought that, on the surface he kept a smiling face and praised him. "Haha, Master Chen certainly has a keen eye. None of these 3 stones were empty. All of them revealed green." Wenhong also chimed in to flatter him. "Master Chen is so kind, you really went easy on old Gu." Chenmo said with satisfaction, "Pack them up, let's go." Song Zi immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Once everything was gathered, the group headed out, only to be blocked the moment they stepped outside. Donghan stood there with his hands in his pockets, saying arrogantly, "You can leave, but the blood diamond stays." Wenhong's expression soured as he shouted, You mad dog! Do you dare rob someone in broad daylight? Let me tell you, this is Chai Sang, not Ruhe." Jing'an's smile vanished and he frowned. "Boss Yu, what you're doing is against the rules." Donghan's face darkened as he retorted, "It's not that I want to break the rules. It's just that this brat doesn't know his place and has offended Master Wang." Wenhong looked confused. "Master Wang, who's that?" A figure slowly stepped out from the crowd. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yongshan spoke coldly. "In Jianye district, who else besides me would dare to be called Master Wang?" Seeing his face clearly, Wenhong cried out in terror, "The devil ghosts fear Wang Yongshan." Yongshan said pompously, "Boy, hand over the blood diamond. It's not something a mere mortal like you can possess." Seeing this, Wenhong hesitated while Jing'an broke out in a cold sweat. He stepped closer to reason with him. "Master Chen, you should just hand over that blood diamond. Master Wang's power is something we can't even imagine." Chenmo lowered his gaze, asking with feigned surprise, "Oh, is this Master Wang really that impressive?" Seeing his reaction, Jing'an had no choice but to explain. "Master Wang runs a spiritual practice. He can capture ghosts, exorcise demons, bridge the worlds of yin and yang, and even control spirits. He's terrifyingly good at reaping souls, which is why people call him the devil ghost's fear." Chenmo gave a non-committal, "Is that so?" Then he said coldly, "How about this, you want the blood diamond, trade your life for it." Yongshan was clearly enraged by him. His eyes flashed, and a strange light began to glow around him. "Brat, if you're seeking death, then I shall grant you your wish." With that said, he pulled a jar covered in talismans from his sleeve. A ghost he had summoned emerged from within it. Chenmo remained perfectly still. Yongshan's face twisted into a vicious snarl as he commanded the ghost, "Go devour his soul!" The ghost obeyed and shot straight towards Chenmo. When Hong Jing'an and the others scattered in a panic, "A ghost, it's a real ghost!" Ching Cheng also covered her mouth in terror, saying, "A ghost in broad daylight!" Tang Tang quickly moved to shield her, warning, "Miss, be careful." At the same time, Song Zi lunged in front of Chenmo. "You'll have to go through me." But he must have forgotten that the thing rushing forward was a ghost. It passed right through his body effortlessly. By the time he realized what had happened, it was too late. He spun around and screamed, "Young master, watch out!" The spirit tore through the air toward him, but Chenmo didn't even flinch. In an instant, it was just a few feet away. He raised his hand to summon lightning, saying, "How dare a lowly soul act so insolent?" Chenmo pointed and commanded, "Thunder, come!" The spirit was instantly obliterated. A terrified Vin Sun dropped to his knees, begging, "I didn't realize a celestial master was present. I have offended you. Please spare me." Chenmo's voice was firm. raised a ghost to wreak havoc, harming countless innocent lives. How could I possibly spare you? The moment he finished speaking, another bolt of lightning descended, striking the man directly. Vinsun's eyes rolled back into his head. His body went limp as he fell backwards. Donghan was absolutely horrified. He couldn't believe his eyes, saying this kid can actually summon lightning to obliterate spirits and kill Master Wang so easily. He fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. Master, I was forced into this by Wang Vinsun, please spare me. Tin An, who had run away earlier, had returned at some point and couldn't stop marveling. Master Chen, you are the real master here. Van Hung's eyes sparkled as he grinned widely and said, Master Chen, you're like a celestial master who has descended to the mortal world. Chen Mo replied honestly, I'm not a celestial master. I am just a cultivator who knows a few techniques. Despite what he said, Van Hung and the others kept praising him. Van Hung clasped his hands respectfully and said, in our eyes, Master Chen is a true immortal. Tin Yan also clasped his hands and bowed. We hope for Master Chen's guidance in the future. Ching Cheng was also stunned, wondering, how is he so powerful? Is he even human? Tang Tang, standing next to her, speculated, could Chen Mo's cultivation method be related to lightning? Chen Mo looked down at the kneeling Dong Han and said coldly, seeing as this is your first offense, I will spare your life. Before sunrise tomorrow, transfer 50 million to my account and never set foot in Chaisang again. He warned menacingly, if you don't, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth and take your life. Dong Han replied with a trembling voice, I will do everything you say. Suddenly the sound of crisp applause echoed. Excellent, truly excellent. Tian Yai approached with a smile, saying, I never expected to witness Taoist lightning magic today. It was quite an eye-opener. He tilted his chin disdainfully. I told you that useless trash Dong Han couldn't stop them. Right, Wubo nodded in agreement. Young master is brilliant. Noticing their strange attitude, Van Hung asked, what do you want? Tian Yai simply raised an eyebrow. Relax, I have no intention of offending a master. He then looked toward Ching Cheng and proposed, I merely wish to invite this stunning beauty for a drink. Would you do me the honor? Ching Cheng frowned and Tang Tang moved to block her, shouting angrily, Get lost! Not taking the hint, Tian Yai rubbed his chin. Hey, it would be even better with both you little beauties. Chen Mo looked at Tang Tang and instructed, Let's see how much your skills have improved. She immediately replied, All right. She clenched her fists and warned sharply, If you want to lay a hand on my lady, you'll have to get past me first. Tian Yai scoffed and ordered, Wubo, don't hurt her. I have a soft spot for pretty things. Wubo's face grew grim. Don't worry, young master. This old man knows his limits. Tang Tang lunged, throwing a flurry of punches, but he effortlessly blocked them without moving his feet. Not bad. The power of a lesser inner realm warrior. Suddenly, his eyes glinted as he thrust his palm straight into Tang Tang's chest. The blow landed, and she clutched her chest with a pained groan. Wubo pulled back his hand, saying, If not for the young master's soft spot for beauties, that blow would have ended you. Chen Mo's entire demeanor turned dark. Without looking at Tang Tang, he reminded her, It seems you are still too weak. She frowned, accepting the criticism. My skills are insufficient. I'm counting on you now. Overhearing them, Tian Yai became guarded. If you dare interfere, you'll become an enemy of my Lin family. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. In my eyes, your Lin family is nothing but an ant. As expected, his words infuriated Tian Yai, who pointed enraged. You dare insult my Lin family. Wubo, cripple him. Wubo charged madly, his hands morphing into razor-sharp claws. Die, you brat. Chen Mo casually raised his hand as a torrent of energy gathered around him. His voice echoed coldly, I will kill you! He clenched his fist and punched toward Wubo with ease. The old man screamed horribly, his eyes bulging as he collapsed backward. Tian Yai watched in horror and blurted out, Wubo is a greater inner realm warrior. How could he go down in just one hit? We're not finished, Chen Mo said, lowering his hand and turning to face him. Now it's your turn. Tian Yai was scared out of his mind, but still tried to talk tough. What do you think you're doing? If you dare touch me, the Lin family will absolutely not spare you. Chen Mo looked at him unhappily and declared, As punishment, I will break both of your legs today. Tian Yai's eyes went wide, and he quickly fell to his knees to beg, Brother, I was blind to your greatness. Please spare me. My Lin family will be sure to reward you generously. Chen Mo looked at him with disgust and said, Too late. Without a shred of mercy, Chen Mo stomped down hard on Tian Yai's knees. A sickening crack of breaking bones sent a chill down everyone's spine. He opened his mouth to scream in agony. He collapsed onto the ground, his body shaking violently, yet he couldn't drop his arrogant act. Humiliated, he gritted his teeth and warned through the pain, The Lin family will not let you get away with this. Tin An's brows furrowed deeply as he thought to himself, This man is someone you must never offend. Van Hung was also scared stiff. His lips trembled as he made a silent resolution. We absolutely have to get on his good side. Get on his good side! The scene shifts to night with the moon hanging in the sky. A hand reaches out to turn a doorknob. Rooms had been arranged for Master Chen Yan, Ching Cheng, and Tang Tang. Chen Mo entered the room and let out a sigh of relief, finally getting some time to himself. He laid out all the stones he won at the auction today on the table. He eyed them and calculated. With these gems, I can break through to the second layer of the chi condensation stage. Too bad Ching Cheng had no idea what he was planning. She was still lying in bed, scheming about what excuse she could use to trick him out of that red diamond. She thought excitedly to herself, it would look so beautiful if I made it into a ring. Scene changed to late at night with a sky full of stars. Chenmo's eyes suddenly shot open. He sat cross-legged, formed a hand seal, and turned around. A brilliant golden aura enveloped him. He had successfully reached the second layer of chi condensation. He frowned and thought, the current cultivation resources are too scarce. I'll have to give up on the 9 revolutions golden body from my past life. I'll cultivate the soul origin sex undying soul origin art, first using it as my primary body tempering technique for now. Scene changed to a table laden with delicious food. Here, eat this. With a hidden agenda, Ching Cheng took great care of Chenmo during the meal. Try this, don't be shy, Tang Tang made it all. It's hot, be careful not to burn yourself. Tang Tang squinted in confusion, while Song Zi, who was past the age for puppy love, tried to ignore them and focus on his food. Ching Cheng smiled brightly and asked Chenmo, "Can I borrow that red diamond of yours to take a look?" Chenmo replied very calmly, "Eat your food." Scene changed to the #1 family in Linzhou. Lin Tianya sat in a wheelchair screaming non-stop. "Father Wubo is dead, my legs are broken, I'll make that bastard wish he was never born." The head of the Lin family, Lin Kun, sat with his eyes closed, composing himself. His expression was so calm that no one knew what he was thinking. His subordinates anxiously said, "Family head, if we don't get revenge for this, the Lin family will lose all its prestige." "That's right, family head, we must annihilate his entire family." Lin Kun suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Lin Rufeng, you take some men and deal with Chu Wenxiang. From now on, Saigon's underworld will bear the Lin family name." Rufeng took a step forward, bowed respectfully, and replied, "Understood." Scene change. 3 days later, everyone was gathered in the meeting room. Wenxiang's face was gaunt, as if he hadn't slept in days. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, "For the past few days, the Lin family has been relentlessly attacking my territory tonight. They're sending an inner circle master to kill me." The head martial arts instructor of the non-Hong sect, Zhong Chenghua, glanced over and spoke with a scornful tone. "Boss Chu, you shouldn't have invited some kid who isn't even grown up to be your backup, right?" Wenxiang forced a smile and replied, "Master Zhong, don't be fooled by Master Chen's youth, he commands lightning arts. His strength is profound, you know." Wei Hua didn't even bother to look, he just sneered. "What stupid lightning arts, it's all just cheap parlor tricks." Chenmo remained silent. Song Zi was fuming with anger. Ching Cheng saw right through it, thinking with boredom, Zhong Chenghua just wants to use Chenmo's humiliation to make himself look extraordinary. Tang Tang's face darkened, waiting for Chenmo to show his true strength, just to see the look on Zhong Chenghua's face. The clock struck 9 on the dot. Rufeng suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. "Chu Wenxiang, you've found yourself some backup. Does this mean you're rejecting my conditions?" "Lin Rufeng of the Lin family." Wenxiang frowned, clearly displeased. "Lin Rufeng, don't push it. I've already given up 1/3 of my territory." Rufeng shot back without missing a beat. "Chu Wenxiang, the one who broke young Master Lin's legs was your guest. Who else would we come looking for?" He glanced at Chenmo and couldn't help but feel annoyed. This guy is nothing but trouble for me. Right after that, Wei Hua stepped up to back him up, making him visibly delighted. "Let me see what you're made of." Rufeng calmly asked, "An inner circle master, are you sure you want to make an enemy of the Lin family?" Wei Hua replied without a moment's hesitation. "Is the Lin family even worthy of being my enemy?" The moment the words left his mouth, Rufeng charged at him. "Fine, then I'll deal with you first. Then I'll take Chu Wenxiang's pathetic life." Rufeng threw a kick at him, but he managed to block it with his hand and kicked back at him. Old man Song Zi, watching their fight, couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master. These two are evenly matched, who's going to win?" Chenmo replied nonchalantly, "What do you think?" The old man hesitantly named Zhang Weihua. Chenmo spoke up. Zhang Weihua has only just entered the inner circle and his foundation is unstable. Plus, he's way too arrogant, he'll definitely lose in less than 10 moves. Back in the fight, Rufeng threw a powerful punch and Wei Hua used all his strength to block it. Immediately after the shock of the blow made him spit up blood. Rufeng looked down at him and said disdainfully, "I was going easy on you." Wei Hua suppressed his pain and turned to Wenxiang. "Boss Chu, my skills were inferior." He looked astonished, even Zhang Wei Hua had been defeated. Chenmo slowly stepped forward and said, "Actually, I'm the one who broke Lin Tianao's legs." When Rufeng heard this, he couldn't help but wonder, "How is that possible? You're not an inner circle martial artist at all." He replied with an indifferent tone, "Are inner circle martial artists really that rare?" Rufeng's face darkened as he retorted, "What do you mean you think inner circle martial artists are like carrots in a warehouse, you can find them everywhere?" Wei Hua, who was in less pain, now chimed in, "I only became an inner circle martial artist at the age of 40. So don't be so arrogant, you brat." Chenmo took out a small bottle, poured out a pill, and then turned to Song Zi and said, "Swallow it." Tang Tang and Ching Cheng, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but be surprised. "A foundation establishment pill, could it be?" Song Zi's eyes widened as he looked at him. He obeyed, "Yes." Then he took the pill and swallowed it. Instantly, a massive surge of power enveloped him. Seeing this, Wenxiang was completely stunned. "What's going on? Is he taking medicine before he's even injured?" Meanwhile, Wei Hua thought contemptuously, just putting on a mysterious act. Rufeng fell into a contemplative silence. Could it be? No way, that's just too much. A moment later, Songzi's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he knelt before Chen Mo. This disciple can never repay the master's great kindness. Chen Mo coldly said, "Go, don't embarrass me." Songzi erupted with an overwhelming power that completely baffled Rufeng. Insulting my master is a death sentence. His eyes widened in shock. Mastery of the inner realm. How is that possible? Meanwhile, Wei Hua cried out in alarm. Fake, it must be fake. This is just some secret art to simulate a higher realm. Seizing the opportunity, Songzi charged at Rufeng. He roared, "Die." Rufeng instinctively raised his hand to block Songzi's punch, but the blow was so powerful it shattered his bones. He was immediately sent flying 26 feet away. Wei Hua's jaw dropped as he thought to himself, so it's real. He's truly at the mastery of the inner realm. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Seeing things were bad, one thought flashed through Rufeng's mind escape. Songzi closed in on him. You want to run, not a chance. Right after the old man threw another punch. It landed squarely on his back without missing a beat. He coughed up blood, his eyes wide with shock. Lin Rufeng dead, Songzi warned again. I told you insulting my master is a death sentence. After witnessing that absolute power, Wei Hua bowed his head and knelt. Chen Mo Grandmaster, I was blind not to recognize your greatness. Please spare me. He couldn't help but think in terror he can create an inner energy expert in a single moment. That method is terrifying, so just how strong is he? Chen Mo turned to Wen Xiong to give some instructions. If the Lin family comes looking for trouble in the future, tell them to come find me directly. Wen Xiong replied, Yes, sir. He turned to Songzi, who had returned to his normal state, and said, Let's go. Wen Xiong spoke up timidly. Grandmaster Chen, I'll have the driver take you home. Elsewhere, Tang Tang called to Ching Cheng, Miss, we should head back too. As Chen Mo and Songzi walked out the gate, he said, I will teach you a fist technique. Master it as soon as possible. He replied, As you command. 2 days later, in the reception room of the Chen Bao Jing and family headquarters, Chen Mo's group was welcomed. Please come in, Grandmaster Chen. Then Chen Mo's group walked confidently into the headquarters. A while later, Jing An began to introduce the guests present. Allow me to introduce, this is Xue Yan and the old master from Nanling Prefecture. In Nanling Prefecture, when old master Xue speaks, no one dares to disagree. Chen Mo gave a slight smile and a nod. Jing An whispered to the old master, Old master Xue Grandmaster Chen isn't fond of formalities. Please forgive him. He smiled and replied, It's a small matter. Then more new faces appeared. Boss Fang, Boss Gu. Next, a young man with slicked back hair showed up. Boss Chin, my apologies for the discourtesy. For not greeting you from afar. Standing there, Dong Han and Grandmaster Ping spoke up. All you bosses have been waiting a long time. I Sai must first apologize. Beside them, Jing An said with a stern face, Did Boss Sai come here intentionally to intimidate us? Before Dong Han could reply, he happened to see Chen Mo, who had been sitting on the sofa the whole time. He was shocked. Why is he here too? I still haven't transferred him that money. But he quickly regained his composure. But with the help of this expert, I don't need to be afraid of that kid Chen Mo anymore. Then Dong Han turned and ordered his subordinate, Bring out the items for the esteemed elders to see. The guests looked at the items and couldn't help but wonder, What is this? We don't understand, Boss Sai, please introduce them. In front of the guests, a pearl was displayed, a bodhisattva statue and a bagua compass. He crossed his arms and said, Why don't you all appraise them first? Xue Yan chuckled and said, We invite Master DeLong to appraise them. Jing An turned to Xue Yan in surprise and asked, Could this be true Master DeLong from the Lingbao Temple of Jieyang Mountain? Xue Yan smiled and replied precisely. Meanwhile, Chen Mo coolly observed the situation. This true Master DeLong has a flickering aura of spiritual energy around him. So cultivators really do exist on this planet, but for some reason the orthodox path has been lost, with only a few remnants left. Then this Master DeLong approached the table with the artifacts, performed a spell, and chanted open. Immediately the pearl emitted a beautiful green light. Master DeLong declared, This pearl must be a relic from an enlightened true master imbued with spiritual energy. It has the effect of enhancing mental clarity and improving sleep. After hearing this, the others couldn't help but be amazed. The cool energy radiating from this pearl really does make me feel more alert. It gives a sense of mental clarity. I want this pearl. Next, he used his spell on the bodhisattva statue open. He immediately felt the power of this statue. This is a bodhisattva statue that was consecrated by a distinguished monk. Having this bronze statue of the Ksitigarbha bodhisattva in your home can protect it from evil spirits. The others went into a frenzy. I want this thing too. It's a warding treasure. I'm terrified of ghosts. I have to get this treasure. Moving to the last item, Master DeLong shouted open, but the bagua stone showed no reaction at all. Seeing this, he had no choice but to say, Forgive my poor insight. I see nothing special about this bagua jade. Dong Han, standing beside him, couldn't help but lament. What a pity, of the 3 treasures I brought, this jade piece is the most valuable. Then Dong Han turned and said, We invite Grandmaster Ping. Grandmaster Ping stroked his beard and chuckled. Your cultivation is still shallow, so don't show off your petty tricks in front of others. Master DeLong was completely stunned. I've never heard the name Grandmaster Ping before. Immediately, he unleashed his power for everyone to see. That's because you are ignorant. Watch closely. after he used his spell on the Bagua stone. Instantly, it emitted an incredibly warm energy. Everyone else felt extremely comfortable, so relaxed, like being in their mother's arms as a child. Master Duke Long bowed respectfully and said, "So you're a master of the Taoist arts? I was clumsy, please forgive me, senior." Master Bin replied bluntly, "You should go back and cultivate for another 30 years. He then turned to the crowd and continued, "This is a miraculous artifact that can nourish the body and extend one's lifespan." Hearing the words extend one's lifespan, all the guests shot to their feet. Extend lifespan. This jade stone really does nourish the body. A treasure? This is a real treasure. In a hidden corner, Dong Han and Master Bin exchanged a look that couldn't be more cunning. Tin An asked Dong Han doubtfully, "Is Boss Shu really willing to sell such a precious treasure?" He answered confidently, "That's because I have an even better treasure, which is why I'm willing to sell these 3 items. Or does Boss Gu have a different opinion?" Tin An then turned to Tran Mak and gave him a friendly smile. "Then let's ask Master Tran to help me appraise it." Dong Han immediately spoke up, "Boss Gu, are you making some kind of mistake? He's just a middle schooler letting a kid do the appraisal. Boss Gu, stop joking around." Tin An waved his hand to explain, "Everyone please calm down and listen to Master Tran's opinion." He was sweating bullets, wondering if the kid could actually do it. Tran Mak must have a good eye for this. Master Bin said to the crowd, "Then let's invite Master Tran to take a look." Dong Han, standing beside him, added sarcastically, "Master Tran, don't just mess around with it." Tran Mak stood up holding the Bagua jade piece. He asked seriously, "Do you really want me to say it?" Faced with Tran Mak's question, Dong Han suddenly hesitated. At that moment, Master Bin, who was beside him, spoke up. Tran Mak waved his hand, performed a spell, and declared, "These 3 items are all fakes." His words caused an uproar in the crowd. What, is he serious? He can't be just talking nonsense, right? We've all tested the effects of these treasures. Then Tran Mak explained further. This ordinary pearl has been infused with a bit of dark energy by someone, causing a refreshing neural illusion, but long-term exposure will cause the dark energy to cling to you. That Bodhisattva statue is the same. Not only can it not ward off evil, but it will also summon souls and raise ghosts. Inside this Bagua, jade piece is a simple formation that can catalyze the water elemental energy contained within it. Water elemental energy can indeed nourish the body, but the user needs to use their own spiritual energy to activate the formation, so ordinary people can't use it at all. He exposed this entire fraudulent scheme without missing a single detail. Dong Han and Master Bin were immediately bombarded with criticism, so they were scammers, despicable, daring to bring fakes to deceive people. "Shu Dong Han, you're so shameless." Tran Mak turned to Master Bin. "You must be from the same sect as that Master Wang, right?" He felt exposed and gritted his teeth. "You brat, first you killed my junior brother and now you've ruined my plans. I'll skin you alive and grind your bones to dust." He leaned back, opening his mouth wide to unleash his technique. He breathed out a bizarre black smoke to attack him. "Go." That black smoke contained extremely ferocious skull-faced demons. Seeing this, the surrounding guests scattered in panic. "Ghosts! It's ghosts, help me!" He cackled and declared, "Today I'll let you taste what it's like to be devoured by the souls I've raised. 6 ghost soul devourer." Tran Mak said without a trace of fear, "No matter if you have tens of thousands of wraiths, my lightning is enough to destroy them all." He shouted to summon the lightning. "Thunder come." His technique left Master Bin stunned. "The Heavenly Thunder Dao, art you're a successor of the Heavenly Master sect." Tran Mak didn't waste words shouting perish, and a bolt of lightning immediately struck down, blasting away the ghosts. The lightning streaked towards him. Master Bin instantly breathed out smoke, then summoned a smoke clone of himself to block the attack. The smoke clone charged forward to attack Tran Mak. However, it was easily obliterated by his heavenly thunder. He was also hit by the attack. "Master, please spare me," he said with a stern face. "You've harmed countless living beings for your cultivation, even if the heavens forgive you." "I will not!" Then he clenched his fist and unleashed Calvo Men. "Die!" Master Bin was obliterated, and Tin An cried out in shock. Master Tran's divine might is on full display, destroying a wraith with his bare hands. Then he turned to look at Dong Han. "Boss Shu, you agreed to send me the money, have you forgotten?" He was totally freaked out and said, "How could I dare forget Master Tran's orders? I'll go back and prepare it for Master Tran right away." He stared at him and uttered a threat. "I believe I said if the money doesn't arrive, neither will your life." Dong Han was so scared he dropped to his knees. "Master Tran, I already prepared the money. It was Calvo Men who threatened me not to send it. Please give me one more chance, I'll send it immediately. Send double." He didn't listen to a word and ordered his disciple, "It's too late, Tung Tu." Tung Tu immediately punched him straight in the face. Shu Dong Han died. Elsewhere, everyone in the hall bowed respectfully. Master Tran's divine might is on full display, we are in awe. Meanwhile, Queen Than thought to herself, "If I had this kind of power, who would dare interfere with my destiny?" Tran Mak ordered Tung Tu. "Go get that Bagua Jade piece, I need it," he replied. "Yes, sir." He looked at the Bagua Jade and thought, with this water attribute jade stone, I can set up the 5-element spirit gathering formation. Tran Mak turned to the remaining people and said, "Whoever is willing to take over Shu Dong Han's forces, I'll take half of the assets, but of course I won't take it for nothing." Tin Yan immediately smiled and said fawningly, "Master Tran, you are the honored guest I invited." "Of course I'll handle it. but he was secretly thinking that if anything unfair happened in the future, he could just ask Chen Mo to step in. Chen Mo sealed the deal, saying, "All right, it's settled then." Jing An couldn't hide his joy. He'd totally scored big time. Surprisingly, Shui Yan knelt and kowtowed to him. "Master Chen, I am willing to submit to you. Please take care of me." This act made everyone else stare in disbelief, but it started a chain reaction as a whole line of big shots knelt and bowed to him. "Please take care of us, Master Chen. We are willing to submit." Standing in the middle of them all, he said loud and clear, "Fine then. But if anyone here is just pretending to be loyal, don't blame me for being ruthless." They all replied in unison, "We wouldn't dare." Boss Chin thought to himself, "Master Chen is just too awesome." The guy kneeling next to him, Boss Fang, couldn't help but speculate. From this day forward, a good chunk of the business world will probably be run by Master Chen. Mr. DeLong couldn't help but sigh in admiration now. This is a true master living in the mortal world, but not bound by it. A few days later, "This is bad. This is really bad, Master Chen." It was the panicked voice of Wen Xiong. He called him on the phone. "The Lin family has made their move they want. To challenge you, Master Chen, in 3 days at the shore of Yangi Lake to settle things." On top of that, a pale-faced Jing An told him, "Master Chen, they killed Xue Chanhuo and said that if we don't submit to the Lin family by then, they'll kill us the same way. You have to get justice for us." After hearing this, Chen Mo replied, "I got it. In 3 days, Chen Mo will definitely be there." The scene changes to Yangi Lake. The group that had just pledged allegiance to Chen Mo had already gathered at the meeting spot. "Why isn't Master Chen here yet? It's about time, right?" Jing An anxiously tried to call, but he couldn't reach Master Chen. Wen Xiong spoke up to reassure them. "Don't be impatient. The Lin family's people haven't arrived yet either." From a distance, a fleet of cars pulled up to the lakeshore, and a group of people got out, lining up neatly in 2 rows as if they were welcoming their VIP. Suddenly, a man appeared, laughing boisterously as he glided across the surface of the water. The group shouted in unison, "We welcome the third elder." The man called the third elder was named Lin Jianfeng, making a totally badass entrance in front of the whole crowd. The water around him rippled gently as he stopped, standing firm in the middle of the lake. He scanned the crowd and then said, "Where's Chen Mo? Did the reputation of my Lin family scare him off?" But on the shore, Jing An spotted Chen Mo and shouted, "It's Master Chen. Chen Mo's group is here. Master Chen has arrived. Master Chen has arrived." Wen Xiong let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Master Chen is finally here. Jian Feng put on an arrogant air and challenged him. "Kid, kneel and beg for mercy now, and I might spare your life." Without flinching, Chen Mo shot back, "Are all of you from the Lin family this stupid?" Jian Feng confidently replied, "You can talk once you've won. Make your move." Hearing this, Song Zi snorted in anger. "If you want to challenge the young master, you'll have to get through me first." This didn't intimidate Jian Feng at all. Instead, he just got cockier. "You're courting death, so I'll grant you your wish." Of course, Song Zi was ticked off by his attitude and yelled, "How arrogant!" The two immediately clashed, trading blows back and forth, neither giving an inch. The scene left everyone watching completely stunned, with their jaws dropped. Wen Xiong just looked at Jing An in utter confusion. At that moment, an earth-shattering blow landed. Jian Feng and Song Zi were finally forced apart. After clashing for a while, Jian Feng was getting tired and switched to threats. "Your strength is not bad at all. If you pledge loyalty to my Lin family, I guarantee you'll have a bright future. Otherwise, I will have to kill you today." Of course, Song Zi wasn't fazed by the threat and shot back, "Are you still dreaming? You're talking absolute nonsense." Being insulted to his face by the old man, he got angry and snapped, "You don't know what's good for you." He then drew his sword. "My Lin family is most famous not for our martial skills, but for our sword techniques." With the sword in hand, he confidently declared, "You can regret this with your life." Without a moment's hesitation, he attacked Song Zi, Dragon Gate 3-layered waves, fired up Song. Zi didn't back down and countered, Heavenly Profound 3 fists, Mountain Breaker. Their spiritual powers clashed, creating a blinding flash of light that made everyone cover their eyes. Unexpectedly, Jian Feng's sword clattered to the ground. He could never have imagined that he would actually lose to Song Zi, exclaiming, "What was that fist technique? How could it be so powerful?" Song Zi casually replied, "Powerful. My technique is nothing compared to the young master's. You're just too weak." The old man's words made him glance over at Chen Mo, wondering to himself, is he not just some normal guy? Or is his cultivation level so high that I can't even sense it? Realizing he couldn't win, he decided to flee. But Chen Mo wasn't just going to let him escape. "Did I say you could leave?" Naturally, this question didn't scare Jian Feng, and in fact, it made him even more confident. "My movement technique is second to none. Even if you're a grandmaster, you can't possibly catch me." Just then, Chen Mo started gathering his spiritual energy. The sword that had fallen to the ground was controlled by him, flying up and chasing after Jian Feng. He ruthlessly sent the man to meet his maker. This left Jian Feng in a panic, thinking in his final moments, No, impossible." After that, he plunged straight into the water below. This terrifying sight made Tang Tang and Ching Cheng's jaws drop in shock. Tang Tang even thought to herself, Chen Mo is that strong. As for Jian Feng's bodyguards, they were scared out of their minds. Immediately everyone present dropped to their knees and cheered for Chen Mo. Master Chen's divine power is unmatched in this world. We are in awe. He simply gave a cold command to the Lion family. Scene changed to Lin Zhou. Inside the Lin family home, a commotion breaks out. Family head Jian Feng has been killed. What? An old man on the main seat hears this and mutters anxiously. Maybe it's time to ask him to show himself. He is the head of the Lin family, Lin Zun. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes in to report, "Family head, there's someone outside asking for you." Seeing the guy stuttering, he impatiently tells him to just say it. The terrified subordinate immediately relays the message. He says for you to come out and face your death. These words make his face turn pale with fear, and he asks, "Did he give a name? How old is he? How many people did he bring with him?" The subordinate quickly reports, "He looks like a student, says his name is Chen Mo, and he's by himself." This news makes him exclaim in shock, by himself, at the same time outside. A Lin family subordinate is pinned under Chen Mo's foot, struggling angrily and screaming, "Let me go! You're dead meat! Let me go!" An old man, not daring to act rashly, just questions him. "Master Chen, your skills are truly impressive. Are you here to negotiate terms with my Lin family now?" This man is Lin Zun's younger brother, Lin Rui. Annoyed by his rambling, Chen Mo replies with cold disdain, "Negotiate, no?" He stomps hard on the disciple under his foot and declares, "I'm here to annihilate your family." Lin Rui drops the act and angrily challenges him, "Like hell you are! And no matter how strong you are, you can't even touch a single person from my Lin family." Not bothering to waste any more time on them, he coldly utters, "Spirit energy sword." He casually walks inside after taking care of the guys blocking his path, slaying them all with a single sword strike. Inside, Lin Zun hears nothing and urgently orders, "Why is it so quiet? Lin Shui, go check what's happening." Lin Shui acknowledges the order, replying, "Yes, sir." But before she can even move, Chen Mo walks in. There's no need. The moment Lin Zun sees him, he's shocked and yells, "How did you get in here? Where's Lin Rui?" Not bothering to answer him directly, he casually asks, "What do you think?" His arrogant attitude infuriates the family head, who declares, "Chen Mo, how dare you act so cocky here? You're not leaving this place alive today." Of course he isn't scared, and replies arrogantly, "Too bad dead men don't get to talk." Lin Zun begins to draw his sword. "You're not getting away." He brandishes his sword and in a fit of rage unleashes his move, Flowing Cloud 13 Swords. A series of his afterimages surround Chen Mo. Even so, he casually scoffs. "This looks like a kid's swordplay. It might not be bad for choreographing fights in a TV drama, though." Just as Lin Zun strikes, he leisurely stops the sword with just 2 fingers. "That's enough. I've had my fun, now it's your turn." This time it's his turn to attack Mountain Sundering Palm. This single palm strike sends him flying far away. The sight sends the other Lin family members into a panic. Family head, "What kind of technique is that? It's terrifyingly powerful." Chen Mo then gives Lin Zun a backhanded compliment. "To take one of my hits and still be alive, you're a little stronger than Lin Jianfeng, I'll give you that." Realizing he can't win, Lin Zun tries to make a deal. "Kid, let's end this here. From this day on, there will be no bad blood between us." "What do you say?" Of course, Chen Mo couldn't care less about his offer. "You still don't get it, do you? I'm here to annihilate your family." Seeing that he's dead serious about wiping out his entire clan, he switches to begging, "Master Chen, do you really have to push things this far and kill us all?" Just then, Chen Mo coldly calls out, "Lin Shui." She replies respectfully, "Master." This makes Lin Zun roar with fury. "Lin Shui, the Lin family treated you so well, why did you betray us?" Lin Shui is even more enraged. She clenches her fists and exposes the wicked things he did to her family. "Lin Zun, that year you drove my own mother to her death and murdered my father. You only raised me so you could continue to use me, right? You call that treating me well?" Without a shred of fear, she declares, "I want your Lin family's bloodline to end, to never recover for all of eternity." After letting Lin Shui have her say, Chen Mo speaks up. "Lin Shui told me you were investigating and planning to harm my family. That's a line I never let anyone cross. Do you have any last words?" Lin Zun, now completely cornered, can only exclaim helplessly, "Chen Mo, today you've ruined my martial arts path." He powers up and screams, "And tomorrow I will destroy your entire family." The Lin family disciples see this and get excited. He's releasing his true chi. He's floating in the air, he's breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. This time, the family head will definitely be able to kill Chen Mo. Lin Zun, filled with boundless rage, declares, "The price for this temporary realm transformation is the complete depletion of my cultivation foundation, but to kill you, it's worth it." Naturally, Chen Mo isn't afraid, and even taunts him. "Can you though? I'll give you a chance to try." Enraged by the taunt, he prepares to strike him. "Take this sword strike." The moment he finishes speaking, he slashes toward him. This sight makes Lin Shui anxious, and she wonders, this sword strike, can Chen Mo block it? Just then, Chen Mo makes his move, River Parting Fist. Seeing him use his bare fist to counter Lin Zun scoffs smugly, "You dare try to block this with your bare hands, you're as good as dead." But he had clearly underestimated him, as Chen Mo's single punch easily shatters his spirit energy. Seeing the fist hurtling toward him, he screams in terror, "No!" However, he was still sent to meet his ancestors. After finishing off Lin Zun, Chen Mo sighs to himself. That used up way too much spirit energy. You really can't underestimate a Grandmaster. Unlike him, The other Lin family disciples were scared out of their minds by the sight. Our incredibly powerful family head was killed in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Xue realized just how strong Chen Mo truly was. I chose correctly. Chen Mo is powerful enough. As soon as she collected herself, the Lin family disciples all shouted at each other to escape. Run, of course Chen Mo wasn't going to let them go. They wanted to run. He easily took care of the whole bunch. After dealing with them, he turned to ask Lin Xue. The direct bloodline of the Lin family is gone and their resources can't be wasted. So can you take control of the Lin family now? Lin Xue replied straightforwardly. As long as the young master supports me, I can do it. However, she also reminded Chen Mo of one issue. But before that, we have to kill one person. Hearing her say that he already knew who she was talking about. You mean Lin Tianhao? I'll leave him to you. He also gave her a medicinal pill. This is an origin recovery pill. Your current realm is the minor completion stage of the outer realm. I'll help you advance so you can manage the Lin family. This trust from him made her respond gratefully. Thank you, master. Suddenly, Chen Mo asked, with so many people from the Lin family dying at once, can you handle it and come up with ways to deal with the outside world? Lin Xue replied confidently. You don't need to worry. In the martial arts world, the officials will turn a blind eye. Hearing that, he was relieved and said, so that's how it is. 3 days later, at an underground auction in Shahe Prefecture, Huaishi district. Yan Ni heard from her friend that these kinds of underground auctions have all sorts of weird stuff, and she even heard there are magical artifacts, which made her wonder. Magical artifacts. Zhu Li, who was sitting next to her, spoke up. That's right. Haven't you seen one before? Me neither. So I asked my uncle to bring me to broaden my horizons. Unexpectedly running into her, she politely replied, my uncle and I came as well. It's nice to meet you. However, she couldn't help but regretfully think that it would have been great if she could have brought Chen Mo. Hearing this, the other girl scoffed. That broke loser. He's not even qualified to get in. Meanwhile, backstage in a lounge, Pei Yun politely offered Chen Mo a drink and asked curiously, Master Chen, why are you here? Chen Mo casually replied, I was heading to the nearby Lingwu mountain, and this auction happened to be going on, so I came to check it out. He asked her, I heard there's going to be a magical artifact in this auction. The scene changes to the exhibition room, where Pei Yun invites Chen Mo to look around at his leisure. Master Chen, I don't know much about magical artifacts, but everything is in here. Please feel free to look around and pick whatever you like. He didn't stand on ceremony and replied, all right. Just then something caught his eye, and he recognized what it was. It was a sword in the corner that had drawn his attention. This sword had a trace of true essence spiritual power left behind by a genuine cultivator. It seems this sword is the so-called magical artifact. He satisfyingly picked up the sword and thought to himself, as long as I reach the 3rd level of chi condensation, I can cultivate the flying sword divine ability. Chen Mo then turned to Pei Yun and said, I'll take this short sword and I'll consider it a favor I owe the Jin family. Hearing this, Pei Yun politely replied, Master Chen, you're being too kind. He then told her she didn't need to accompany him anymore. You go do your thing. I'll be leaving now. Hearing this, she eagerly said, I'll see Master Chen out. She escorted him out to the main event area. This scene was spotted by Yan Ni, who wondered, why is Chen Mo coming from backstage? Zhu Li also exclaimed in surprise, that's Chen Mo and the person with him is from the Jin family. In another direction, a young master with spiky hair saw the scene and angrily yelled, Master Wu, you must help me get rid of that brat. Anyone who dares to get close to Jin Pei Yun must die. He was the eldest son of a branch of the Wei family, Wei Ziyun. The man he called Master Wu heard this and replied confidently, don't worry, getting rid of him will be as easy as squashing an ant. The next afternoon, Yan Ni was taking a walk inside. Even though we didn't see the magical artifact that was advertised at the auction. The scenery here on the Lingwu mountain is actually not bad at all. Walking behind her, a chubby old man complained tiredly, where on earth does the spirit herb grow in this mountain? We've been walking for so long and still haven't seen it. He was Murong Yan Ni's uncle Sun Jinkai. The young man next to him heard this and explained, Master, if spirit herbs were that easy to find, they wouldn't be called spirit herbs. He was Sun Jinkai's bodyguard, Ayu. He suddenly noticed a few people ahead of them and suggested, those people up ahead must know where the spirit herb is. We'll be fine if we just follow them. The people ahead were none other than Ziyun and Master Wu. He chuckled and said, Master Wu, quite a few people came up the mountain this time. I'm afraid they're all looking for the spirit herb. Hearing him say this, Master Wu smugly thought, the more people that come, the more they'll fight each other, and then we can just swoop in and take the prize. Just then, the whole group saw something and exclaimed, look, is that it? It turned out they were captivated by the beautiful scenery. The waterfall is so beautiful, and especially the fruit growing on the tree near the waterfall, the crimson fruit. It takes 50 years to grow one leaf, and another 50 years to bear one fruit. It can allow martial artists and cultivators to directly ascend one level. Master Wu recognized it as a good item at a glance, and quickly volunteered, only my Heavenly Ghost sect can utilize this crimson fruit to its fullest potential. I will later use it to break through to the Heavenly Ghost realm and build a solid foundation. Ziyun next to him excitedly shouted, Master, I see the spirit herb. Of course he saw it too, but he didn't forget to remind him. Don't get excited, calm down and observe the situation first. Just like him, everyone else present was reminding each other, this waterfall is as black as ink. It's incredibly strange, we can't act rashly. Suddenly he asked him, Master Wu, are they all just going to watch like this? Instantly, the master came up with a wicked idea and plotted with him, "You should say this." He gave a cunning smile and replied, "Master, you're brilliant." And so Ziyun quickly began his plan. First, he loudly introduced himself. "Everyone, I am Wei Ziyun. Please listen to me for a moment." He just proposed an idea to the crowd. "I'll keep it short. We're all here for that spirit fruit. I suggest whoever gets their hands on it first gets to keep it. Does everyone agree?" Of course, everyone fell for his trick and started buzzing among themselves. It wasn't a bad idea. If you've got the skills, you get the prize. Right on cue, one idiot even ripped off his shirt to volunteer. "I don't care what's in this waterfall, I'm going in." The second he finished speaking, he plunged right into the water. Seeing him go for it, the other guys immediately followed suit. This was the simplest and most effective way to do it. "I'm going to give it a shot too. Let's swim over." The guy who volunteered first swam confidently ahead. "This spirit fruit is mine, Grandmaster. My future is set seeing this," a worried Ziyun asked. "Master Wu, what if he actually manages to pick the spirit fruit?" Master Wu just scoffed and said confidently, "Don't worry, he won't be able to get it." The lead swimmer kept pushing forward with fierce determination. "The spirit fruit is mine." But before he could even celebrate, something suddenly dragged him straight down to the bottom of the lake. The sight made the guys swimming behind him freeze in absolute terror. Right where he had been just a moment ago, where the volunteer was pulled under a cloud of red blood spread across the water's surface. He struggled to break the surface, screaming, "Help me!" Suddenly, something that looked like a crocodile emerged right behind him. The sight made him scream in pure terror. And then it snatched him again. The other swimmers were so freaked out by this that they scrambled away as fast as they could. It's a monster run. On the shore. Ziyun's eyes went wide as she watched the scene unfold. "Master Wu, is that the golden crocodile?" "It's terrifying." Master Wu then confirmed it for him. "Yes, the golden crocodile here absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It protects the crimson fruit, so we have to eliminate it first." By now, the guys who had just jumped in had already scrambled back to shore. They asked each other in a panic, "What the heck was that? A monster! If we want to get this spirit fruit, we have to kill the monster. It's in the water, so we can't use our full strength." Seeing that all of them had fled back to the shore, Master Wu angrily shouted a command. "You bunch of useless trash! All of you get back in the water and lure that beast out so I can eliminate it." His words made them angry enough to talk back. "You're telling us to go commit suicide. Why don't you get in the water and lure the monster out instead? And let us finish it off." Being challenged like this, he went berserk and growled, "You dare to defy me?" One guy in the crowd fearlessly confronted him, "So what if I do?" And just like that, without any mercy, he struck out at that young man. "Then go die." A wave of Master Wu's spiritual energy passed through the guy, making his eyes look completely soulless. This caused the others to panic and murmur amongst themselves. What happened? What's going on? By now, the young man's skin had turned a deathly gray. Master Wu placed a hand on his forehead and gave him a gentle push, causing him to fall backward. He stated coldly, "I have devoured his soul. He's dead." That horrifying sight made the others whisper in fear. Devouring a soul? How is that even possible? Using the murder he just committed as a blatant threat, he asked, "Now does anyone else object to my idea?" He then immediately ordered everyone into the water. "No one is allowed to retreat without my command, or else you'll suffer an even more miserable death." Although they listened to Master Wu and got into the water, he of course didn't let them off, demanding they move a little further forward. Down in the lake were the young men who had been forced in when suddenly one of them was attacked by the golden crocodile. Not wanting to be sitting ducks, they quickly launched a counterattack. Despite trying to fight back with their weak spiritual power, they were no match for the golden crocodile. On the shore, Master Wu ordered them to lure it to the bank. The men immediately obeyed him and baited the golden crocodile closer to the shore. Seeing that it was close enough, he quickly flew up and prepared to attack. Watch me. You'd think he was about to unleash some epic move, but it turned out he just tapped it on the snout, then used the momentum to slice it in two. Wounded by his attack, it quickly dove back into the water and disappeared. This made him laugh triumphantly, but he didn't get to be smug for long as the others present suddenly started screaming in fear. "Master Wu, there's another one." Hearing their shouts, Master Wu's face went pale as he turned to look back. He never expected another one to appear, which made him scream his head off. "How is there another golden crocodile?" This golden crocodile was even bigger than the previous one. It used its mouth to gently nudge the baby crocodile that Master Wu had just killed. Seeing that its child was really gone, it roared in fury. "You killed my child! All of you must die!" The fact that this golden crocodile could speak made everyone there scream their heads off in terror. It can actually speak human language. This must be the real spirit beast protecting the three-leaf vermilion fruit. Even Ziyun was so frightened that she trembled, fell flat on her butt, and exclaimed, "This is a real monster." In the end, he wasn't fast enough to escape and was sent on his way. This bloody scene once again made everyone present turn pale with fear. They all started running for their lives. "We can't fight it, let's run." Seeing everyone running, Master Wu shouted at them, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Attack it together. We absolutely cannot be defeated by it." But because he was distracted, he was sent to the afterlife by the golden crocodile. Even in the moment he died, his eyes were wide, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. At the same time, Jing Kai was pulling Yanner's hand, running for their lives. Let's go. Just as she was fleeing, she happened to see someone. Turns out she had spotted Chenmo walking toward the golden crocodile. She quickly warned him. Chenmo, what are you doing here, Run? Despite her frantic warning. He calmly replied, don't be scared, I'm here, you'll be okay. His attitude left everyone there bewildered. Where did this kid come from? He's not running. What's he trying to do? Just then, Chenmo walked up to the golden crocodile and called out to it. Hey! He casually made it an offer. Become my mount and I'll spare your life. His arrogance provoked it. It attacked him in a rage. Telling me to be your mount, you're asking for death. Seeing it dare to attack him, he said with displeasure, a refusal, what a shame. And so without holding back, he blew off one of its legs. This one blow from him sent a jolt of pain through the golden crocodile. It quickly dove into the water and said smugly, as long as I'm underwater, you can forget about ever getting the 3-leaf vermilion fruit. The onlookers saw this and lamented to each other. The golden crocodile got spooked, it probably won't come out again. It's basically invincible in the water, so it looks like no one's getting that spirit herb now. Chenmo himself felt he should deal with it right now, but this golden crocodile recognizes the 3-leaf vermilion fruit, which means it definitely knows its effects. If it eats it, dealing with it won't be easy for him. Looking at the 3-leaf vermilion fruit on the tree, he calculated the time, estimating there was about 1 hour left. And with so little time, he decided he couldn't wait any longer, he would have to use that move. When everyone saw him walking step by step towards the water, they panicked and started murmuring, he's going into the water, he's insane, he'll get eaten alive. Yan He worriedly warned him. Chenmo, you have to be careful. At that moment, Chenmo placed one foot on the water's surface, his spiritual energy allowing him to stand on it, which gave the onlookers quite a shock. What's going on here? His hair suddenly turned silver white, causing another stir among the crowd. Look, his hair turned white, he's aged. It looks like he's using some kind of secret technique. Without hesitating for another second, he slammed his hand onto the water's surface and yelled, parting the river. The water split in two from the force of Chenmo's blow. The golden crocodile caught in this attack was sent straight to its grave. Finally, its corpse fell onto the water, which had returned to normal. After using this technique, Chenmo was a bit exhausted and panting heavily. Seeing this, Yan He rushed over to check on him. Chenmo, are you okay? He nonchalantly replied, I'm fine, I'll be okay after a little rest. Next, she asked him, is that monster dead? He answered honestly, it's dead, completely dead. Suddenly, he turned to the crowd, and half asking, half threatening them, said, you guys escort her back safely. Behave and don't doubt whether I dare to kill someone. Of course, they didn't dare to go against his wishes. Don't worry, Great Master. We will absolutely get the job done. After hearing Chenmo's words, Yan He immediately understood what he wanted to do, and quickly suggested, Chenmo, you're going to get the spirit herb. I can wait for you. However, he refused her. No need, you go on ahead. Knowing she couldn't persuade him, she had no choice but to leave. All right, I'll head back first. You absolutely have to be safe. Seeing her thoughtful reminder, he replied gently, okay. After seeing her off, Chenmo approached the spirit herb step by step. The 3-leaf vermilion fruit was about to ripen, and the sweet fragrance of the spirit herb wafted through the air, making him realize, a strange fragrance, the spirit herb is fully mature. So he quickly picked the spirit herb and began to absorb it. I don't have a storage artifact yet. I need to take the 3-leaf vermilion fruit and refine it into a semi-finished pill to make sure its effects aren't lost. After absorbing it for a while, he successfully completed the process. Suddenly, he noticed something else on the tree. I bet no one knows this leaf is also a rare spirit herb. Next, he looked down at the water and thought to himself, this swamp is pitch black, containing an incredibly dense metal attribute elemental energy. The main reason is to confirm his thoughts. Chenmo proceeded to inspect the lake. What was revealed at the bottom made him realize with joy, it really is a metal essence. Jade metal generates water, which is why this swamp is so dark. In addition, he also knew, furthermore, the metal essence jade marrow, hidden deep within, can help me cultivate my metal body to major completion. The sky was now turning to dusk, and at Death's End Valley, there were women, performing a ritual dance around a bronze censer, all of them stunning beauties. Lin She was captured by the leader there, who was about to make his move. Don't worry, I'll drain every last drop of your yin essence. I won't kill you. This man was Guyu Guang. Lin Shui was bullied to the point of tears, and indignantly declared, my master will absolutely not let you go. Hearing this, Yu Guang said with amusement, that's even better, it saves me the trouble of looking for him. After all, I'm an enforcer for the Lin family, I have to speak for Lin Zun. Meanwhile, at the shore of Yangi Lake, the Heavenly Ghost sect came looking for Chen Mo to avenge the death of Chu Wuming. Chen Songzi fought 3 matches, but was ultimately no match for the second disciple of the Heavenly Ghost sect's master Huang Shizong. One of the Heavenly Ghost sect members spoke up asking, Master, what do we do next? His name was Huang Shizong. The man he called Master kicked Songzi and declared, kill this Chen Songzi to avenge junior brother Chu Wuming. But suddenly this man changed his mind. And no, just keep a close watch on the 2 girls with Chen Songzi. Songzi had been beaten so badly he couldn't move, and could only tremble with rage. As for the guy who had just beaten the old man, he issued a loud challenge. 3 days from now at this time right here, tell Chenmo to come and die, or else I'll make you wish you were dead. The master of the heavenly ghost sect Ju Tianxia, in a beautiful cave. Chenmo was busy focusing on his cultivation. The metal body is at great perfection, and my cultivation has entered the 3rd level of qi condensation. After he finished, he took out a treasure he had and decided the metal essence jade marrow was originally as big as a basketball. This is all that's left, I guess I'll make a magical artifact with it. Also, he checked the sword he bought from Boivan. The one from the underground auction had also finished being refined. After checking it, he hid it inside his body. He had mastered the 1st level of the myriad sword art, allowing him to conceal it within himself. The cultivation session was over, so he decided to head home. The 1st phase of his training was complete, and it was time to return. That evening in the city, the Tong and Tiansat were waiting for Tranmak. The Tong, getting a bit impatient, asked, "Where's Tranmak? Isn't he here yet?" Tung Tu, standing nearby, replied with a tremble in his voice, "The young master is on his way. Please let the 2 girls go first." Hearing the old man, the Tong said smugly, "Don't you worry, as soon as Tranmak is dead, I'll let them go." Suddenly, Tiansat ordered, "I've run out of patience, kill this old Taoist first." The Tong excitedly obeyed his master's command. "Yes, sir." A wicked grin spread across his face. He declared, "This time I'll devour your soul." Seeing this, a horrified Tung Tu thought to himself, he didn't even release his spectral soul last time, this time he's really going for the kill. However, the old man didn't just wait to die and struck first. His mountain-splitting palm hit the Tong, startling him for a moment, but the old man himself was grievously wounded by the blow. As for him, he was enraged by the old man's attack and growled, "Your martial arts are strong, but you've wasted too much energy. Let's see how many more of those you have in you." In this life-or-death situation, Tung Tu could only cry out for help. "Young master, where are you?" Suddenly something shot through the sky, striking the Tong's spectral soul and causing him to panic. And he himself was severely injured, as a result coughing up a mouthful of blood. The attacker was none other than Tranmak. Seeing him return, Tung Tu cried out joyfully, "Young master!" Even though he was bleeding from every opening on his face, the Tong still had the nerve to taunt him. "Hey kid, I heard you know the Heavenly Master Sect's lightning arts, show me what you got." Hearing the challenge, he reluctantly obliged. "Fine." As soon as the word left his mouth, his spiritual energy exploded as he declared, "But it'll cost you your life." His power made Tiansat wary, and he shouted an order to the Tong, "Fall back." Now it was his turn to face Tranmak. The moment he released his spectral soul, it was instantly zapped and fried, and Tranmak did it with such a casual air. As for Tiansat and the Tong, they were both a little shocked by his power. Then Tiansat made a demand. "Tranmak, you killed my disciple Cao Vomen. You owe me an explanation." He then smugly made Tranmak an offer. "Considering your extraordinary talent, if you become my disciple, I'll let bygones be bygones. I'll even teach and cherish you with all my heart." Of course, Tranmak didn't give a damn about his offer and replied with contempt, "You want to take me as your disciple? Are you even worthy?" Seeing his offer rejected, he flew into a rage, wanting to teach the boy a lesson. "Then you've left yourself no way out. Today I'll show you the true power of a ghost immortal." Tiansat unleashed his power, and a gigantic arm materialized from his energy. Netherworld Ghost Claw. The demonic hand immediately mimicked his action. Tranmak's face grew serious as he muttered something strange. "A ghost immortal, not a real one." And just as the demonic hand lunged, a massive wave of power erupted from his body, stopping the hand in its tracks. The energy radiating from him cast a blinding light. One of the disciples saw Tiansat shielding his eyes and quickly asked him, "Master, are you okay?" He frowned in alarm and said, "I'm fine, an attack like this can't harm me. However, I'm afraid Tranmak's strength has already reached the Grandmaster level." Hearing this, the Tong exclaimed in utter shock, "A Grandmaster!" The other disciple behind him chimed in, equally surprised. "He's so young to be a Grandmaster, that's impossible." Tiansat tried to compose himself, staring at the immense power before him. "This kid must have some kind of secret." The disciple beside the Tong immediately suggested, "Master, let's capture him. With his secret, our heavenly ghost sect will thrive." Pleased with this suggestion, he ordered, "All right, all of you attack with me and capture him." Watching them, he sighed in disappointment. "What's this still trying to gang up on me? You've picked the wrong guy to mess with." Tiansat and his disciples, still oblivious to their opponent's true power, charged forward confidently. It's too late to beg for mercy now. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Kill him!" Without another word, Tranmak held out his hand, gathering power, and softly uttered, "Suppress." Instantly, a sphere of energy started to form. Countless beams of light shot out from that sphere, striking the surroundings. Tiansat's disciples were hit by the light and instantly vaporized, and even he didn't escape unscathed. Under the influence of the light from Tranmak's power, they were completely wiped out as if vaporized by the sun. After a moment, he looked at the scene before him, trembling slightly, and thought wearily, "That single attack used up half of my spiritual energy." And it still wasn't enough to kill old Tiansat. A transformation realm Grandmaster really is on another level. Tiansat, now filled with rage and hatred, threatened him. "You brat, you wiped out the next generation of my heavenly ghost sect." If I don't kill you, I'll renounce my own humanity. As he spoke, he summoned a scroll and declared, I will sacrifice the heavenly ghost sect's great protective formation just to turn you into dust. As soon as he finished speaking, he blew a strange mist into the scroll. From within it, countless ghosts began to pour out. 10,000 ghosts. Grand formation unleash. Tiansat's eyes filled with murderous intent as he snarled, 10,000 ghosts to end the world. From within the scroll, a portal seemed to open up, and a colossal demon flew out over the city sky. Just then, a dark cloud carrying countless ghouls charged forward. This demonic cloud seemed to catch everyone's attention. Tang Tang cried out in alarm, That's a crazy amount of demons! Ching Ching also wondered worriedly, I wasn't worried before. But can Chenmo actually win now? Songzi's face was pale as he whispered, Young master. In stark contrast to their anxiety, he calmly scoffed, You want to destroy the world with a crappy array like this? I have one sword and it can slay 10,000 demons! As soon as he finished speaking, a single sword strike shot towards the horde of demons, wiping them out one by one. Witnessing this scene, Tiansha couldn't believe his eyes. He was trembling with fear. He stammered, questioning Chenmo, Who in the world are you? At least let me die knowing who killed me. Chenmo looked at him and coolly replied, I am a cultivator. Upon hearing his answer, Tiansha suddenly had a strange reaction. A cultivator. His blank white eyes suddenly shot out strange beams of light, and then his entire body began to glow. He emitted an intense light as if a bomb were exploding. Seeing this, Shizong was so terrified he burst into tears. Fearing he'd end up like Tiansha, he hurriedly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. From now on, I'll be your dog. Please spare my life. But Chenmo showed no mercy, guiding the sword strike to slice through his head and end it. After dealing with them, he turned to Songzi and said, Your life soul is damaged, and the injury is very serious. You'll need a soul-nourishing pill to heal. I'll have Chu and Xiang send people to find the ingredients. The old man was delighted. He bowed gratefully. Thank you, young master. Then Chenmo turned to Ching Ching and asked, I still have things to handle, so you guys take care of Chen Songzi? She agreed without hesitation. Okay. The scene shifts to the desolate mountain forest. Deep within the woods somewhere, a fire was crackling in a hearth. Inside that room with the fireplace on a bed were several beautiful young women. They looked like they had just been through hell, and cries for help could be heard. Help us! Those girls had fallen into a daze completely unconscious. The cries for help were coming from Lin Shui and her mother. Help me. Yu Guang, wearing only shorts, sat leisurely on the sofa enjoying a glass of wine. He looked at the person before him and said, You're here. Shenmo, who had appeared out of nowhere, stood before him and scoffed. Using women's life force to power yourself is an evil art hated by both gods and men. No wonder you have to hide out in this wasteland. Hearing this, the man frowned slightly and replied, You could tell what technique I'm cultivating just by looking. You've got some skills. And no wonder Lin Zun was killed by you. However, I'm not hiding here, I just don't want to go out. This place has peaceful mountains and rivers with beautiful women all around. It's like a paradise on earth. If I wanted to leave, who could possibly stop me? At that moment, Lin Shui saw him and begged, Master, please avenge my mother and me kill this animal. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Guang walked over, grabbed her by the hair and yanked her up. Lin Zun deserved to die for having so many beautiful women. Still, I've gotten plenty of benefits from her these past few days, so I guess I've done right by him. Seeing his action, Chenmo angrily threatened, I'm here to send you to meet him. Without another word, Chenmo rushed at him with astonishing speed. Yu Guang couldn't react in time. His eyes widened in surprise. Although his reaction was a bit slow, he still managed to dodge Chenmo's punch. He jumped back, putting a good distance between them. Taking this opportunity, he called out to Lin Shui behind him. You two take an origin replenishing pill and start healing. She supported her mother and quickly replied, Thank you, Master. Master. He's a patron of the Lin family, and has been in the Grandmaster realm for decades. He's cultivated a body-protecting aura and his strength is extraordinary. Chenmo ignored her warning and said with determination, Scum like him who rely on draining the life. Essence of women to extend their lives, I'll definitely send him to hell. As soon as he finished, Yu Guang immediately charged forward to attack Dai Kid. Chenmo quickly raised his leg, and raised his hand, perfectly mirroring the man's move to block it. In the middle of their fight, he suddenly realized something. This body-protecting aura was just a watered-down version of a cultivator's spiritual energy shield. Yu Guang was pushed back by Chenmo's block, and he asked in surprise, Kid, what kind of hidden weapon is this? Chenmo calmly corrected him. This isn't a hidden weapon, it's the natal flying sword of Sword Mountain. Hearing this, the man asked in astonishment, Sword Mountain is just a legend, how can it exist in the real world? At some point, Chenmo had already summoned his sword. Radiating terrifying power, Chenmo replied, I've killed immortals and I've killed dragons. Who the hell do you think you are to question me? He gripped the hilt of his sword, carefully channeling his internal energy into it as he spoke slowly. Remember the name of the sword that will cut you down, it's called Heavenslayer. As he spoke, he sent a massive slash forward. Yu Guang panicked, mustering his power to form a defensive orb, yin-yang rupturing fist. But before he could even launch his technique, the slash shattered his attack and struck him. After taking the full force of the blow, Yu Guang immediately collapsed to the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes. His face pale, he trembled as he looked up at Chen Mo. What? What kind of sword art is this? Chen Mo glanced down at him and said coldly, "You don't need to know the answer anymore." Hearing this, the man begged in a panic, "Spare me my money, this place, these girls, they're all yours." Chen Mo found this amusing and mocked him. "Has facing death made you stupid? Once I kill you, all of this will be mine anyway." Left. With that, Tranmak glanced at Lam Tuye behind him, leaving the man for them to handle. She immediately bowed to him, thanking her master. But he wasn't finished and continued to give orders. "Arrange for people to rescue these girls, then thoroughly ransack this place. Clean out the Lam family's assets." Lam Tuye quickly replied, "Yes." Suddenly she handed him a box, revealing it was hidden under the chair in the main hall, and that it must be Kui Hu Kwang's most important treasure. Tranmak took out a book from it and exclaimed, "As expected." Then he threw the book straight into the fire, ordering, "The remaining methods aren't recorded either. You look at it and handle it as you see fit." He continued to search the box and found something strange. As soon as he unwrapped the sturdy packaging, he was stunned and whispered, "A storage ring, this is some good stuff. Even though the storage space inside is only 45 square meters, it's enough for me for now. This golden cloth says that this ring is from the Void Mountain. Bang Xi Nguyen once said that entering the Void Mountain guarantees becoming a grandmaster. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to find cultivation resources." A while later, the scene changed. At So Van Hung's villa in Sai Tang Tran, Ak carefully examined the items before him, praising, "That's right, you've found all the medicinal herbs I need. I can now refine the spirit-nourishing pill to heal Tran Tung too." Of course, he kept his next thought to himself. It seems these rich people are still quite useful. Thinking this, he praised Van Hung, who was behind him. "You did a good job. Here's an essence-cultivating pill as a reward. It will protect your health in the future." Hearing Tranmak's reward, he hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Master Tran." Seeing him get a reward, Tinan quickly tried to claim credit. "And Master Tran, I helped to find the herbs too. So you see?" Hearing this, he had to grant him a favor as well. "The pills are all ready. If you want, you can collect the herbs on this list, and I'll concoct them for you." Receiving Tranmak's approval, he exclaimed happily, "Thank you, Master Tran." However, Tinan had no idea what he was thinking. "Of course, I'll be keeping the majority of the refined pills as a processing fee." Then he continued to speak to him. "Master Tran, in a few days it's the Qianningyip Summit. All the famous figures of Qianningyip will be there. With your current status and position, you could totally crush Van Truong Ensho, the richest man in Qianningyip, and put him in his place." Hearing this, Tranmak suddenly became angry, remembering the past. Van Truong No, the CEO of Quang Han Group, the richest man in Qianningyip, who ruined his family in his past life. However, he tried to restrain himself, calmly ordering, "I will indeed go to the Qianningyip Summit, but you two go ahead and attend under your own names first." Finch An and Van Hung immediately bowed their heads and replied, "Understood." A while later, the scene changed to a room where Tung Tu was lying in bed. When he saw him walk in and jumped up, exclaiming, "Young master!" Tranmak quickly put a pill into the old man's mouth. "This is a spirit-nourishing pill. It can restore your damaged divine sense. Hurry up and recover your cultivation." Receiving his kindness, the old man was grateful. "Thank you, young master, for your trouble." Under the quiet night sky, after absorbing the spirit-nourishing pill, Tung Tu looked much healthier, bowing on the ground. "Thank you. This disciple thanks his master for saving my life." Tranmak saw that the old man could move again and said, "It seems the spirit-nourishing pill has helped you a lot. If it weren't for your short cultivation time, your true chi accumulation would have been enough to reach the transformation realm by now." Hearing this, the old man looked up, his eyes full of determination. "Master, I'm confident that within 3 months, I will definitely become a grandmaster." But Tranmak had his own ideas. He unleashed his power and retorted, "No need to wait, I'll help you achieve it right now." Immediately after, he began to guide Tung Tu in practicing his cultivation technique. The old man quickly sat cross-legged and replied, "Yes." Following his every word, the old man began to circulate his chi. With his true chi at its peak, becoming a grandmaster was certain. Tranmak stood behind him and raised his hand. A small burst of power emerged from his palm. Under his influence, Tung Tu seemed to enter another dimension, his eyes glowing with a brilliant red light. The void is nothingness, the transformation realm of a grandmaster. After completing his breakthrough, the old man immediately bowed to him. "Master's great kindness, this disciple has no way to repay it." Tranmak said politely, "There's no need for such words, just get up and clean yourself up. Tomorrow morning you'll come with me to Qianningyip." Tung Tu didn't hesitate and replied, "As you command." Time flew by, and at around 5 o'clock the next morning, Tang Tang seemed to sense something, and suddenly exclaimed, "This powerful aura Tran Tung Tu has become a grandmaster." Hearing this, Queen Than was lost in thought for a moment, thinking a month ago Tran Tung Tu was just an ordinary person like me. And now he's standing at the pinnacle of the martial arts world. What good is being the #1 beauty or a rich heiress if you can't escape old age and sickness? Only by following Tranmak can I take control of my own destiny. Seeing her leave Tang, Tang quickly called after her, "Miss, where are you going?" The scene changed to Tung Tu's room. While the old man and he were talking, a knock came from the door. Queen Than walked in from outside, calling out softly. Tranmak saw her and was a bit confused. Huh. She gathered all her courage and proposed without hesitation. I want to become your disciple as long as you teach me cultivation methods. I'm willing to pay any price. Hearing Queen Than's words, Tungtu was so shocked his jaw dropped, and even he was at a loss for words. Did she misunderstand something? Despite this thought, he still answered her, Your determination is good, but you still lack perseverance. As soon as Tranmak finished speaking, Queen Than immediately stood up, promising to be persistent. Starting today, I'll be your maid and your personal attendant, bringing you tea, pouring your water, and making your bed until you agree to take me as your disciple. Tang Tang was in the back. Hearing this, she blurted out in complete surprise, her words hitting a nerve with Queen Than. Miss, do you even know how to serve someone? Chenmo sighed helplessly and replied, I'm afraid you can't humble yourself the way you think you can. The scene changed again to another room. He was meditating on his bed when he heard a knock on the door. Come in. To his surprise, Queen Than walked in wearing a revealing outfit, leaving him completely flustered. Chenmo watched her lie down next to him, blushing slightly as he stammered, You? And just like that, Queen Than lay on his bed while he sat in a chair far away from her. Time passed quickly until the sun rose. Chenmo silently threw open his door and stepped out, finding Tang Tang and Tung Tu in front of his room. The two of them stared blankly as he walked past, looking completely drained and muttering, A strange word, gossip. Following him, a dejected Queen Than walked out, saying disappointedly, Nothing happened. Hearing this, Tang Tang seemed to find it hard to believe and exclaimed, That's incredible. If it were any other man, he probably would have pounced on her long ago. After that terrifying morning, the scene shifts to Jianye at the Manhwa Group headquarters. Chenmo led Queen Than and Tung Tu inside, saying to the receptionist, Hello, I'm looking for Chairman Lee. The receptionist asked professionally, Do you have an appointment? He replied without even thinking, no. After getting his answer, she said with regret, I'm sorry, an appointment is mandatory. Just then Wan Qing and Rui Bin walked over, and upon seeing him, she called out, Xiao Mo. The newcomer was Li Sufang's adopted daughter, and Chen Mo's sworn sister, Wan Qing. She asked in surprise, Xiao Mo, what are you doing here? She quickly walked over, gently patting his head and asking, When did you get here? Why didn't you call first? A bit embarrassed by the head pat, he replied that he wanted to surprise her and his mom, but didn't expect to need an appointment. Hearing him grumble, she replied shyly, It's company policy, don't worry about it. The chairman is away on business, but I'll get you all settled in first. He immediately pointed to the people behind him and said, I have some friends with me too. Please take care of the arrangements, Sister Wan Qing. Wan Qing looked at the outfit Tung Tu was wearing was a bit strange, and she thought to herself, people still dress like this. She stopped paying attention to the old man and turned to Queen Than. And this is... It seemed like she figured something out and she gave him a playful wink. Xiao Mo, don't tell me you... He calmly replied, She's just a classmate, don't get the wrong idea. Just then Rui Bin, who was standing behind them, boredly cleaned his ear and asked, Zhao Qing is this Chairman Li's useless son. Noticing his attitude, she immediately snapped, Chi Rui Bin, please use my full name, and another thing, don't you dare insult Chen Mo. Hearing the name she called him, he lowered his eyes slightly, thinking, Rui Bin. I vaguely remember this guy. He's the son of one of the Manhwa Group's board members and is always hitting on Wan Qing. Ignoring her words, he had no intention of stopping and continued his taunts. He was always ranked #1 in the entire middle school. From the bottom up. If that's not a loser, what is? His words completely infuriated Wan Qing. She confronted him angrily, Say that again. But Rui Bin wasn't the least bit intimidated and challenged her, Secretary Wan, watch your attitude. I can't guarantee my father won't pull his investment. Hearing that, her tone softened slightly, but she didn't forget to warn him. Rui Bin, if you dare threaten me using the company's interests, be careful that Director Chi doesn't lose money because of your words and actions. He replied calmly with an arrogant look on his face. Well, I've already said it. As the situation grew tense, Chen Mo stepped forward, put his arm around Wan Qing's shoulder, and said sarcastically, Sis, since when does an outsider get to throw their weight around at the Manhwa Group? And with that, he turned and pulled her away, leaving Rui Bin behind. Let's go. I want the presidential suite. He watched them leave, gritting his teeth in anger. How dare you ignore me? At tomorrow's anniversary celebration, I'll make you pay. A short while later, in a lavishly decorated room, Wan Qing stood in front of Chen Mo, who was sitting on the sofa, and explained the situation. The chairman just acquired a plot of land for expansion, but the banks that had initially agreed to provide the loan suddenly backed out. This broke Manhwa's capital chain, and now we can't even find a company in all of Jianye that's willing to work with us. The chairman suspects someone is targeting Manhwa, so she went elsewhere to raise funds. As soon as she finished speaking, he chimed in, The Jianye summit is being held tomorrow. She nodded slightly and answered gently, Yes, the chairman will probably be back tomorrow to attend the summit, and she'll definitely take you with her. With that, she stood up to leave his room, saying, You should get some rest for now. I'm heading back to the office. Suddenly, as he watched her leave, Chen Mo said something reassuring. Sister Wan Qing, don't worry. Everything will be resolved tomorrow. She took it as his way of comforting her, and simply smiled in response. Yeah, I'm sure it will. In her heart, she silently vowed with great determination that for the chairman and Xiao Mo, She would do everything she could to help Manhwa pull through. Of course, he had his own thoughts as well. With me here, all of Manhwa's problems will be solved easily. Time flew by, and the bright morning was soon replaced by the quiet of the night. Actually, it wasn't all that quiet as the urgent wail of sirens suddenly filled the air. A tall building was engulfed in a massive blaze, throwing everyone into a panic. It's a fire, look! The flames have already reached the top floors. Can anyone inside still escape? Below the building, firefighters were rushing to coordinate their efforts trying to extinguish the blaze. We have to save them, Captain. The flames had started to spread inside the building. Our ladder can only reach the 20th floor, so for the upper levels. You stay here and coordinate the evacuation. Everyone else with me will save as many people as we can. Hearing this, a firefighter immediately volunteered. Captain, you command from down here, let me go. But the captain barked back at him, follow your orders. Then he commanded the others. All right, men, let's move out. The firefighters around him all responded in unison. Little did they know someone was watching from across the street. Staring intently at the flame-engulfed building, Tranmak activated his power, removed his ring, and muttered, Fire is heartless, but people aren't. I guess I'll lend you a hand. 3,000 weak waters. And then the quiet sky was suddenly filled with rumbling thunder and lightning. Following the thunder, a massive downpour began to fall. The rain poured down right on the building and its raging flames, much to the delight of the crowd. It's raining, the heavens are watching over us. The onlookers who witnessed this thought it was strange murmuring about the miracle. This rain came at the most perfect time. The rain is only falling within about 30 feet of the building. That's way too coincidental. Meanwhile, at the public security headquarters surveillance hall, everyone became much busier because of this unexpected event. They snapped back to attention and continued to investigate. The man beside the surveillance operator was Mayor Kongduk Van. He could hardly believe what he was seeing, and said, This downpour is too coincidental. Someone is definitely controlling it. Suddenly his brows furrowed as he yelled, Stop, zoom in on the feed from monitor number 9. The operator quickly followed his order. An image of Tranmak immediately appeared on monitor 9. Seeing this, the mayor's secretary, who was one of Kim Trung Nuon's nephews, Kim Tin Vu, just happened to be bringing in coffee and exclaimed upon recognizing him, It's actually him. Duke Van took the coffee and asked curiously, You know this person? He nodded slightly. Yeah, it's just that... Hearing his hesitation, the mayor loudly issued a decree to everyone in the room. Today's incident is now classified as S-level top secret. Anyone who leaks this information will be punished as a spy. Do you all understand? Immediately, everyone shouted in unison, Understood. After taking care of everything, Tranmak had somehow already returned to his room and was meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, stared straight ahead and thought to himself, They're here. The moment he had that thought, Tu Puang burst into the room aggressively yelling, You little stinker, get out here right now! Van Tan rushed in after her, trying to stop her. Ma'am, little Mac might still be asleep. Seeing her, he was a bit dumbfounded and managed to say, Mom, you're a little too fired up to see me, huh? She ignored his attitude and angrily lectured him. You little brat, you're not focusing on your studies. So what are you doing all the way out here? You're dragging Queen Than around everywhere. Aren't you afraid the Yan family is going to lose it on you? He explained in pain as she pinched his ear. Mom, she's the one who insisted on coming with me. Tu Fuang didn't buy his excuse, insisting, Don't give me that you definitely took advantage of her. Outside, an eavesdropping Tung Tu said with a bit of worry. It seems like the only person in the world who can fly off the handle and hit master is... Tang Tang, catching on, finished the thought, his mother. Just then, the person at the center of all this, Queen Than, appeared. Auntie, you're here. Seeing her, the mother quickly stopped what she was doing, smiled sweetly and complimented her. You must be Queen Than. You're as lovely as your name suggests. With that, Tu Puang let go of her son, walked over to the girl and asked in confusion, Why aren't you with the Yan family? What are you doing with Tranmak? Caught off guard, Queen Than forced a smile and struggled for an explanation. Right now, I'm Tranmak's maid nanny and disciple in training. How should I explain this? Because of her incomplete answer, things only got worse. But it's gotten to the point where you can't even describe it. Immediately, Tu Fuang landed a punch on Tranmak so hard he coughed up blood, screaming, You little punk! Did you learn some wicked technique and ruin this girl? You think you have enough heads for the Yan family to kick around like soccer balls? He panicked and yelled with all his might. Mom, I didn't do anything, it was all her choice. Queen Than rushed over to stop her, explaining, Auntie, it's true I was completely willing. However, this explanation didn't do much to clear up the misunderstanding. Tu Fuang looked at her in disbelief and turned to look at the girl, willingly ruined by this little punk. Feeling completely helpless, she decided to drop it. Whatever, I don't understand you young people's business. But just be careful. Don't do anything to bring shame on our two families. Tranmak, his face all swollen, realized what she was implying and asked, Mom, I think you're misunderstanding something. But her next words quickly shut him up. All right, that's enough. Tu Fuang's expression turned serious as she instructed him, Go pack your things. You're coming with me to the Jianan anniversary celebration. Tranmak suddenly remembered something and took out a small box. Oh right. Mom, sis, I got a gift for both of you. Looking at the box in his hand, Tu Fuang was a little surprised. Van Tan, on the other hand, was excited and urged him on. This is the first time you've ever given a gift to me. And the director, hurry and open it so I can see. When he opened the lid, they saw two small treasures inside and exclaimed in surprise, jade jewelry. This couldn't have been cheap, right? Tran Mak looked at To Phuong with a determined gaze and instructed, Mom, you have to keep this on you at all times. On me at all times. You understand, right? The scene changes to the towering skyscraper of Jianye, the Dingcheng International Business Hotel. From the entrance, the group of Sufang Wan Qing Chen Motang Tang Qing Cheng and Song Zi walk in each in a stunning outfit, immediately drawing the attention of everyone around. The people from Manhwa have arrived. Say what you will, but their company sure has a lot of beautiful women. Once they were inside the lobby, Sufang turned to Chen Mo and instructed him. Little Mo Wanqing and I are going to discuss business, so you look after Qing Cheng and don't cause any trouble. He was sure he was the most well-behaved kid there. How could he possibly cause any trouble? The anniversary celebration was filled with men in dapper suits. Not only that, but there were also women in stunning elegant gowns. Chen Mo sat down at the banquet table, leaned back in his chair with his hands behind his head, and thought to himself, in my past life I really wanted to attend this Jianye summit, but now it just feels so pointless. Fame and fortune are worthless. Only strength is the one true currency. Just then, he noticed a familiar face in the distance and muttered, Chu Wenxiang's group is here too. There were also a few martial artists here with considerable strength, including one grandmaster. While he was lost in thought, the MC came on stage to start the ceremony, asking everyone to give their biggest round of applause. For the CEO of the Guanghan Group, Mr. Wan Chengru. After the MC's introduction, he stood up, smiled brightly, and walked toward the stage amidst everyone's applause. As soon as he reached the center of attention, he began his speech. It's time for our annual summit again. All of you sitting here are the elites from every sector. You are the ones who support the entire economy of Jianye. Please feel free to talk and mingle, and let's work together to promote the development of Jianye. The speech ended. As Chengru stepped off the stage to return to his seat, he received a sycophantic compliment. CEO Wan, that was a wonderful speech. He calmly and quickly replied, You're too kind, Brother Wang, please have a seat. As one person left, a second came up to shake his hand. CEO Wan, I haven't seen you in days, you look younger. Chengru returned the compliment with a practiced smile. Brother Liu, I heard you were sick a few days ago, but you look like you're recovering well. After chatting with CEO Wang and CEO Liu Su, Feng also approached to greet him. CEO Wan, it's been a long time. You're as distinguished as ever. Even though he heard her compliment, he remained silent and didn't react. Su Feng looked at him a bit bewildered, that he didn't reply, confused. Why is Wan Chengru ignoring me? He tried to ignore her by addressing the other CEOs. Come now, please have a seat, everyone. Su Feng didn't give up, forcing a smile as she spoke again. Chairman Wan, we had dinner together last year. We even discussed business. You're a very important man. Perhaps you don't remember me. But Chengru's reply was chillingly heartless. Is that so? Then I'll have my people immediately stop all business with you. See yourself out. Witnessing such a dramatic scene, the people in the room began to gossip excitedly. Look over there. Wan Chengru just turned on Li Sufang. So it looks like those rumors were true. From a distance, Chen Mo and Wan Qing watched everything, their brows furrowed with worry. Su Fang tried to compose herself and asked, Chairman Wan, could you please explain this to me? But Chengru had a cold expression, unwilling to hear any arguments. Explain? Do I have any obligation to explain anything to you? Just then a phone started ringing, and she quickly answered it. Hello? The person on the other end reported in a panicked, urgent tone. CEO, something's happened. 8 of the company's shareholders want to pull their investments. The sponsor we're negotiating with has also suddenly backed out of the deal. Hearing this, Su Feng's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed in disbelief, What? The person on the phone continued to speak, as the phone slowly and weakly slipped from her hand. The Wan family and the other houses want to terminate their partnerships with us. With no reply, her phone hit the ground as the hopeless voice from the other end continued to call out, CEO, what should we do, CEO? At that moment, a group of unfamiliar people arrogantly strode in amidst the chatter. It's the directors from the Manhwa group. What are they doing here? Are they here to support Manhwa? The man leading the group was Rui Bin's father, Qi Zhonghua. He bowed respectfully with a cunning smile and reported, Mr. Wan, we have all withdrawn from the Manhwa group and hope to have the opportunity to do business with you in the future. Chengru was overjoyed welcoming him and the people behind him. Welcome, a very warm welcome. Rui Bin, standing behind them, flashed a smug, contemptuous smile and muttered, Wan Qing, even if you begged me to take care of you now, it would be too late. Immediately after, Chengru's expression hardened as he loudly declared, Anyone here today to support Manhwa will be considered an enemy of my Wan family. The situation had completely turned. Su Fang and Wan Qing were isolated in a corner, mocked by the crowd. So it's true, Li Su Fang has been targeted. With the shareholders pulling out, Manhwa is finished. Looking at the current situation, Su Fang trembled with tension, thinking to herself, Manhwa doesn't have enough money, and now it's being torn apart in front of everyone. No one will invest anymore. Suddenly, the sound of familiar leather shoes echoed on the floor. Chenmo grabbed a chair and sat right in the middle of the hall in front of his mother. Following him were Songzi, Ching Cheng, and Tang Tang. Seeing this, the crowd in the hall started buzzing. Who is that? How dare he so brazenly sit next to Li Sufang in the middle of a storm like this? The guy next to him seems like a pro. Those two women are seriously gorgeous. That's Li Thu Puang's son, what a useless bum. He's that idiot who's always dead last on tests. With a son like that, the Manhwa group is doomed. Van Than looked at him curiously and asked, Tumak, what are you doing here? Tu Fuang sighed and pleaded, Tumak, you need to leave right now. Don't stay here and suffer this shame with me. But he stubbornly replied with a mysterious air, Mom, I can save the Manhwa group. Hearing Tran Mak say this, she was surprised and cried out, What are you bragging about at a time like this? Van Than was also skeptical and urged, Tumak, go quickly, the chairwoman is trying to protect you. But no matter what they said, he just turned and gave a cool smile, saying, I'm a grown man, now it's my turn to protect both of you. With that said, he looked at the bullies and declared, With me here, nobody can touch the Manhwa group. Hearing this, the gossiping crowd behind Truong No sneered with contempt. So shameless! He's just a college kid, thank goodness I didn't partner with Manhwa, or I'd be completely ruined by this moron. Tran Mak didn't pay them any mind, instead asking in a serious, intimidating voice, I'm asking now who is willing to help the Manhwa group solve this crisis. The moment he spoke, Tai Sun raised his hand from the crowd and shouted, Tai Yu, son of En Lam, is willing to help the Manhwa group with all his might. Hearing this, Truong No was startled, his confidence shaken. Tai Yu's son is the big boss of An Lam, and we've always been allies. So why would he openly support the Manhwa group against me? Following him, a whole line of other chairmen stepped forward, led by Van Hung and Tin An Dio Tin An of Saitang, Ton Kim Phai of Longhua, Van Hung of Saitang, and Puang Bat Dong of Kin Duong. We are ready to do everything in our power to help the Manhwa group. After this impressive show of force, Tin An walked up and bowed to Tran Mak. Greetings, Master Tran, he replied politely. Chairman Dieu, thank you for your trouble. The chairman smiled deferentially and answered, Master Tran, you're too polite. We owe it all to you for giving us this chance. The tables had turned again this time into Fuang's favor. As someone in the crowd shouted in realization, half of all the big bosses at the summit answered Tran Mak's call. Ban Than was completely bewildered what is happening. As for Tu Fuang, her eyes welled up with tears as she said emotionally, thank you all so much. Van Hung smiled graciously and said, Chairwoman Li, it's the least we could do, you don't have to thank us. Tin Han eagerly added, when it comes to investments, partnerships, or connections, we'll follow Chairwoman Li's lead. After Tran Mak's impressive performance, Truong No remained calm, speaking with disdain. Not bad, kid, you've got a few tricks. But your Manhwa group picked a fight with the wrong people. No one can save you today. With that, he suddenly clenched his jaw and shouted, Brother Lai! At his call, a figure emerged from the back of the crowd and walked toward them. I really didn't expect Li Thu Puang's son to have such a vast network. The crowd looked on in confusion as the man approached, murmuring, Who is that? Truong No mentioned a big shot with the surname Li. Unless it's... It seemed Tu Fuang knew this man as she started to tremble with rage. So that's who it was. The newcomer was indeed an acquaintance of hers, Li Xiaoson of the Lai family. The man stared intently at him, his brow furrowed in a stern expression. Tran Mak felt a jolt inside his own gaze, turning serious as he looked back. It seemed history had changed. The Manhwa group's crisis in his previous life had nothing to do with the Lai family, but this time it was orchestrated entirely by them. Seeing Chua Son Van Hung Tin An and the others grew anxious. The Lai family was truly a mega-clan. Could Master Tran really go up against the Lai family? Just then the man stepped forward arrogantly and declared, I am Li Xiusun, and by the order of my family I am here to annihilate your Manhwa group. Do you submit? Hearing his words, Tu Fuang gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. That bastard is so ruthless. I know the Lai family's terrifying methods all too well. There's no use in fighting back. With that thought, she turned to Van Hung and Tin An and bowed apologetically. I sincerely thank you all for offering a lifeline in our time of need, but my Manhwa group can't drag all of you into this mess. Seeing her give up, Van Hung immediately turned to Tran Mak Master Tran. Tin An also looked over and said, What should we do? Right away, Tran Mak spoke up with a scornful tone. You're just a lackey for the Lai family. You don't have the right to stand here and intimidate me. Chio Son's face twisted into a confident and dangerous smirk. Rest assured, the family head has already prepared someone who is qualified to deal with you. And then on his signal, Li Longkai, a Grandmaster, appeared. Grandmaster Li, if you please. Seeing him, the whole room erupted in awestruck whispers. Is that a legendary martial artist? Is that guy even human? Is this some kind of sorcery? Chio Son approached Longkai and bowed. We're counting on you, Grandmaster Li. After acknowledging the bow, a deadly light flashed in his eyes as his attention locked onto Tran Mak, sizing him up. Kid, you've got potential, but it's a shame your road ends here. Tran Mak frowned, slightly calculating. The Lai family wouldn't be a minor clan. They definitely wouldn't have sent just him alone. With that thought, he casually crossed his legs and looked at Longkai, asking, Li Dong Duong didn't just send you by yourself, did he? Is there anyone else? Come on out and I'll take care of you all at once. Hearing this, the Grandmaster exploded with rage, shouting, You're so arrogant you disrespect a Grandmaster to his face. Fine, then you can pay for that arrogance with your life. Seeing this, Chen Mo seemed to understand and gave an order. So it's really just you, huh? Then I don't need to make a move. You go. Songzi accepted the command and quickly replied, Yes, sir. Right after that, the old man began to channel his power, unleashing his full strength to the absolute shock of the crowd. Another grandmaster. Oh my god, are grandmasters as common as cabbage now? At this moment, a delighted Sufang ran up to her son and asked a question that was hard to answer. Little Mo, is this your mysterious master? Long Qi, meanwhile, was still extremely confident and looked down on Songzi. I can't believe you have a grandmaster by your side, but are you sure he can protect you? Chen Mo gave a slight challenging smile and shot back. Right now, he's not here to protect me, he's here to kill you. The moment he finished speaking, the guy became completely enraged and charged forward aggressively. How arrogant Dai! Songzi immediately raised his fist to counter, shouting, What a coincidence, I've got a fist for you to taste too! The sound of their fists colliding was powerful enough to shatter mountains. However, Songzi's fist was stronger, sending Long Qi flying backward. Taking that one punch injured him so badly he coughed up blood. The nosy crowd cried out in shock. A grandmaster was seriously injured in one punch. Even Zhao Shan couldn't believe what he was seeing. Grandmasters are supposed to fight for hundreds of rounds before a winner is decided, so how could it be over in a single punch? Back in the fight, Long Qi struggled to get up, asking what kind of fist technique that was. Why is it so powerful? Songzi stepped forward with an overwhelming aura and replied simply, A dead man doesn't need to know so much. Hearing this, the guy's face turned pale with fear as he panicked and begged, Stop! You can't kill me. None of you can withstand the wrath of the Lai family. The moment he finished, Chen Mo, sitting in the back, boldly declared, If your Li family wants to compete openly in business, then Manhwa will take you on all the way. If you want to play dirty, let's see how many grandmasters you have for me to kill. As he spoke, he signaled for Songzi to finish it. He vowed, I promise I will kill, until not a single person from your Li family is left. Following his command, the old man immediately rushed toward Long Qi, gathering his power to deliver the finishing blow, sending him off without a farewell. Of course, he wasn't just going to sit there and wait to die, so he tried to block with what little strength he had left. You'll pay a heavy price if you kill me. But before he could even launch his attack, he took a punch from Songzi to the gut and coughed up more blood. The force of the punch sent Long Qi flying backward, his body slamming into the wall behind him, officially ending his arrogant life. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Shan was so horrified he turned pale and was at a loss for words. The others, however, continued to gossip, killing a grandmaster in just 2 punches. Aren't they both grandmasters? Why is the power gap so huge? Only Chen Mo remained calm amidst the chaos, analyzing the fight. Even though Li Longqi entered the Taihua realm a few years earlier than Chen Songzi, his cultivation and martial arts techniques are 100 times worse than what I taught Chen Songzi. If Songzi couldn't even beat him, I just have to find a new disciple. Although the fight was over, Songzi's aura still lingered. When the old man glanced over, it still made people jump, and the ones most affected by his gaze were Zhao Shan and Cheng Ru. At this moment, Chen Mo spoke up, delivering an ultimatum. Go back and tell Li Dongyang that in 3 years I will make his Li family kneel before me in repentance. Zhao Shan trembled as he heard this and asked, I will relay the message to the family head. Can I go now? Without hesitation, Chen Mo dismissed him. Get lost. Seeing his terrified state, Su Fang was a bit surprised and didn't notice that Wan Qing beside her had discovered something. It turns out the Li family isn't invincible after all. What she discovered was that Shuibin and Zhenghua's father was trying to sneak away. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'll be leaving first. Chen Mo glanced at those cowards with a thoughtful look. Although he really wanted to destroy the Wan family, it wasn't the right time. Thanks to that display, the whole situation had changed. Su Fang was surrounded by a crowd of directors, all chatting enthusiastically. Chairman Li, you've raised such a fine son. Does Manhwa need any help? I'll help. Yes. Thank you, everyone. We're practically begging to cooperate with Manhwa. A little later, the scene shifts to a villa in Xiadu. The Li family's Zhao Shan is being questioned, his face a mask of innocence. Is that true? Dongyang frowned slightly, finding it a bit hard to believe. I never expected the Grandmaster by his side to be so powerful. Li Wen also grew serious and immediately suggested, Father, should we request that person to reveal himself? The old man shot him a look, stopping him. No, it's not that critical yet. In the future, we will only use secular power to corner the Manhwa group. People from the martial world cannot easily interfere in the affairs of the secular world, and he didn't dare break this rule. The scene changes again as night falls over the sky. Chaisang Prefecture, Jianye District, Fengshan County, Bian neighborhood. Inside a luxurious villa, Su Fang leads Chen Mo's group into the house, revealing, Tomorrow is New Year's Eve and your father is still at work. It seems like Fengshan County can't function without him. Master Chen, all of you please make yourselves at home. At this, Songzi was a bit shocked, internally lamenting. Mrs. Li keeps calling me Grandmaster Chen. My poor little heart can't take it. While the old man was complaining, Chen Mo was extremely annoyed, glaring at the person behind him. He originally just wanted them to go back to their hometown for the new year, but Yan Qingcheng insisted on coming along no matter what. What a hassle. Just then, his father walked in from outside. Huh, you guys are back. Why didn't you call me? Seeing his gentle smile, he felt a pang of sadness remembering the past. Dad always wanted to rely on his own strength, working hard to prove himself to the Lee and Tran families, but he failed in my previous life. I still remember the regret in his dying eyes. Dad, in this life, I want to fulfill your wish, so you can prove yourself to the Lee and Tran families. A moment later, they were all seated at a lavish dinner table. Tran Mac's father served Tung Tu some food and said politely, "So your Grandmaster Tung, thank you for looking after my Zhao Mac. Please eat and drink as much as you like." Next, he turned to the other special guests. "Queen Than Tang Tang, eat up, don't be shy." She smiled gently and replied respectfully, "Thank you, Uncle Tran." After they had eaten for a while, they moved to the living room to talk business. Uncle Tran was the first to speak. "Zhao Mac, after the new year, it'll be time for you to take on the New Duong Tran family's business war trial. The Tran family is a business dynasty with a family rule called the Annual Business War. Every young adult in the family between the ages of 18 and 23 is given a sum of money to learn how to start a business. And at the annual meeting each year, the top 3 performers based on their evaluated progress and achievements will be specially cultivated by the family." Tran Mac confidently assured him, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll definitely take first place and make you proud." Seeing his confidence, his father reminded him, "That's some big talk. I can't help you at all. You have to rely entirely on yourself." Hearing this, Tu Fuang immediately cut in, "If you won't help him, I will, and I'm sure Grandmaster Tung won't just stand by and do nothing." Feeling the weight of this trust, Tung Tu Nu forced a smile. Of course. Uncle Tran ignored them and continued instructing his son, "The Tran family will give you your investment capital after the new year. Don't spend it recklessly. Work hard and learn about business investment. If you lose it all, we'll become a laughingstock." Tran Mac replied with total confidence, "Don't worry, Dad." He then stood up to leave. "Mom, Dad, I'm going out to hang with my friends." His father agreed. "Go on and stay out of trouble." Tu Fuang added, "I don't go bullying anyone." And with that, he led Tung Tu out calling Ngon Thu Sin on his phone. After it rang for a long time, someone finally picked up, and Tran Mac sounded a bit annoyed. "What's the deal? Why did it take you so long to answer?" On the other end, Thu Sin frantically explained, No, my phone was on vibrate, I didn't hear it." He seemed to notice something strange about his friend, frowning slightly. Ngon Thu Sin's tone of voice wasn't quite right. Pushing the thought aside, he got straight to the point. "I'm back. Call Tu Hao and Tu Thien. Let's meet up." Surprised by the request, he quickly agreed. "Okay, sure. Where are you? I'll have Tu Hao come pick you up." Tran Mac answered right away. "I'll wait for you guys at the neighborhood entrance." After confirming the location, Thu Sin agreed. "Okay, see you in a bit." The call ended, leaving only the monotonous dial tone. Tran Mac stared at his phone, lost in thought. In his past life, he'd never heard of Ngon Thu Sin running into any trouble, but perhaps his rebirth had changed things. A moment later, a luxury car pulled up in front of him. Inside, Tu Hao waved, "Hello, Zhao Mac." From the driver's seat, Ngon Thu Sin motioned for him to get in. Zhao Mac, hop in. He got into the front passenger seat and asked them, "How have you two been?" He immediately answered, "Definitely not as good as you. You got into the best high school in Kien Yip." Tu Hao looked at Tung Tu beside him and asked hesitantly, "Tran Mac, who's this?" He quickly reassured him, "He's a friend of mine. He's one of us, so don't worry." Then he noticed someone was missing and asked, "Right, where's Tu Thien? Is she coming?" He quickly answered, "She'll meet up with us in a bit." A few hours later, 4 of them were having a meal in a private VIP room at a restaurant. Thu Sin said cheerfully, "Zhao Mac, go ahead and order all your favorites. It's on me today." Hearing this, Tran Mac glanced at the menu and declared without holding back, "Then let's just get one of everything." He feigned shock and scolded him, "Wow, you're really not going to be polite, are you?" While they were messing around, a figure walked in. It was surely Tu Thien. The incredibly beautiful girl was Niep Tu Thien. Seeing her, Thu Sin happily exclaimed, "You're here." Tran Mac's expression, however, darkened as he sensed something was off. He looked at the gently smiling Tu Thien and confirmed his thoughts. There was a fluctuating spiritual power on her, appearing and disappearing, growing strong, then weak like a heartbeat. It turned out someone had already planted a demonic seed in her. The demonic seed comes from the demonic heart-seeding art of the Heavenly Demon Clan. After a woman conceives, the demonic seed acts like a cauldron, allowing another to absorb her essence, supplementing their yang with her yin and causing their cultivation to soar. As for the vessel, once the demonic seed is removed, she would lose all of her life essence and become a withered corpse. In his previous life, Niep Tu Thien had suddenly vanished, and he feared this was the reason why. Tran Mac grew pensive and made a silent vow. In this life, he would not let that tragedy repeat itself. He pulled out a chair for her. "Tu Thien, long time no see. Come on, have a seat." At the same time, his mind began to race, planning his next move. Zhao Qian's current body is just a vessel for a demonic seed planted by a flawed demonic art, which he can easily remove. Tran Mac narrowed his eyes, wanting to see exactly what kind of evil entity was behind all this. Across from them, she saw a dignified old man sitting with his eyes closed, and Zhao Qian was curious who he was. But since Tran Mac didn't introduce him, she let it go and started teasing, "Zhao Mac, you're back." I thought after going to Saitang you'd forget all about us. Tu Sin was visibly annoyed, thinking of course he only came back for a trip because of the new year. Tu Hao stepped in to smooth things over. All right, let's just order. Before long, the table was covered with tempting dishes. Tranmak hadn't touched his chopsticks yet. And before eating, he looked at Zhao Qian and suddenly said, "By the way, if you guys are running into any trouble, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you solve it." Zhao Qian looked confused, while Tu Sin's face darkened as he stayed silent. Tu Hao just blankly put some food in his mouth. Zhao Qian flashed a bright smile. What kind of trouble could we have? You're thinking too much. However, everyone was feeling something different. Tu Sin's insecurity flared into anger, and he slammed the table as he stood up. Tranmak, you think I Ngon Tu Sin am inferior to you, don't you? A problem I can't solve, what makes you think you can? Tu Hao was startled, unable to believe Tu Sin's attitude. You're totally overreacting. Isn't Zhao Mak just showing he cares about us? Why are you flipping out on him like this? Tranmak remained silent, his face slowly turning indifferent. Tu Sin wasn't finished with his rant, still seething with bitterness. You think just because you used your connections to get to Saitang, that you've climbed the social ladder and can act all high and mighty? He even wanted to end his friendship with Tranmak and draw a clear line between them. You're clearly not as good as me at anything yet. You always act like you're above me. If that's the case, let's just get it all out in the open today. From now on, we're done. Let's just cut all ties. How about that? Tu Hao was shocked and unhappy with his friend's words. Ngon Tu Sin, what's gotten into you? Zhao Qian tried her best to calm him down. Stop talking nonsense, you're going to ruin our friendship. Tu Sin was so angry he was grinding his teeth, but since Tranmak, the target of his insults, wasn't saying anything, he had no grounds to keep going. Tranmak silently poured beer into his glass. Then he raised it and downed it in a single gulp, as if to show Ngon Tu Sin his stance. Tu Sin, being naturally competitive, trembled with anger when he saw that. He grabbed a beer bottle and started chugging. Fine. After finishing, he slammed the bottle on the table and said angrily, "You guys eat, I'll pay." With that, Tu Sin turned and walked out. Seeing this, Tu Hao ran after him. I'll go talk to him. Zhao Qian felt a bit awkward, never expecting things to end up this way. Zhao Mak, he reassured her. It's okay, I'm not taking his words to heart. He then got straight to the point. Now that it's just the two of us, can you tell me what's going on with you? Zhao Qian was silent for a moment, her sad eyes filled with hesitation, and in the end it seemed she wasn't ready to share. She stood up. What could possibly be wrong with me? I've lost my appetite for this meal. We should just call it a day. After saying that, Zhao Qian turned and left. The gathering broke up on a sour note. Tranmak let out a sigh, lost in thought. He gave an order to Tung Tu, who had been sitting silently beside him the whole time. Follow her, but don't let her know. The old man replied respectfully, Yes, sir. Outside, Wang Diekbin of the Yin sect was leaning against a car smoking a cigarette. He was not pleased. He told her she'd been there too long. He reminded her, Zhao Qian the master doesn't like you associating with those boys, you'll only bring them harm. She threatened him coldly. I've already said I won't do anything to betray the master. If you dare to touch them, don't blame me for taking you down with me. Diekbin didn't seem angry at all. I'm just reminding you should know your place. Zhao Qian opened the car door and got into the back seat. You don't need to waste your breath. Tung Tu, who was hiding behind a tree, overheard their entire conversation. The scene then shifts back to the luxurious private dining room where Tranmak was waiting for news. Tung Tu returned and reported everything to Tranmak, after which they left. He nodded and said, I understand. Just then, Tu Hao came back and began making excuses for Tu Sin. Tranmak, don't take what Tu Sin said to heart, he's just been going through a tough time. Since he wanted to help them anyway, he wasn't going to hold a grudge against his old friend, and instead asked, Don't worry, I could tell something was up for a while now. Well, what kind of trouble is he in? Tu Hao let out a sigh, and then told Tranmak about Thu Sin's situation. Both Thu Sin's family and the family of their classmate Ho Kiem Hoa are in the hotel business, and they've always been rivals. You know how it is. After learning that the Kim family planned to build a chain of high-end clubs in Fongsun County, both of them went to Saitang to find young Master Kim. As it turned out, young Master Kim chose Ho Kiem Hoa and threw Thu Sin out, saying some pretty nasty things to him. Tranmak listened silently for a moment, his face darkening as he muttered, Young Master Kim, the Kim family, Tu Hao continued. I heard that next year the Ho family plans to use the Kim family's backing to take over Thu Sin's family hotel. Man, Thu Sin is under so much pressure, that's why he said all that stuff. After hearing the whole story, Tranmak stood up, patted Tu Hao's shoulder, and promised, All right, I get it. I'll take care of this. Tu Hao was stunned and completely surprised. You can solve it. Tranmak led Tung Tu away, waving his hand as he left. Oh right, Happy New Year! A few days later, on the first day of the new year at the Tu Hai Hotel, run by the Ngon family, Thu Sin was standing at the entrance greeting guests and wishing them a Happy New Year. Beside Ngon Kwang Hoi, Ngon Thu Sin's father said warmly, Please come in, your private room is ready. The father and son duo Ho Ven Vi and Ho Kiem Hoa also arrived. Brother Ngon, Happy New Year. Gon Kwang-hoi kept a smile on his face. Old bro Hu, Happy New Year. Hu Wenwei was extremely arrogant, plopping right down into a chair as soon as he walked in and sizing up the hotel. Younger bro Yan, the Four Seas Hotel is really coming along, Guang Hui replied politely. You're joking, Mr. Hu. I still have a lot of work to do. Jianhua, on the other hand, wasn't so polite and retorted sarcastically, well, at least you're self-aware. Compared to our Vu Huang Hotel, this place of yours is nothing more than a public restroom. Guang Hui's smile faded as he said coldly, Mr. Hu, today is New Year's Day. How about we talk after the holiday? Behind him, Chu Sheng gritted his teeth, glaring at the Hu family member. Wenwei, being an old fox, just laughed it off. Younger bro Yan, I can't help you there. Young Master Jin has demanded that I consolidate the hotel industry in Fengshan County as soon as possible. He held up 3 fingers. Young Master Jin has made an offer of 3 million for this place. Chu Sheng couldn't stand it and stepped up to argue 3 million. Our Four Seas Hotel is worth at least 20 million, Jianhua, indifferent to his outburst, replied coolly. 3 million is plenty. Who else do you think would dare defy young Master Jin to come to this rundown hotel of yours? Guang Hui's face darkened, but he politely refused. The Four Seas Hotel is my life's work, and I have no intention of giving it up. However, Wenwei wouldn't take no for an answer. Younger bro Yan, don't push your luck. You really don't want to get on the Hu family's bad side. Guang Hui called his nephew Yan Lin to see them out. Yan Lin, a tall and muscular guy, stepped forward and said coldly, Mr. Hu, this way, please. Wenwei didn't budge, just raising an eyebrow from his seat. At that moment, Mr. Shen stepped in front of Yan Lin, raised his fist angrily, and lunged forward. He punched Yan Lin square in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. A panicked Chu Sheng rushed to help him. Are you all right? Blood dripped from the corner of Yan Lin's mouth as he said shakily to Guang Hui, Second uncle, he's a martial artist. He could take down our entire Yan family alone. Guang Hui was extremely worried. Seeing this, Wenwei finally got up and cracked his knuckles. Younger bro Yan, based on the years we've known each other, let me give you some advice, don't resist futilely. Right at that moment, Chen Mo walked into the hotel lobby. Uncle Yan, I came to wish you a happy new year. Worried he would get involved in the trouble, Chu Sheng immediately tried to make him leave. Chen Mo, what are you doing here? You need to leave now. Seeing his son's friend, Guang Hui, didn't want to drag an outsider into their family's mess. He said, Chen Mo, thanks for stopping by today. I appreciate the sentiment. I'll have Chu Sheng visit you another day, but you should go home now. But Chen Mo wasn't persuaded. He just smiled and said, Uncle Yan, I'm not just here to wish you a happy new year today. I also want to discuss some business. I'd like to acquire the Four Seas Hotel. Jianhua scowled and stepped forward to insult him. Chen Mo, what's a good for nothing like you doing stirring up trouble? Even with a bit of cash from your mom's business, you could never buy a hotel. Plus, you dare to oppose the Jin family. Guang Hui was completely stunned. Chu Sheng thought he was just stirring the pot. He frowned. Chen Mo, stop causing trouble. The Jin family is here. But Chen Mo didn't leave, instead stepping closer with an enticing offer. Uncle Yan, just name your price. I'll buy it with no conditions. Chu Sheng stepped forward and grabbed him. Little Mo, please just go, I'm begging you. Chen Mo felt hurt. Chu Sheng, I told you to name your price. I couldn't be more sincere. How can you try to kick me out? Wenwei didn't want any surprises. He turned to the martial artist. Mr. Shen, kindly throw this brat out. Mr. Shen nodded. No problem, I'm just doing my job for the young Master Jin. As he finished speaking, he unleashed his power and a surge of chi erupted from him, startling everyone. Chu Sheng became even more worried for his friend. Chen Mo, you see that you're going to get yourself killed if you keep messing around. Chen Mo wasn't fazed at all. In fact, he scoffed, just a measly external realm martial artist. He raised his hand, releasing a burst of chi, and coldly spat out one word, get lost. Blasted by Chen Mo's powerful chi meester, Shen coughed up blood and stumbled back in utter shock. External chi projection, you're a transformation realm grandmaster. Chen Mo casually put his hands in his pockets, his own chi flaring as he turned. He warned, if this wasn't Uncle Yan's hotel, you'd already be dead. Mr. Shen immediately fell to his knees. I was blind to have offended a grandmaster, please spare my life. Jianhua was dumbfounded. What? Wenwei was furious but powerless. How is this possible? Chu Sheng was completely floored. Little Mo, when did you become so powerful? Chen Mo just smiled and said, we can talk about that later. We need to solve this problem first. Though defeated, Mr. Shen remembered he had the Jin family's backing and warned, you may be powerful, but you can't fight the Jin family. I suggest you mind your own business. Chen Mo was completely unfazed. The Jin family might be untouchable in your eyes, but to me they're just a bunch of nobodies. Just then a commanding voice boomed from behind them. Who's bad-mouthing my Jin family? A displeased young man walked in. This was Jin Kenning, the eldest son of Jin Zhenghuo and grandson of Jin Zhongshan. Seeing the newcomer, Wenwei immediately began to grovel. Young Master Jin Kenning ignored him and ordered his subordinates, you dare look down on the Jin family, get him. But as his men got close to Chen Mo, they were all sent flying by the chi radiating from his body. Suddenly, 2 more men walked in, and upon seeing them, Kenning shouted, Grandpa, Dad! He immediately pointed at Chen Mo to complain, Dad, this kid, he... However, his father and grandfather completely ignored him, walked straight to Chen Mo and bowed in apology. I, Jin Zhongshan, have failed to teach my grandson properly. and have come to personally apologize to Mr. Chen. The entire crowd was dumbfounded. What? Kuan Yin was stunned at this point. Could he be Master Chen? Chen Mo remained indifferent as he spoke to Kim Trung Thuan. Elder Kim, my friend Yan Chu-sing, was kicked out before, and the one who insulted him was this very young Master Kim. He immediately turned to his grandson and commanded coldly, Kuan Yin, kneel. He knew he had done something stupid and immediately obeyed his grandfather, dropping to his knees to atone for his sin without any hesitation. Mr. Chen, I was blind, please punish me. Chen Mo didn't make a move. He turned his head and spoke to the person behind him. Chiu-seng, how did he treat you back then? Now you do the same to him, and don't worry if he dares to get revenge on you later, I guarantee he'll regret it with his life. Kuan Yin's face turned pale with fear, and he quickly knelt on the ground, begging, Mr. Chen, I didn't know he was your friend, or I would never have dared to treat him like that. Seeing this scene, Chiu-seng spoke up, Xiao Mo, let it go, it's all in the past. Hearing this, Chen Mo let him off. Elder Kim, my friend, doesn't want to get his hands dirty, I hope you won't disappoint me. Elder Kim was sweating bullets at his calm demeanor. Rest assured, Master Chen, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Immediately after, he turned around and called out, Jinghuo, he's your son, you will carry out the family discipline. Confinement. It seemed as if Kuan Yin had not anticipated this punishment at all. He wailed and begged, Grandpa, no, Dad, please save me. Don't. While the servants brought a rod, Jinghuo sighed in frustration. He could only blame his son's own arrogance and blindness. The next second, without a moment's hesitation, he struck one of Kuan Yin's legs hard. His pain screams startled everyone around. Confinement meant breaking his leg. This is how a great family can stand tall in the world, inseparable from its harsh and cruel family rules. After the punishment was over, Elder Kim asked for Chen Mo's opinion. Master Chen, is this acceptable to you? He maintained a cold expression. Don't let there be a next time. As if 1,000-pound weight had been lifted, the old man heaved a sigh of relief and bowed respectfully. Then I'll take this disgraceful grandson of mine home. Wen Wei had been observing the whole time, his face showing clear disbelief, thinking to himself that powerhouse of the Kim family is so utterly respectful to this kid, even Jianhua behind him was worried. Just what is Chen Mo's background on the other side? Guang Hui, though trembling, still thanked him politely. Mr. Chen, thank you for saving us. Seeing this, Chen Mo quickly stepped forward to help him up. Uncle Tan, don't be so formal based on my relationship with Cho-sang. The Tan family's business is my business. Then he slowly walked away and said goodbye to Cho-sang. All right, I should be going now. Uncle Tan Chu-sang, goodbye. A moment later, Guang Hui remarked with emotion, Son, your luck isn't bad, you've made a good friend. Although he had just been saved, Cho-shang didn't look happy at all. So from now on, we are no longer people of the same world. The scene changes to a luxury car parked in front of a house. Yi Ping asked seriously, Big bro, is it time? Qi Xiong's eyes flashed as he replied, Yeah, put that thing in the car, we're leaving the Yin sect immediately. Just as they were about to leave, a voice full of amusement rang out. Trying to leave? It turned out to be the figure of Lian Chengyu from the spirit sect, who had appeared to block their path. His presence immediately made Qi Xiong's blood boil. Lian Chengyu, you came to snatch the Yin maiden of my Yin sect. Hearing this, Chengyu smirked and asserted with certainty, Ying Qi Xiong, she is clearly the spirit maiden of my spirit sect. His confident statement made Qi Xiong's power explode. If you want to take her, we'll fight you to the death. His power not only failed to scare Chengyu, but it made him seem even more excited than before. The brute force of the Yin sect's body refinement is not even worth mentioning. Chengyu quickly gathered his power, creating a magic orb in his hand. From a tiny orb, he transformed it into a stone golem brimming with power. With just one stomp of its foot, it crushed Qi Xiong flat, on the ground like a pathetic ant. Zhao Qian, who had been fought over this whole time, had long run out of patience with them. All these people treated her like a gift to be given away. They should all just drop dead. Even though he was beaten to a pulp, Qi Xiong was still stubborn. Lian Chengyu, our Ying family found her first. She is the Yin maiden of the Yin sect, you can't take her. While floating high in the air, Chengyu spoke with a superior tone. Considering we are both from the same Yin spirit sect lineage, I'll spare your lives. But if you dare take my spirit maiden again, don't blame me for being ruthless. From a distance, Chen Mo had observed the entire story. He crossed his arms and speculated silently, isn't the Yin spirit sect a cultivation sect that dates back to the ancient era? It might have treasures that Chen Mo needs. From a hidden corner, Chen Mo and Song Zi slowly walked out at the same time. The moment he saw them, Cheng Yu shouted in confusion, Who are you? Beside him, Zhao Qian yelled worriedly, Chen Mo, what are you doing here, Run? As if not noticing her fear, he calmly ordered, Let her go and have your young sect master come see me. Chen Mo's cold attitude quickly made him wary. What, you're a martial artist? Even so, Cheng Yu stubbornly ordered his stone golem to crush him. While its foot was about to hit him, Chen Mo just spoke slowly. Freeze. Instantly, magic circles enveloped the stone golem. The next second, its entire body slowly turned to dust. Seeing that the situation didn't look good, Cheng Yu descended from the sky. He could actually dispel the spiritual power I summoned. What's going on? Then he reached out his hand to grab Zhao Qian. Come with me. Tan Ngok's aggression scared her so much she waved her hands frantically. No!
Tranmak's expression didn't change at all. Slash. After his incantation, a sword materialized. It sliced through the air in one clean motion, cutting Thangok down before he could even blink. This incredible sight instantly made Tian's jaw drop in shock. The obvious look on her face made Tranmak curious. Are you scared? After she came back to her senses,
She answered without a second thought. No, I actually feel great. He totally deserved to die. In stark contrast to Tian's satisfaction, his immense power made both Bin and Shichung surrender unconditionally. Please don't kill me. We'll submit to you. Tranmak threatened them in a stern voice. You'll answer whatever I ask. You know what'll happen if you're not completely honest. He trembled and loudly promised. Yes, I swear I won't hide a single thing. It turns out the Yinning sect was founded 200 years ago by a disillusioned scholar who found a cultivation technique manual, not some ancient, immortal sect. To this day, internal conflict is severe, and it has split into the Yin sect and the Spirit sect, each managed by a young sect master. Tian was born in the Yin hour of the Yin month of the Yin year, making her the ultimate Yin female recorded in the Yin Spirit sect's scriptures. The Ong and Lin families both wanted to offer her to their respective young sect masters. Hearing this, Tranmak curiously asked, What about that demonic seed who implanted it? Shichung's voice trembled with fear. A demonic seed? What's that? I don't know. I really don't know, Tranmak thought to himself. It seems they really don't know the full story. After making his own assessment, Tranmak gave them 2 pills and commanded, Eat these, then take me to your young sect master. Shichung was amazed when he saw the items they were supreme-grade spiritual pills. He gave them a classic carrot and stick, threatening them in a low voice. I can grant you these pills, but I can also kill you just as easily. Understood? Without a moment's hesitation, Shichung hurriedly replied, We understand. Bin also quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior. While leading everyone into the gloomy forest, Shichung thoughtfully explained, This place is Dongkin Mountain, the home of the Yin Spirit sect. After a while, Tranmak assessed the situation internally. This Dongkin Mountain was filled with dense spiritual energy, but it also concealed a bit of malevolent aura. Then he glanced to the side and quickly realized something. This Dongkin Mountain holds a secret. Tranmak took a step forward and said to the group, Let's head up. Massive boulders loomed all around, and even the tree branches began to look sinister on this mountain. Shichung was leading the way up front, and everyone else followed quickly in the quiet atmosphere. Suddenly, Tranmak spotted something right ahead. Unsurprisingly, Shichung also noticed it and pointed in one direction. This is the lookout peak just ahead is the entrance to the Yin Spirit sect. The sky had grown dark and the moon had risen at some point. After observing carefully, Tranmak slowly remarked, The spiritual energy here is rich, but the malevolent aura is also getting stronger. As soon as she heard this, Tian realized, So it's a malevolent aura. No wonder I feel so agitated like I could snap at any moment. In a flash, he gently took her hand and transferred some of his spiritual energy to her. With a very gentle expression, Tranmak asked Tian with concern, You must feel a little better now, right? Her shy voice replied, Thank you, really. A moment later, Shichung pointed into the distance and spoke up. That's the mountain gate of the Yin Spirit sect. If we get a little closer, you can see the cave and the cliff face, he began to explain worriedly. Senior, even though we're members of the Yin Spirit sect, we're only responsible for gathering cultivation resources in the mortal world. We've only been to this gate area once when we joined the sect more than 10 years ago, so we don't know if there are any traps. Hearing this, Tranmak replied in his usual cold tone, It doesn't matter whatever traps or arrays they have, I can break them easily. The group continued on moving forward under the soft glow of the moon. Suddenly, guards from the Yin sect's mountain gate rushed out in front of them. Who are you people? While Shichung stood there with his jaw dropped, Tranmak spoke confidently as if he'd been expecting them. I'm here to see your young sect master, that moron, to collect a debt. His arrogance made them absolutely furious. What? How dare you disrespect our young sect master? You're looking for death! The guards had barely finished their sentence when Tranmak made his move. With just a single casual wave of his hand, he sent them flying away, coughing up blood in agony. One of the guards clutched his chest, trembling as he demanded, Just who are you? Impatience flashed in Tranmak's eyes. Get that piece of trash out here to meet me. The next second, shadowy figures flew out from the Yin sect's base one after another. They surrounded Tranmak and Tian. The Yin Malevolence Chain Formation. From within the gate, a sinister, calculating voice called out, You want to see me? You'll have to get through them first. It seems this sight terrified Shichung. His face went pale, but he still managed to give a warning. Senior, the Yin Malevolence Chain Formation is the Yin sect's most powerful array specifically designed to take down strong enemies. The members of the Yin sect didn't hesitate for a second, charging toward Tranmak. Keep the girl alive, kill the rest, go die. Seeing this, Tongtu's expression changed in fear. Master. Then a brilliant light enveloped the old man. In the blink of an eye, he was standing firmly in front of Tranmak. Though he blocked the attack, Tongtu said with annoyance, Damn it to think I was pushed back by a dozen of these grunts. From behind him, Tranmak explained seriously, This grand array can gather spiritual energy to block your attacks. Stop wasting your time. Let me handle this.
As soon as he heard Tranmak was stepping in, Tongtu immediately bowed his head respectfully in apology. Is a disciple who hasn't quite mastered his art. While slowly advancing, Chenmo comforted him, saying it was no big deal that even though his power had reached a master level, it wasn't a match, and he could just take his time learning. The gloomy voice from inside the yin sect's gate echoed again as if to provoke him. You're just bluffing if you've got the guts, then try and break my grand formation. After that, Chenmo focused his power into his fist, preparing the third form of the heavenly mystic divine fist. The next second, he threw a powerful punch straight into the empty space in front of him, heaven and earth formation. This move unleashed an incredibly terrifying explosion down on the yin sect's array. With just one blow, Chenmo wiped out all the enemies in front of him. The yin sect members were blasted backward as if electrocuted, and it seemed his limitless power had completely stunned both Qixing and Yiping. What kind of power was this? Was he even human? Even Xiao Qian couldn't have imagined this scene, that Chenmo actually had such incredible power. Despite the magic Chenmo had just unleashed, the young master of the yin sect was still incredibly arrogant. Kid, you killed my yin sect's people, so I'll use you to avenge my disciples today. As expected, he was enraged by the man's arrogance. Those words are enough for me to annihilate your entire yin spirit sect. At that moment, the tragic memories of his past life flooded Chenmo's mind. In his past life, his biggest regret was the tragic fate his friends and family suffered. The flames of resentment burned fiercely in his heart. Chenmo became even more determined now that he was reborn. He had to protect them properly and make up for his past life. Zhao Qian's eyes widened in shock, nervously covering her mouth with her hand. She thought to herself, Chenmo was angry. Tongtu, standing beside her, was just as surprised, muttering, he's really angry now. The deeper they went into the yin spirit sect's mountain, the dimmer the light became inside the dark cave. Vines clung tightly to the cliff walls, and in the darkness of the cave, glistening dewdrops looked like transparent gems carved by time. Chenmo's group slowly explored the cave, cautiously observing as they went. Suddenly, they saw a blurry figure up ahead. In the gloomy silence, a stone niche on the mossy wall was covered in strange symbols looking like some kind of mechanism. Right below it, a portly man sat cross-legged on a stone seat, a smug, gleeful smile on his face surrounded by a mysterious purple aura. The young master of the yin sect rested his chin on his hand, looking at Chenmo's group and sneering. After I kill you, I'll use a secret art for dual cultivation with the yin maiden. My power will surpass the sect masters, and then the yin spirit sect will be all mine. The young yin sect master. Zhao Qian frowned at him, cursing internally. So disgusting. Chenmo asked coldly, you think you can kill me just by relying on the baleful energy here? The young yin sect master looked at Chenmo with suspicion and scoffed. You actually know about the baleful energy, kid. What's your background anyway? Chenmo replied coldly. You don't need to know, I'm asking you. Did you plant the demonic seed in Zhao Qian? The young yin sect master asked, confused, demonic seed. Chenmo closed his eyes in annoyance. His brows furrowed. Seems it wasn't him. Quick as a flash, Chenmo's heaven-slaying sword slashed across the young yin sect master, who quickly raised his hand to block blood spraying from his arm. Chenmo gritted his teeth. In that case, you can die. But then the scene before him left him completely stunned. The young yin sect master frowned in anger, his face covered in sweat. His injured arm went limp, the flesh twisting and contorting as if a new arm was about to grow. Chenmo asked in surprise, your arm can regenerate on its own. He calmly continued, you've cultivated a Dao body. No, that's not a Dao body. The young yin sect master was triumphant, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Kid, you see how amazing I am now, right? You can't kill me, so just obediently submit, hand over your secrets, and I might let you live. The moment he finished speaking, Chenmo drew his sword again and slashed at him. Here we go again. The young yin sect master quickly stood up, channeling his internal energy to block Chenmo's sword. He grinned smugly, baleful energy body shield. He was absolutely furious, his eyes practically shooting sparks. Chenmo waved his hand, continuing to direct the heaven-slaying sword towards the young yin sect master. Chenmo's mind was filled with doubt what kind of baleful energy could possibly block the heaven-slaying sword. The heaven-slaying sword zipped towards the young yin sect master, whose eyes were filled with arrogance. He quickly dodged to the side, and it plunged into the wall behind him. Xiao Qian stood behind Chenmo, observing their surroundings, when suddenly her eyes went wide and she screamed in terror, "Oh my god!" In the dark corner of the cave, countless skeletons were piled on top of each other, all of them enveloped in a strange light. She was certain this was the source of the baleful energy. Hearing her words, the young yin sect master was completely shocked. He never expected his secret to be discovered so quickly. Xiao Qian stammered in fear, "These people!" Just then, she saw a rifle placed neatly on a cold stone slab in a corner of the cliff. Xiao Qian became even more certain. It was an army platoon. The young yin sect master flashed an arrogant smile, his eyes burning red like fire, and said excitedly, "That's right. Only these resilient, self-sacrificing, and unyielding soldiers could release so much baleful energy after death." Xiao Qian softly explained to Chenmo, "I heard that back then a military unit of over 10,000 men was heading to the front lines, but then they went missing and were declared to have died heroically for the nation. It turns out their bones are here." At that moment, his face darkened and his eyes grew cold. They couldn't go to the front lines, instead becoming vengeful spirits that generated such intense, malevolent energy. The young master of the yin sect gloated. These resilient people were useless when they were alive. Dying just fulfilled my purpose. It's just a shame too few of them died. Otherwise, my divine body tempering art could have reached its highest level. Chenmo frowned in anger and said coldly, "You deserve to die?" Suddenly, the young master of the yin sect puffed out his cheeks and took a deep breath with all his might, as if trying to suck all the surrounding malevolent energy into his body. His body instantly tensed up, gradually growing larger. His arrogant gaze looked at Chenmo with complete disdain. "I admit you're a bit tough, but with this intense malevolent energy, I am an invincible existence." Chenmo glared back dismissively, quickly channeling his spiritual energy. A small fireball swiftly appeared in his hand. Chenmo's voice was ice cold. "Invincible in front of me, you're not even an ant." In the gloomy space, Chenmo's sharp eyes radiated decisiveness. A fiery light erupted from his chest. Forming a magic array, he put 2 fingers together in front of his chest, uttering each word. Samadhi True Fire activate. Immediately after, a blazing red flame erupted violently, swirling towards the young master of the yin sect. He arrogantly released his power, letting out a ferocious laugh that echoed and shook the entire space. "Ha ha ha! My body is impervious to fire and water. You think you can kill me with a childish trick like this? Dream on." Just as the young master of the yin sect finished speaking, a flame latched onto his shoulder, slowly burning his flesh. The young master of the yin sect broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in panic. "What's going on? This fire can actually harm me!" The flame grew more and more intense, as if it wanted to devour him. The young master of the yin sect kept asking, "What kind of fire is this? Why can't I put it out?" He screamed in agony. "Please spare me, it hurts so much, spare my life, spare me, I was wrong," Chenmo said coldly. "Look at the remains of the heroic souls behind you who could possibly save you." The young master of the yin sect was engulfed in a sea of fire, struggling in terror, constantly begging for help. "I was wrong, great master, spare me, I know I was wrong, sect master. Sect master, save me." The fire burned away the young master's original body, revealing his true form as an innate spirit would. Chenmo picked it up, calculating in his mind, "This is a material for crafting top-tier elixirs and magical artifacts. With this, I can cultivate the wood element body of my primal chaos immortal body." Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps broke the silence. Songzi and Zhao Qian were both startled and turned towards the sound. The sect master of the Yinning sect was standing in the cave, his imposing figure with hands clasped behind his back, looking down on Chenmo's group with disdain. "I'll leave my cauldron behind and you all can go as you please." Chenmo asked him indifferently, "You are the sect master of the Yinning sect. Did you plant the demonic seed in my friend?" The Yinning sect master's face was ice cold, arrogantly uttering harsh words. "To be my cauldron and witness me achieve the great Tao is her honor." Chenmo replied calmly, "Then being killed by me will be your honor." The Yinning sect master burst out laughing, his contemptuous laughter echoing throughout the dark cave. "Ha ha ha!" He squinted disdainfully, spiritual energy surging from his entire body. "My jade planting art has already reached the realm of yin and yang harmony. Once I absorb the demonic seed from her body, I can become the first person to reach the divine realm in the last 100 years. And you think you can kill me?" Chenmo also quickly erupted with spiritual energy, his whole body seeming to glow. He replied coolly, "It'll just take a little more effort, that's all. Why wouldn't I be able to kill you?" The corner of the Yinning sect master's mouth twitched into a dangerous, mocking smile. "Is that so?" The Yinning sect master lunged at Chenmo as fast as lightning. "Then let me see what you're made of." Zhao Qian was so shocked her jaw dropped. Songzi was also startled by the Yinning sect master's move. He thought to himself, "I can't even see his movements clearly. His cultivation level is too terrifying." Chenmo snorted coldly, instantly throwing a punch in response. With a bang, Chenmo's powerful fist slammed directly into the Yinning sect master, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that seemed to tear through space, sending him flying. The Yinning sect master was terrified, looking at his opponent with a panicked and guarded expression. "Just who in the world are you?" Chenmo retorted sarcastically. "A dead man doesn't need to know." Then his entire body lit up with spiritual light, his oppressive aura intensifying. Heavenly profound divine fist, first form mountain severing plane. The Yinning sect master also quickly unleashed his spiritual energy, executing the yin malevolence body protecting heaven severing hand. The two powerful streams of spiritual energy collided as if ripping a hole in space, creating an earth-shattering boom. Chenmo relentlessly threw one powerful punch after another. He looked at the Yinning sect master with a dangerously demonic gaze. "To think you're still not dead, this will be good practice for me." The Yinning sect master was so angry he gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face. He swore loudly, "If I don't kill you today, I'm not a man." Then the Yinning sect master pointed 2 fingers straight ahead, spiritual energy surging from his body. He continued his attack, his spiritual energy erupting violently, his entire body emitting a dazzling aura. "Ice seal the world." Soon the entire cave was covered in a thin layer of ice, and the layers of ice slowly crept up Chenmo's legs with no sign of stopping. Qi Xiong was terrified, sweating buckets, and he asked in a panic, "What is this?" Zhao Qian was scared and worried. "What do we do? Are we going to freeze to death?" Songzi's gaze was as sharp as lightning. He gathered all his spiritual energy into his fist and threw a punch like a clap of thunder, shattering the ice barrier in front of him into pieces. But the ice just kept spreading. It quickly latched onto his feet, crawling over any part that wasn't already frozen. Chenmo just stood there coldly, not moving an inch as the ice threatened to encase him completely. Songzi watched worriedly. This is bad. The ice is still spreading. The Shadow Spirit Sect Master continued to unleash his power streams of frigid spiritual energy surrounding Chenmo. He gloated triumphantly. You're strong, but not strong enough to resist my spell. Chenmo replied coldly. You have the nerve to call this pathetic trick a spell. Then he raised both hands, gathered his spiritual energy and launched his attack. Witness my world-freezing ice. Instantly, mountains of razor-sharp ice materialized. They surrounded the Shadow Spirit Sect Master, who turned pale with fear, unable to believe his own eyes. How is this possible? The Shadow Spirit Sect Master was sweating buckets, completely terrified and in disbelief. How can your spell be this powerful? This is impossible. Suddenly, with trembling hands, he pulled out a small orb. Inside the orb were 5 spiritual energies of different colors. Red, purple, white, yellow, and black, representing the 5 elements. Seeing the small orb, Chenmo's brow furrowed in fear. Thinking to himself, this is bad. He urgently turned and yelled, Go now! The Shadow Spirit Sect Master quickly raised the sect's ultimate formation orb and activated the array. The orb unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. 5 colored beams of light shot out from the orb, and he said coldly, Too late! The 5 beams intertwined their surging spiritual energy, creating a terrifying power that seemed capable of moving heaven and earth. By now, the Shadow Spirit Sect Master's entire body was frozen solid, leaving only his face visible. With a ferocious expression and a crazed look in his eyes, he laughed maniacally and declared, Today I'll use the Shadow Spirit Sect's ultimate formation to take you down with me. Immediately after a massive energy explosion erupted, 5 brilliant beams of spiritual energy swirled together, creating a blinding light and a huge cloud of dust, creating a scene of absolute chaos. Outside the mountain, powerful beams of light shot out from cracks in its surface. Layers of rock and earth were pulverized as tyrannical streams of spiritual energy erupted from the mountain's peak. The young master of the Shadow Spirit Sect stood outside watching the battle intently. He muttered to himself, The Sect Master actually detonated the ultimate formation. Looks like that kid is way stronger than I thought. A good thing I stayed back and watched from the shadows instead of jumping in. Otherwise I'd be buried in there too. Suddenly a smug grin spread across his face. Heh, this means the Shadow Spirit Sect is all mine now. I'll go consolidate my power first, then I'll destroy everything that kid owns. That can be considered revenge for the Sect Master. Just then, amidst the mountain that had shattered into 1,000 pieces, the pile of rubble suddenly began to tremble. A thin hand reached out from the pile of debris. Songzi, covered in dust with his hair a total mess, struggled to climb out of the wreckage. He then rushed over to Chenmo's group, Master. Are you all right? Qi Xiong and Yi Ping had been sent flying by the blast, their bodies hitting the ground hard and knocking them out cold. Chenmo had shielded Zhao Qian with his own body, and he gritted his teeth against the pain, his whole body trembling as he forced himself to sit up. Chenmo immediately gave Songzi his orders. Zhao Qian just fainted. Help me find a safe cave and stand guard. I need to go into seclusion to heal right away. Songzi clasped his hands to accept the command, and quickly left. Yes, Master. This disciple thanks you for risking your life to protect us. Half a month later, in a place teeming with natural energy, sunlight streamed through a dense forest canopy. Chenmo was sitting inside a cave, his eyes closed in meditation with his hands forming a seal on his chest. Spiritual energy gathered around him, flowing through his meridians and pressure points to slowly heal his wounds. Zhao Qian and Songzi stood guard outside, keeping Chenmo safe. She asked anxiously, Taoist Songzi, when do you think Chenmo will wake up? Feeling deeply unsettled, he slowly replied, I've never seen Master this badly injured before, so I honestly don't know. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Fengyang City, the young master of the Shadow Spirit Sect stood in a spacious room. Looking at the 2 girls in front of him, he said in a slimy voice, My 2 beauties. Don't be scared. There's a certain kind of pleasure in tainting innocence. You know I'm going to have a very good time with you both. Qing Cheng and Wan Qing were tied up securely, their mouths gagged with a filthy piece of cloth, unable to make a sound to call for help. They both stared at him with eyes full of hatred, while the young master of the Shadow Spirit Sect just laughed endlessly. Heh. The scene then cut back to the cave where Chenmo was healing. The sky was clear and blue with golden sunlight filtering through the leaves, creating a peaceful scene. After so many days of waiting, Chenmo finally spoke. Songzi, how many days have passed? Zhao Qian was overjoyed. Chenmo, you're awake. Songzi's tense expression finally relaxed. He replied cheerfully, Master, it's been half a month. Chenmo calmly continued, Thanks to the 3-leaf red fruit and the spirit wood. Not only did I heal my injuries in a short amount of time, but I also made a breakthrough in my cultivation. Suddenly, the protective jade amulet that Chenmo had previously given to Wan Qing completely shattered. A look of pure terror crossed his face, his eyes widening in shock. Something happened to Wan Qing. Chenmo immediately activated a speed technique, launching himself into the air and flying like the wind to save her. Before I leave, he didn't forget to give instructions. You take Zhao Qian back. I have to leave first for an emergency. At that moment over where Wanqing was, the jade amulet fell to the floor and shattered. From its broken fragments, thin wisps of smoke began to curl upwards, spreading slowly through the quiet room. The young master of the Shadow Spirit sect stood in a defensive pose, staring at the shattered amulet on the floor in complete astonishment. I can't believe an ordinary person would have this kind of powerful protective artifact. Qingcheng and Wanqing kept struggling, glaring at him with pure hatred. Wanqing thought to herself, so that's why Chenmo always insisted I wear that jade amulet. It's really... They had held off this scumbag for half an hour. The young master of the Yin Spirit sect frowned slightly, a smug look on his face as he let out a sleazy smile. But now it looks like no one is coming to save you. Queen Than fought back, raising her leg to kick him, her hateful gaze burning as if it could incinerate him. Her mouth was gagged, but she wished she could curse him to death. The young master of the Yin Spirit sect quickly grabbed Queen Than's leg and laughed creepily. Ha ha, little beauty, don't worry, we'll go one at a time. He then loomed over Van Than, a lecherous grin spreading across his repulsive face. Let's start with you, don't be scared, this will be fun. Van Than struggled with all her might-muffled sounds of escaping her gagged mouth. She thrashed relentlessly, tears of bitter resentment welling up in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, a sword whizzed towards the young master of the Yin Spirit sect. He dodged nimbly, barely escaping the deadly blade. The young master's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, "Who dares to attack me?" Seeing the person before him, he was utterly stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. Tranmak stood coldly shielding Queen Than and Van Than. The Tram Tien sword flew back to its master. The young master of the Yin Spirit sect stuttered in fear. "It's you!" Seeing Tranmak was like finding a lifeline, and Queen Than felt a wave of relief. Meanwhile, Van Than was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her face. Tranmak was absolutely furious, his eyes blazing with a fire that seemed ready to incinerate the lowlife before him. He gritted out each word, "I will completely erase you from this world." The young master of the Yin Spirit sect looked at Tranmak with contempt. "Playing the hero for these beauties, you little punk." Before he could finish, Tranmak's Tramthien sword flashed past him like a cold wind, and his arm fell to the ground before he even registered the pain. Tranmak coldly shouted, "Shut up, the dead have no need to speak." The Tramthien sword flashed again, severing the young master's remaining arm, which immediately dropped to the ground. His face drained of all color as he repeatedly begged for mercy. The Tramthien sword continued its assault on the young master, and he pleaded in desperation, "Spare my life." Tranmak then ran over to untie Van Than. He gently helped her up, comforting her softly. "Sister Van Than, I'm sorry you had to go through that." She threw her arms around Tranmak and sobbed uncontrollably, as if releasing all the anguish from the past few hellish days. Sob, sob, sob. Tranmak watched her with a pained expression, remaining silent, letting Van Than release all her pent-up emotions. Queen Than stood by quietly, a sorrowful look on her face as she watched them. Once Van Than began to calm down, Tranmak gently said, "Sister Van Than." "Queen Than, don't be upset anymore." The rage inside him erupted. Tranmak vowed, "Just watch me get revenge for you two." Shortly after, at the Yin Spirit sect, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed, as people ran to stop the intruders. Tranmak calmly led Queen Than and Van Than into the Yin Spirit sect. A group of disciples rushed to block their path. "Who goes there? Stop." Tranmak's face was ice cold as he drew his Tram-Thien sword. The blade danced through the group of Yin Spirit sect disciples and fresh blood splattered everywhere. They screamed in horror, "Ah, it's you." The entire Yin Spirit sect erupted into chaos with shouts echoing all around. "We're under attack! We're under attack!" Soon after, all the disciples quickly assembled into a defensive formation. They blocked Tranmak's group at the entrance, preventing them from advancing deeper. The Yin Spirit sect disciples were furious, their faces fierce, and their eyes filled with killing intent as they postured aggressively. "Who are you?" "I'm warning you, this is the Yin Spirit sect's territory. We are not someone you can afford to provoke." Tranmak stood protectively in front of Queen Than and Van Than, his face cold and ruthless as he stared down the crowd. "You're all too noisy." Immediately after, Tranmak unleashed an attack, immense spirit power swirling violently in his fist. Tian Huyen Divine Fist, third move. Trankandan. A single heaven-sent blow wiped out all the Yin Spirit sect disciples. Queen Than and Van Than were in utter shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, completely speechless. Tranmak stood there, his fist still brimming with power, coldly watching the disciples fall one after another. By the time they returned home, it was late at night, and a crescent moon cast a dim light through the quiet darkness. A stark contrast to the anxiety of those waiting for news about Queen Than and Van Than. Seeing them return, everyone was overjoyed. Tranmak's mother cried out in relief, "Tranmak, you're back!" Seeing him, Tang Tang was astonished. You actually brought them back." She then threw her arms around Queen Than, sobbing, "My lady, I'm so useless I couldn't protect you." Queen Than gently patted Tang Tang's head, comforting her. "It's okay, don't cry anymore, you did very well." Uncle Tran, still in shock, repeatedly asked Tranmak, "What about those kidnappers? They threatened us not to call the cops." "Saying it would be useless anyway, so how did you get them out?" A dangerous glint flashed in Tranmac's cold eyes. He said seriously, "You don't have to worry anymore, those guys are all dead." Tranmac's mother gave him a complicated look, asking rapid-fire questions. All dead, who killed them? At that moment, his rage flared and his spirit power erupted uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, forcing out every word. "My only regret is that killing them wasn't enough. If I kill enough people, then no one will ever dare to touch my friends and family again." Tranmac's eyes were filled with a crazed ferocity. As he declared with conviction, "I want everyone to know what the consequences are for messing with the people close to Tranmac." His parents were stunned, looking at him in disbelief, unable to recognize the son standing before them. Chenmo's dad called out softly, "Mo!" Hearing his father's voice, he snapped out of his rage, realizing he had scared his parents. Chenmo's attitude changed instantly, and he stammered an explanation. It was all Songzi. He taught me his style of doing things." It was definitely Songzi. At the same time, the wrongly accused Songzi couldn't stop sneezing. After that, Chenmo took 3 green jade pendants out of his pocket. "Dad won Cheng one for each of you, their personal protective amulets." Uncle Chen picked up the jade to examine it, asking curiously, What does this little toy do? Is it a good luck charm?" Chenmo's mom shot her husband a look and grumbled at him to just wear it. Uncle Chen quickly cut in. I'll wear it, of course I'll wear it." After that, Chenmo returned to his small courtyard in Saitang City. Right then, in a large room, Chenmo sat majestically on a chair with the dignified Songzi standing beside him, while Cheng knelt humbly before him, begging. Chenmo looked at her calmly, then made his decision. "Get up. I agree to take you as my disciple." He glanced at the person standing next to him and continued. "From today on, Songzi is your senior brother." Overjoyed, Cheng obeyed Chenmo, immediately standing up to thank her master. Then Cheng went to pay her respects to Songzi. "Greetings, senior brother." He hurriedly helped her up. "Junior sister, there's no need for formalities." Songzi thought to himself, "Who knows, maybe one day this junior sister will become the master's wife, so I definitely can't be disrespectful." Chenmo rested his chin on his hand thoughtfully, looking at his new disciple, wondering what cultivation technique to teach Cheng. Now after that, Cheng diligently practiced the cultivation technique without rest. She made rapid progress in just 3 days. Later, Tang and Chenmo stood by observing Cheng. He mused, "I had Cheng build her foundation with the Yaoqi Holy Land's 7 technique, and she progressed very quickly. Within 3 days, she had already achieved it." But very soon, Chenmo noticed something unusual. However her cultivation speed was abnormally fast, something might be wrong. He immediately placed his hand on Cheng's forehead, using his spiritual energy to probe her constitution. Suddenly, Cheng's spiritual energy surged violently, swirling and intertwining to form the image of a fiery red phoenix. Tang's eyes widened in shock as she asked, "What is this?" Chenmo's eyes and smile were filled with joy. "So that's it. It turns out she has the heavenly phoenix bloodline." Cheng remained calmly focused on her cultivation, oblivious to what was happening outside. Tang asked Chenmo in confusion, "What's the heavenly phoenix bloodline? Will my young miss be in danger?" He happily explained, "Not at all, it's an amazing constitution for cultivation." Chenmo looked at Cheng, gently determined in his heart to fulfill his promise. "When I leave this planet, I will lead you on the path to immortality." Sometime later, at the school's anniversary celebration, the auditorium was brightly lit. The sounds of cheering made the atmosphere even more lively. Seeing Chenmo at the door, Wang Lei immediately jumped up, waving his hands frantically. "Over here, Chenmo." He quickly walked over to Wang Lei, who immediately started complaining. "Why so late? You just got here. The celebration is already halfway over." Chenmo replied nonchalantly. "But I'm here now, aren't I?" On stage, the host introduced the next performance. "Next up, please welcome Murong Yaner from Class 3 and Hua Yufeng from Class 5. In an instant, the whole auditorium went wild, the stands erupting in screams. After waiting for so long, my goddess Murong Yaner is finally on stage, Hua Yufeng, my husband. All eyes were fixed on the wings, as the curtain trembled slightly. The two of them were about to step onto the stage. Yufeng sat down at the piano. Yaner, like a celestial maiden, spun in a graceful dance. The entire audience seemed to hold its breath, captivated by every one of Yaner's elegant dance moves. Each of her movements seemed to blend with the music, soft yet decisive, gentle yet powerful, her face tinged with sadness, her eyes melancholic. The dance was like a story without words. Chenmo followed Yaner's every move, feeling delighted. It was great to be able to watch her dance again. A moment later, the performance ended, and the audience erupted once again. Excited cheers rang out. "So beautiful, Yaner, 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 Yaner," Chenmo thought to himself ever since I killed the golden crocodile at Spirit Marshal Mountain. I haven't seen her again. Not seeing her now would save me some trouble. He then immediately got up from his seat, turned to leave, not forgetting to tell Wang Lei, "I'm going to the restroom for a bit." Yaner, standing on stage, noticed a familiar figure and called out loudly, "Chenmo." Then Yaner ran like the wind towards Chenmo. In an instant, she threw herself into his arms, saying tearfully, "I thought I'd never see you again." The scene was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock as they began to gossip. Isn't Murong Yaner supposed to be the Ice Queen goddess? Where's her aloofness? Where's her reservation? The goddess has fallen into someone else's arms. It's heartbreaking. Jiang Jiao was surprised, not thinking Yaner would dare to do something like this in front of everyone. She's so bold. He Wei was just as shocked, cursing inwardly. Is there something wrong with Yaner's brain to actually like a guy like him? Yaner hugged Shenmo tightly and wouldn't let go, so he gently comforted her. All right.
I'm standing right here, aren't I?
Yaner let go of Shenmo and chided him. That's right, why couldn't I reach your cell phone? Shenmo replied softly. Yeah, but I have your number saved, and I'll add you on WeChat. Yaner's expression softened. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Shenmo. Okay, I'll be waiting for your message then. The ceremony ended, and Shenmo went home. Under the dim moonlight, he walked slowly down the deserted, quiet street. Shenmo realized Keyue had been tailing him for a while, so he stopped and asked, Why are you following me? Keyue approached Shenmo and questioned him loudly. I don't know what tricks you used to fool Yanran. Stay away from her. You're not worthy of her at all. Shenmo looked at her with a displeased, disdainful expression and shot back irritably. Oh, really? Then tell me, in what way am I not worthy of her? Shenmo stood there coldly waiting for Keyue's answer as she loudly belittled him. I know you're good at fighting and have some connections that might let you take over your mom's office in the future. But even so, you're not worthy of Yanran. A look of pure contempt appeared on Shenmo's face as he scoffed. Haha, and Keyue, you're so naive. The background and status you care so much about are worthless in my eyes. Keyue's face turned pale at Shenmo's harsh words. The wealth and status you see before you are like garbage to me. He frowned in annoyance and warned her, Don't judge me with your short-sighted eyes. He smirked slightly, tossing out a sarcastic remark before turning to leave. Do you think the values of a mortal and a god are the same? Ridiculous. Keyue stood frozen, her face ashen, silently cursing him in her heart. He wants to act like a god. One day he'll regret being so pretentious. The next day at 3 in the afternoon at the Wanxiang Hotel, Bia Yun explained the situation to Chen Mo. Master Chen, I heard there will be a magical artifact at this charity auction. I believe you'll be interested. He nodded in agreement. I'll leave after seeing the artifact. By this time, the venue was packed with guests. The sounds of greetings and cheerful chatter echoed throughout the hotel lobby. A moment later, Yuan Hao entered with a group of people. Zhu Li's eyes widened in excitement. Wow, thanks to Brother Hao. We actually get to come in here and see what it's like. Qian Qian looked around with delight, remarking, This hall is seriously high class. Suddenly, she froze and cried out in disbelief. Look, isn't that Chen Mo? Why is he here too? Yuan Hao stared at Chen Mo, gritting his teeth in anger, wondering suspiciously. How could he possibly show up here? Did he get in because of someone he knows? Yanran also appeared at the party. Today she was wearing a lovely pink dress adorned with a few small purple flowers. She looked like an adorable little princess. As soon as she walked in, she saw Yuan Hao and greeted him. Huh, you're here too? Suddenly her eyes landed on a familiar figure, and Yanran's face lit up as she called out loudly, Chen Mo! She then happily rushed over to greet him. Chen Mo, you're here too. Chen Mo smiled back. A friend invited me to see something, want to come with me? A tall man appeared in the doorway, his face cold and expressionless, his gaze sharp. His arrival caused a stir throughout the hall. Look, isn't that Yi Tianning? Didn't Ye Tianning go to the military academy? Why is he suddenly back? Chen Qian quickly jumped in on the gossip, adding, You haven't heard? Young Master Ye joined a special ace unit and is now back home visiting. Zhu Li crossed her arms, a smug look on her face, delighted that Chen Mo was in for it now. Young Master Ye is back. Someone's about to have a really bad day. When Tianning saw the girl of his dreams, his expression instantly softened, his gaze full of adoration, as he softly called her name Yanran. But upon seeing Chen Mo, Tianning immediately confronted him. Kid, who are you? From a distance, the spiteful Zhu Li shouted, Young Master Ye, that's Chen Mo, the guy Yanran threw herself at during the school anniversary celebration. Tianning heard this. His expression instantly changed and he roared, What? Tianning was furious, his ice-cold gaze sweeping over Chen Mo. He snarled through gritted teeth, Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to touch Ye Tianning's woman who gave you the nerve? Yanran, annoyed, quickly retorted, Ye Tianning, I'm warning you, don't cause a scene. Since when did I become yours? Have you no shame? Chen Mo remained calm, looking at the madman in front of him with a cold expression. He spoke to Yanran, but every word was aimed at Tianning. Let's go over there, the sound of dogs barking is too loud here. Tianning was choked with rage, his eyes blazing as he sneered. You piece of trash is hiding behind a woman all you know how to do? Chen Mo scoffed sarcastically. Hilarious. The fact that you don't even have a woman willing to protect you proves you're even worse than trash. Tianning's face flushed red with anger. Humiliated, he raised his fist. You dare to humiliate me like that? Are you looking for death? Chen Mo looked at him coldly, a dangerous glint in his eyes, and uttered a single word, Scram. Nothing more needed to be said. That one word was like a cold blade showcasing Chen Mo's aura. Tianning froze, a flicker of fear on his face as he trembled inwardly. How is this possible? He looks so weak a gust of wind could blow him over. So why does he have such a powerful and dangerous aura? At that moment, Chen Mo casually reached out his hand and called, Yanran, let's go. Like a madman, Tianning immediately pulled out a gun and aimed it at Chen Mo. Stop right there. The entire hall erupted in chaos as people screamed in terror. He has a gun, this is bad! Chen Mo remained silent, trying to suppress his anger. Yanren shouted furiously, Ye Tianning, are you insane? He looked completely unhinged, his gaze as sharp and cold as ice. He clenched his jaw and threatened, let's see if he's tougher than a bullet. Chen Mo still said nothing. I stared at him with a deadpan expression, thinking if he dared to shoot, I'd kill him on the spot. You dare threaten me? Do cultivators have no shame? Boy Van courageously stepped out from the crowd and fearlessly yelled right at the gunman. Diep Thien Nin, put that gun away and get the hell out of here now. Thien Nin turned toward the voice and immediately lost his nerve when he saw Boy Van. Kim Boy Van. My dear